Hello and welcome to Weeb. Today I'm gonna start a new series, What If Naruto Fought Evil Warlord Sasuke. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
2 years have passed since that day, and now, in front of his elder brother Itachi Uchiha, they are facing each other in combat. Sasuke now has a newfound chakra and power. The final valley, the same location that transformed their lives, would once more be the site of their last conflict. The world was being torn apart by the fourth great ninja war, and unless Madara Uchiha was stopped, many lives would be lost and many freedoms would be violated. The only person who could stop him was Naruto Uzumaki, but he had to confront an old friend to do so. It was like a prison fog, and Naruto could see the darkness of hate and despair enveloping Sasuke. Sasuke stood in Naruto's way as he prepared to battle Madara in his Kyuubi Sage mode. Sakura and Kakashi were by his side, but they weren't in the right frame of mind for a fight. Sasuke, out of my way, I have to stop him. I have to stop Madara before the jutsu is completed. I won't let that madman rule the world. I'll save the world and I'll save you as well. Sasuke gave a wicked grin. Still an idiot to no end, Naruto. I don't care about Madara's plans. I won't stop until I have my revenge on Konoha. They will pay for what they did. Sasuke said with a rage. Do you have anything idea what is it like? To know the very person you look up and loved as your big brother slaughter and murder your clan, your mother, your father, and spare you. And after you finally defeat him, suddenly you were given the real truth. Itachi slaughter the Uchiha clan under Konoha's orders. Konoha say they are truth and justice, they fight for peace and love. What justice? What peace, what love? The village is full of lies and secrets. Order 1 from the Uchiha clan to murder his own family. The people that love and respect him. Konoha is no better. Come on Naruto, even you were hidden from the truth all your life. Naruto began to sense Sasuke's darkness growing even more. Naruto was aware that Sasuke was correct and that Konoha had also concealed the truth about his parents from him. Despite this, they did nothing and abandoned him, leaving him to suffer hatred. Sasuke, it's not easy. I can't give up on you and I never will. You're the closest thing to me as a brother. You know I never had a family and I know I won't know how you feel you had a family. I never had a family or loved ones. I would give up anything to get that. Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto roared angrily for a moment. Sasuke, you have a chance, you have a future to be cared for, to be loved. I don't have such a future, long as I have this curse. Naruto looked down at his own 2 hands, which were now claws covered in the Kyuubi's chakra. Sasuke, you and Sakura, even Kakashi-sensei and Iruka-sensei are the only ones, the only people I see as my family. Sure, I know I screw up and you guys call me an idiot, but it was much better than being given those hateful eyes. Sasuke suddenly laughs. Idiot, you're a real idiot, you know that. Naruto, to tell you the truth, I have always been jealous of you. His words startled the young Uzumaki. You may have a beast in your soul, but your heart is filled with light unlike mine. Hope died for me long ago, Naruto. You have a future, Naruto, you have people who care for you, you have loves one too. If I die, nobody will miss me. The young Uzumaki searched with every inch of his voice. That's a fucking lie and you know it. I don't know about everyone else in the village, but I would miss you. Sakura-chan would miss you, because we care about you, Sasuke. You say your hope died long ago. I can give you our hope, our light. You can still be saved, Sasuke, just fucking listen. Sakura was taken aback by Naruto's behavior and his current state of mind. Naruto, she said softly. Naruto was angry with Sasuke. Sakura-chan, she loved you. I was jealous of you, Sasuke. You had her heart and I didn't. You can't just become the world's enemy just because some crazy old Uchiha told you what really happened. You're Sasuke Uchiha, you're better than this, damn it. What happened to the Sasuke I used to know? The Sasuke Uchiha I was jealous of. The Sasuke Uchiha I wanted to fight to prove I was the best, your equal. What happened to my brother? Sasuke closed his eyes and remembered that day 2 years ago as the words, my brother, rang out to him. The last valley, 2 years ago. As Sasuke Uchiha sensed a strong evil chakra emanating from his teammate Naruto Uzumaki, he asked, what is this power? Naruto was utilizing the nine-tailed fox's power for personal gain while he was in a quiet, awake state. As Naruto roared, Sasuke noticed a huge picture of a fox behind him. Sasuke, I will bring you back to Konoha even if I have to break every bone in your body. They said. In Naruto's awakened state, with all of his might, Naruto charged at Sasuke and swiftly shot him in the stomach. Naruto hit Sasuke with a series of 1-2-3-4-5 combo blows before finishing with a 6-hit and an airborne kick. Sasuke used his chakra to shoot fireballs at Naruto while he was in the air, but Naruto's roar was so strong that the fireball was blown away. Sasuke was fortunate to have his Sharingan grow stronger. He was able to predict Naruto's attack location. After playing around with Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha grinned while dodging Naruto's moves, using his Sharingan power to see right through his attack. Then, as Naruto ran toward the top of a cliff, he was backflipping. Fortunately for Naruto, he was within close range when Sasuke unleashed a very potent fire elemental jutsu. Whoa, Naruto couldn't express how amazed he was by Sasuke's abilities. Sasuke was panting and on the verge of losing his chakra when he took a chance and grabbed Naruto by the orange jacket's neck and informed him. He shoved Naruto off the cliff as he was falling, saying, "It's too late Naruto, it's too late." As Naruto's head crashes into the rock-hard earth, Sasuke seizes Naruto's feet and puts his legs around his neck. While Naruto's lifeless body floats in the lake, Sasuke releases Naruto, causing his skull to split in two. In the middle of the afternoon, the sun's rays peeked over Naruto's body, functioning as a tiny gate. The body of Naruto materialized within his own soul. Staring down at its host, Kyuubi opened its eyes. Kyuubi laughs and says, "You're lucky child. I am going to help you this only once of my own free will after all if you die then I'll die." Kyuubi revives the fallen ninja, saying, "You should be very grateful for your fourth Hokage." When Naruto's body emerged from the lake, Sasuke was shocked to discover that he was still alive. Naruto's body slowly rose as red chakra emerged from his back. In a fit of rage, Naruto threw a sucker punch to Sasuke's face as his first action. Naruto slowly turned to face himself as the red chakra, which was now serving as a shield, consumed his entire body. During the surprise sucker punch, Sasuke was holding his face and shedding a few tears. Naruto's red eyes glared at Sasuke as he gazed at the now recovered Uchiha. Naruto was much faster than before when he charged at Sasuke on all fours. Naruto avoids Sasuke's fireballs by dodging left and right. Sasuke turns away from the Uzumaki when Naruto dives at him. What's happening? What chakra has control over Naruto? Sasuke thought to himself as Naruto extended his right arm, forming a red chakra that reached out to seize Sasuke. To avoid this, though, Sasuke leapt high into the air. Naruto uses the big one tail behind him to grab Sasuke. Over the lake, Sasuke was tossed. It appears that this was the end of the fight because of the corner and low chakra. Panting, Sasuke remarked, "I never thought you would get this powerful Naruto. I am afraid to admit this, but right now at this moment you're stronger than me. But I'm more special than you." Sasuke felt the curse seal become even more active. In a matter of seconds, Sasuke's entire appearance changed as he applied level 2 of his curse seal. Sasuke, Naruto's eyes were sad and disappointed to see his friend deteriorating even further. "Naruto, I am feeling much better." Sasuke laughs. "There's nothing to stop me now, Naruto. Everyone on this planet seek power no matter what case. Even by becoming the best. You yourself see power. Did you not wish to become the best Hokage and the strongest of the Leaf Village?" Naruto just glared at his friend without saying anything. Even in his curse seal 2 form, Sasuke retained the pride of the old Sasuke Naruto knew, stubborn and all. "Naruto, give up. I'm not going back to Konoha. I have made up my mind not as a ninja but as a human being. I am not giving up. I will have my revenge for what Itachi did to me, what he did to my family." Naruto closed his eyes and grinned, saying, "I know you must have promised Sakura that you would bring me back. Only you could make a promise like that and keep it. Even now, when I tell you to give up on me, I know you won't stop. Naruto, I'll ask you this and only once as your teammate and as your friend." Before shouting out his attack, Chidori, Sasuke makes a few hand gestures. Naruto extended his right hand, collecting his own and the air's chakra to create a purple hue. At the same moment, Sasuke and Naruto both leap into the air and yell their clashing attacks. Chidori, Rasengan, Naaarrr Rutu. Sasuke. The only real friend I've ever had is you, Naruto. I apologize that things went this way. My only true friend is Sasuke, but I will never give up. Naruto, things would have been different if we had become friends much earlier. Goodbye, Sasuke. In human form, Naruto lay on the ground. Sasuke Uchiha won this fight while he was still alive, but he knew Naruto was stronger than him and always had been. Before turning away, Sasuke gave his friend one last close look, but he stopped abruptly when he heard Naruto coughing and the young Uzumaki opening his eyes. Naruto said with a feeble laugh, "Looks like you won. You know you let me win, you idiot." "Whatever, Sasuke, when we meet again I won't stop, I'll bring you back." Naruto laughs once more. Why damn it, why won't you give up on me? You're my friend, and my brother, if anyone knows you better it's me. Naruto cracked a grin. "Farewell, Naruto," Sasuke said, grinning slightly before turning to leave his friend. He held his right arm. With his thoughts set on his course, Sasuke walked by himself while focusing on the image of Itachi. Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki's friend, has chosen his new path, meaning, "I won't fall like you did, Itachi, I won't fall into my own darkness. I will defeat you, Itachi, but in my own ninja way. I promise myself and my friend I will defeat you with my own power, nobody else." Soon after, Kakashi Hatake arrived late, as usual, saying, "I'm too late." The day that would forever alter the lives of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha came to an end when Kakashi took their headbands and departed with Naruto in his arms as the rain stopped. Now, 2 years later, the last valley. As Madara Uchiha appeared between the two friends, Naruto noticed a brief smile on Sasuke's lips before it turned to a frown. "Sorry to ruin your friendship moment. But the time has come, the final piece waits. All I need is you, Naruto Uzumaki, the final piece, the Kyuubi." "The final piece? What did you do to be? Unlike you, he wasn't much of a challenge to me. Ripping the 8 tails from his soul was easy." As the darkness around him abruptly vanished, Sasuke said, "Wait, I'll handle this." Sasuke activated his Sharingan, and Naruto saw Itachi's eyes light up as he and Sasuke joined forces. Naruto felt uncomfortable looking into the eyes because he thought something was funny. Naruto transforms back into his regular form after dispelling his Kyuubi Sage mode. For a moment, the two friends gaze at each other. The old Uchiha did nothing but smirk beneath his silver mask as Naruto ran toward Madara and yelled. Madara initially thought Sasuke was pursuing Naruto when she heard him yelling, but she quickly realized their schemes when she saw the expression in his eyes and said, "You little bastard." He used his Sharingan's power to collect the two for his Moon Eye plan by sucking them into his right Sharingan eye. Rasengan and Chidori's combined power is currently being sucked into his right eye. Madara thought it was funny that his Sharingan was behaving strangely. His right eye was being forced with chakra. The strength of Sasuke's and Naruto's attacks was the cause. Madara screamed in pain as her head exploded in a burst of exploding energy, but the black hole remained. Sakura and Kakashi screamed at Naruto and Sasuke as they were dragged into the black hole, and the hole closed up after they were devoured. Naruto was staring at Sasuke as he fell, and they were staring into each other's eyes as Sasuke fell, facing Naruto. Sasuke's and Naruto's eyes glow with the power of both light and dark. As the black fire clashed into the pool of the unknown, it shot from Naruto's eyes into Sasuke's, covering both of them. "We're brothers, Sasuke, we're brothers. You can have my light, I'll help you." The last valley. Suddenly, a black hole opened, and 2 black fires emerged. The fires circled each other before colliding. Naruto and Sasuke emerged from the 2 black fires as they collided with one another, and the black fire disappeared into thin air. The 2 ninjas were sent crashing into the earth. After colliding, they both twitch in agony. Naruto groans in agony, "Aw man, that sucked so bad." As well, Sasuke groans in agony, "Damn, that really hurt." The clash landing truly took a toll on them, and they both remain on the ground, unable to get up even if they wanted to. Sasuke, "What is it, Naruto? Are we friends again? You believe we're still friends? Always, man, you're my brother. You're an idiot, and you're a dumbass." A smug grin appeared on the faces of both Naruto and Sasuke, and as the 2 best friends laughed together, it changed from a smug grin to a chuckle to a loud laugh. However, there was a lengthy period of silence after the laughter subsided. Sasuke wished to keep the hidden leaf, Naruto out of the conversation. "I know you killed Danzo. Wasn't his death enough, Sasuke? Not all of Konoha is evil, you know that. You were born there, it's your home." Naruto slowly rose from the ground as Sasuke followed suit, saying, "I know, Sasuke, let's just forget about the past and focus on our future." When Naruto and Sasuke turned to face the 2 statues of Madara and the first Hokage, they are shocked to see that their faces have vanished. There were roughly 20 dead bodies there, all of them leaf ninjas. With a horrified expression on their faces, Sasuke rose swiftly from the ground and surveyed the area while Naruto followed suit. Naruto was unsure of the type of blade that cut and sliced each of them. However, Sasuke appeared troubled and said, "Naruto, let's go back Konoha." Naruto grinned broadly. He waited 2 years for Sasuke to say those words because he wanted them. Although Naruto wasn't sure if Sasuke had conquered his darkness or if he was currently battling it, they were once again friends. "Let's go home, Sasuke." The two ninjas returned to the village concealed in the leaves after leaving the last valley. The friendship and trust between Naruto and Sasuke will be tested in the village hidden in the leaves, as they are unaware of the new changes and the new horror that awaits them. Naruto pondered, "I wonder where Sakura-chan and Kakashi-sensei went." Glancing at his closest friend, Sasuke said, "I'm sure they're fine, Naruto. They could be waiting for us in Konoha." Sasuke and Naruto travel through the secret forest. The two noticed that the forest appeared somewhat different while they were leaping from tree branch to tree branch. The majority of the trees appeared to have been burned, while others had been blown or torn down by an unidentified force. Naruto frowned. He was aware of the force that was responsible, but it was him. There was obviously a war going on, but the forest had never been this damaged before, so something wasn't quite right. The two abruptly came to a stop. A large portion of the forest was engulfed in blue and black flames when they gazed upon it. Although Naruto had previously seen the black flames, the blue flames were brand new. They were burning continuously, consuming everything in the vast area. Naruto's question made Sasuke wonder if there were other Uchihas hidden away. "Hey Sasuke, got any ideas what this hell happened here? You sure you and Madara are the only living Uchiha left?" he asked. Blood trickled down Sasuke's eyes as he closed them. Sasuke was suddenly shielded by purple energy that rose from the ground. The energy took on the shape of a massive rib cage from the purple energy. The bones eventually form a complete upper body, with flesh covering the bones and clothing covering the flesh. Sasuke's use of Susanoo's power astounded Naruto. Glancing at Naruto, Sasuke extended his right hand and said, "Come on, stay close, Naruto." The two ninjas sprinted through the area's black and blue flames as Naruto grabbed Sasuke's hand. The black flames had no effect on Sasuke's Susanoo, but after a few minutes, he noticed that the blue flames were consuming Susanoo's armor piece by piece. Fortunately, the two managed to escape the flaming forest. The two ninjas took a brief break after Sasuke defeated Susanoo. Naruto said, "Okay, that was freaky." Sasuke concurred, saying, "The black flames are indeed the work of a Uchiha. But the blue flames, I do not know who that belongs to." The two wondered what or who was responsible for the flames. Naruto remarked, "Whoever did this wanted to make sure the hidden forest was protected. I'm pretty sure if we took the long way we could have taken days to get back to Konoha." Naruto, let's keep going. Right. The two leapt from branch to branch on the tree once more. Quicker mode of transportation than walking since the hidden forest appeared less damaged the closer the two got to Konoha. When Naruto and Sasuke saw, they both froze in place. Sasuke appeared shocked, but not nearly as shocked as Naruto. The village concealed among the leaves was Konoha. Sasuke had left his birthplace and home 2 years prior, and Konoha was very different from what he had imagined it would look like. The village was almost unchanged, but new features had been added. As a result, there was a huge, purple tower that was 100 stories high. The statues of the Hokage's faces were hidden from view by the tower. A massive steel door that exuded an evil aura had taken the place of the enormous wooden door that had been there. The steel door was connected to a spiked metal wire that ran the length of Konoha's walls. Sasuke and Naruto saw that there were guards in front of the steel door, but they didn't appear to be human. In front of the door, there were roughly two. They were about 6 feet tall and appeared heavy. They were armed with glowing swords and wore black armor that gave them a samurai appearance. Their dark helmets prevented the two ninjas from seeing their faces, so they were unable to see each other. As the two hide behind the bushes, Naruto whispers to Sasuke, "Hey Sasuke, do you think we can take them? I've never seen these guys before." Sweating, Sasuke said, "I've seen them somewhere though, but not sure where." Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching the two guards. Naruto's mouth fell open as he realized who it was. "Naruto, who is that?" inquired the Uchiha. "That's Mizuki." Naruto grinned spitefully. Mizuki was here, but why? He hasn't seen him in 2 years, and Tsunade sent him to life in prison. Why was he here and why was he out? Sasuke blinked twice. He remembered Mizuki from the Genin's days, but his appearance had changed in the past 2 years. Mizuki had a totally different appearance. His hair was longer, and he was taller than the guards. Mizuki had a long orange tail swing out while dressed as a Konoha Junin. He had tiger claws on his hands and tiger eyes. Just as Naruto was about to move, Sasuke intervened. As the two sat and observed what was happening, Sasuke shook his head and Naruto swore under his breath. The guards were being instructed to open the gate by Mizuki. As a group of people walking with chains around their hands and feet were being led into the gate by another pair of gate guards, Mizuki raised his right hand and dripped it forward as the two guards grabbed the gate's handle and tore it open. "Is that Isaribi?" Naruto asks, his eyes widening in shock. Sasuke appears perplexed because he has never heard of or met Isaribi. Yes, it was Isaribi, but she had a black collar around her neck and wasn't in chains. Isaribi performed well when Mizuki gave her a head pat as though she were his pet. Sasuke questioned, "Naruto, who's Isaribi? Explain to the Uchiha what happened." "She's a girl I met during my mission about 2 weeks after you left. We became good friends, she even saved my life twice." "What's going on here?" Isaribi was instructed by Mizuki to bring everyone to the village. As everyone followed Isaribi into the village, she grabbed their chains and pulled them. There were more than 20 people, which was enough for a small village. Naruto recognized many of the individuals as they entered one by one. However, the three individuals who caught Naruto's attention the most were the old man, Inari, and Tsunami. Although Naruto had changed their lives that day, they were now prisoners of Konoha. Naruto sensed that something was seriously amiss. "Sasuke, something is definitely not right." Sasuke acknowledged that something was amiss and that nothing felt quite right. Sasuke and Naruto emerged from their hiding place. The two ninjas found an area that was ideal for them because there were no guards there. Naruto ran towards Sasuke as he hurried to the wall, holding out his hands. Naruto stepped on Sasuke's hands and gave him the boot so he could grab the edge of the tall wall. Sasuke leapt onto Naruto's shoulders and leapt over the wall when Naruto grabbed the wall's edge. Naruto then pulled him up and leapt down. Back alley in Konoha. They now entered Konoha covertly, and they believed they were doing well because no one had yet caught them. This made Naruto sad because he had no idea what had happened to his village or how long he and Sasuke had been gone. Pulling his hands away from his face, Naruto asked, "What the hell happened to this place? Why is Mizuki here? What are those guards and why is Isaribi-chan working with Mizuki?" A look of rage struck Naruto's face. "Naruto, please calm down first. We need to find the Hokage. I am sure she can explain to us what happened." Naruto recalls that Tsunade would be aware of what was happening and could assist them in determining why Mizuki was present as well as the nature of those guards. "But I don't see the Hokage's tower, Sasuke." The Uchiha pointed to the tall tower and said, "It's still there, idiot. We need to get inside." However, all of a sudden, a bell rang. When Naruto and Sasuke heard the bell ringing for the second time, they both gasped in surprise. Naruto heard footsteps approaching the tower. A group of people were making their way towards the tower when Naruto and Sasuke peered around the corner of the back alley. They were appropriately attired, as though they were attending a ball or party. Naruto and Sasuke became interested in what was happening when they noticed that Isaribi and Mizuki were also entering the tower. Naruto gave the Mizuki a fierce look, wanting to beat the living daylights out of him once more. Naruto felt uneasy seeing Isaribi wearing that collar. Sasuke knew his friend well enough to know that Naruto was on the verge of kicking someone in the ass, but like Naruto, he was genuinely perplexed by the situation. He hadn't been home for 2 years. Had anything really changed during their absence, or was the black hole the real cause of the village's problems? Naruto could only see the front door of the tower. "Sasuke, how are we going to get inside without anyone noticing us?" he asked as 2 guards arrived and took up their positions to watch over the tower. "At first I thought you were gonna head on with flying fists. But you surprise me, Naruto. You do have a brain after all, or did you finally grow one in 2 years?" Sasuke said, his expression slightly surprised. "Look," Naruto said, "what yours, Sasuke?" The Uzumaki laughed, and Naruto grinned at his friend. "How about at least once we'll go with your type of idea, let's fight them and see what they can do." "Oh, you're thinking like me now." Sasuke sighed, shaking his head. One of the 2 guards was struck on the head by a small rock that appeared out of nowhere while they were in their position. With their backs turned in the opposite direction, draw their attention to the location of the rock. They were both destroyed when Naruto suddenly appeared with a double Rasengan. The 2 guards exploded with energy as Naruto destroyed them, and the energy shot into the air. They left the weapon and the suit of armor behind. Empty, just nothing but an empty shell. Naruto knelt down to retrieve a piece of armor. Come on Naruto, let get inside before anyone show up. Within the tower, Naruto questioned, which way did they go? There were two sets of stairs, one going up and one going down. When Sasuke activated his Sharingan, he said, "We go up." Naruto was taken aback by the sound of a woman sobbing with pleasure below, but he continued on the path in front of him. Sasuke and Naruto both headed for the tower's upper floor. The tower had something small on the outside and a lot of space inside. It was much larger on the side than the outside. The two halted the staircase's end. When Naruto looked up, he saw that the room was empty and that no one was present. Where did they go? Naruto and Sasuke asked as they emerged into the spacious room. The first thing Sasuke noticed was the upper balcony, which was a place where no one could be seen in case someone entered. There were two doors. A big golden door behind Naruto and Sasuke, and two smaller ones next to each other in front of them. In between the two small doors, there was a long, thick red pole that extended to the top of the room, but there was a glass frame on the roof of the room that contained something deep inside. It took a few seconds for Naruto and Sasuke to recognize what it was when they first looked up. When Naruto saw what was inside the glass frame that was supported by the pole, he gasped and his eyes widened in terror. He was in complete shock. Man of the World playing, Naruto Shippuden OST. There was a corpse inside the glass coffin, but it wasn't just any corpse, it was Uzumaki Naruto's. This really frightened Naruto. What the hell? Naruto kept looking at the corpse, which had no flesh on it, only bones, and the headband and outfit were gone, as was Tsunade's necklace. Lost and confused, seeking clarification. With a bewildered expression on his face, Naruto dropped to his knees. As Uzumaki turned to face his friend, Sasuke placed his right hand on Naruto's left shoulder and said, "Naruto, I don't think this is our world. No, this got to be our world, our home. What happened here? That's not me. But it looks like you." Naruto gave Sasuke a furious look, which caused him to quickly stop talking. "I'm sorry Sasuke, I didn't mean to. Ever since we came here I'm starting to feel funny." Sasuke didn't want to tell Naruto that his eyes were red now that he was displaying the Kyuubi's power, but they were initially blue before he turned to face the corpse in the glass frame. "Let's hide," was uttered as the doors suddenly opened, and Naruto and Sasuke leapt to the upper balcony just in time to see that there were 20 or more people in the group. These individuals, who were protected by their ninja bodyguards, were not merely members of the general populace, rather, they were the great leaders of numerous ninja villages and nations. Grass, Cloud, Rock, and numerous others were present, but the leaders of Suna and Mist were absent, as was Konoha Hokage, despite the presence of the Lord of the Land of Fire. Naruto had a hunch that he wouldn't enjoy this party at all, and Sasuke sensed trouble was imminent. As many Konoha ninjas arrived, Naruto noticed that none of them were familiar, instead, they were all new faces. But all of a sudden, 7 women wearing the same style of black collar that Isaribi was wearing emerged from the other side of the room, where 2 small doors had just opened. They were both dressed in extremely revealing white dresses that exposed both their breasts and asses. They all stared blankly, as though they had nothing on their minds, and these women certainly did. Sakura, Hinata, Ino, Tamari and Tenten, Isaribi, and more recently, someone Naruto had never considered seeing again, Konan. Yes, Konan was there, looking stunning like an angel, but why was she here? Gurei playing, Naruto Shippuden OST. However, after the 7 women Naruto knew emerged, they turned to face each other and then bowed their heads as 2 more individuals emerged from the room. The final 2 individuals genuinely shocked and surprised both Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke Uchiha and Kushina Uzumaki, the mother of Naruto Uzumaki and the spouse of Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, were the 2 individuals who recently surfaced. Sasuke and Naruto both froze in disbelief, unable to comprehend what was happening and only able to observe. However, just after Sasuke and Kushina emerged, someone else did as well. The sight of Madara Uchiha made Naruto's blood run cold. Sasuke's gaze was fixed on the other Sasuke standing next to Kushina Uzumaki. He had the same Sharingans and looked exactly like him, but there was something different about him. When Sasuke noticed the curse mark on the right side of the other Sasuke's neck, he thought to himself that it was the very thing that almost destroyed his soul. If Itachi hadn't intervened, Orochimaru would have devoured Sasuke's soul during that battle. Kushina's eyes were bright and hopeful, in contrast to the other women's expressionless ones. She disliked staring at her son's corpse, which was directly above her. The other Sasuke nodded his head and disappeared in an instant. Kushina gasped when Madara patted her on the butt while he laughed and said, "Sasuke, I'm going to Orochimaru. He said he's got a new weapon for us. I leave you to enjoy your anniversary party." Kushina muttered under her breath, "Bastard." Naruto scowled deeply and said, "Mother." Sasuke glanced down at Kushina to see the woman who had given birth to Naruto, who was now alive and a slave to this other Sasuke. Sasuke knew that anger was the key to igniting the Kyuubi, so Naruto nodded his head and said, "Naruto, don't let it get to you." However, Naruto was aware that the outcome would not be favorable. As the other Sasuke sat down on his throne, a throne chair made of snakes appeared from the ground, and the women, including Kushina, turned to face Sasuke's guest. The other Sasuke snapped his fingers. Naruto Shippuden lost loneliness playing. As Sakura, Hinata, and Temari knelt down and Ino, Tenten, Konan, and Isaribi bowed their heads to the leaders of the lands and villages as well as to their ninja bodyguards, offering their bodies to them for pleasure and displaying them as a gift from the other Sasuke, Naruto turned away from the scene. Their groans, the sound of flesh on flesh, and the sound of blowjobs were all audible. Sasuke was more powerful, and he watched in horror as these girls were reduced to such a state. Naruto closed his eyes and covered his ears because he couldn't believe what was happening. He wanted to jump down and kick some ass in order to save them. He reflected on the other versions of himself that he knew and who had faith in him, particularly Sakura, Hinata, and Kushina. Konan was the one who had the greatest faith in him. The idea of them being utilized in this way. The picture of Hinata on the day she rescued Naruto from pain reads, "I love you Naruto." Konan smiled and extended the flowers of peace to him, saying, "Nagato believed in you, so will I. I love you, Naruto." Sakura declared her love for Naruto, her eyes full of truth, her lips full of lies. Kushina gave her son a hug and said, "I love you, Naruto." She was happy that he had never hated her or Minato and was content to have her as his mother. Naruto's mind cried out, "I won't allow that to occur. Get off me, hands off." Kushina yelled at a ninja from the land of Cloud who was about to be pleased. Naruto Shippuden lost anger playing. Sasuke put his hands on Uzumaki's shoulder and said, "Naruto, don't do it, you idiot." Naruto said, "I have to save them," and Sasuke turned to see that Naruto had begun to turn red. It was a terrible moment to be going Kyuubi. After closing his red eyes, Naruto opened them using the Kyuubi's eyes. Naruto's lips and eyes were surrounded by black lines, and when he suddenly grinned, Sasuke quickly retreated. He recalled the look in Naruto's eyes from the day he had one tail. A second and then a third chakra tail grew on Naruto. As more of Naruto lost his humanity, Sasuke watched in horror. How could Naruto have appeared to be in control when he had defeated the Kyuubi and also been in sage mode? This world had an impact on him. Something wasn't quite right. Naruto looked down at his sight. Kushina refused to be touched. She was no one's toy, much less a sexy toy. When she wasn't looking, the other Sasuke got up from his throne and gave Kushina a hard backhand. The other Sasuke said, "On your knee, pleasure me." Kushina dropped to the ground, her lips dripping blood, and she was forced to bite her lower lip. "Yes, master." As the girls stopped what they were doing, Naruto leapt from the balcony and smashed his fist into the ground, creating a large hole in the floor that covered a small smoke screen to conceal himself from everyone. The other Sasuke snapped his fingers as ninjas appeared out of nowhere to save him after hearing the sound of flesh being torn and a voice saying, "I'm gonna kill you." When the smoke cleared, they saw a beast instead of a man. The beast was covered in his own blood, and its eyes were as white as light. It snarled at them, its long, lethal four tails leaking energy of malice. Kushina's eyes widened in surprise at what she saw. The other Sasuke's expression was one of extreme displeasure. When Sakura saw the red beast, she shook her head and blinked, as if the sight of it had awakened her from a dream. Sakura remarked, "It can't be." Sasuke looks down below, seeing Naruto in this Kyuubi form for the first time. Four-tailed Kyuubi Naruto was the object of everyone's attention as he stood down there. "Gah, Sasuke." With saliva dripping from his mouth, he growled, "Gah." His eyes were white with rage, and he was staring at Dark Sasuke. Naruto had undergone the Kyuubi's four-tailed transformation. Naruto and Kyuubi were both furious with Dark Sasuke because, for the first time, they were acting as a single entity because their minds were connected. Naruto and Kyuubi were cooperating, sharing their rage and hatred, and he wasn't losing control at all. Naruto appeared to be more in control based on the expression on his face. Even his own blood covered his spiky hair, demonstrating that Naruto was untouchable and impervious to harm. Naruto recalls Yamato telling him that he couldn't be impaled by Orochimaru's poisoned sword. Naruto turned to Kushina, who was staring at his lovely mother. He could see how healthy she appeared and how her mind was in order. Dark Sasuke looked at four-tailed Naruto while the Kyuubi ninja growled at him again. I don't know who you are, but you are uninvited guest. He held his right hand as though he was going to attack while his four tails waved wildly. However, the four-tailed Naruto formed a Rasengan inside his right hand, which was as red as the sun. As it shone, blinding everyone who looked at him or his Rasengan, Naruto held it up in the air. The four-tailed Rasengan flash ball's light beam blinded everyone in the room. Right there, Naruto took a chance. Then, from his chest, he launched a massive mass claw that caught Dark Sasuke and smashed him against the roof, creating a huge hole that led to the next floor. Dark Sasuke was stuck to the next room's roof when four-tailed Naruto leapt high to the next floor. After balling up his right fist, Naruto uppercut Dark Sasuke to the next 3 floors before punching him to the tower's roof, which served as the Hokage's office. A little blood comes out of Dark Sasuke's cough. Just as Four-Tailed jumped to the floor and entered the room, Dark Sasuke rose from the ground. Dark Sasuke's sound ninjas were standing right behind Naruto, prepared to battle him, but Naruto grinned menacingly because he knew he would like this. Meanwhile, in the ballroom below, there is still one left alive. Kushina asked incredulously when she saw a tailed beast. She was thankful to the tailed beast host for saving her, but there was something familiar about him. When Sakura regained her free will, Kushina turned to face her. Sakura, are you okay? Kushina approached her to check on her. Before throwing up a white liquid, Sakura held her head while she fell to her knees and gagged twice. Sakura was abruptly grabbed by the hair and told, "Hey, just because Sasuke is busy with that freak doesn't mean you're done pleasuring his guest." Kushina grinned and gave the fool an uppercut, saying, "She isn't your toy bastard." The idiot laughed as he rose from the ground and said, "So say the Uzumaki who became the Uchiha whore." Four-tailed Naruto's enraged roar could be heard as he thrashed and threw Dark Sasuke around. Whoever that guy is gonna get a surprise. Sasuke won't go down that easily, you know that for sure, Kushina. Kushina glared at the same idiot and said, "Don't make me punch your head off." Everyone was unaware that Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto's brother and best friend, was standing above them, saying, "Naruto, couldn't you just wait it out? What do they mean when they say, Sasuke won't go down easily unless..." Susanoo. It even hurt Sasuke to see Sakura used in that way because he never imagined using her that way, even though he was on the verge of killing her and Kakashi a few days ago. Sasuke wondered if he had really turned into a monster. And if it weren't for Naruto's light, this Dark Sasuke would have been born. Sasuke made the decision to fight alongside Naruto above them, but he had to make sure no one saw him. Suddenly, though, there was a loud clash noise and the sound of someone being blasted through the walls. "Sakura, I'll be right back." Kushina bolted to follow where the battle was now taking place. Due to Kushina's departure, Dark Sasuke's guests disregarded Kushina's warning and proceeded to approach his women. With a muttered curse, Sasuke reached into his back pocket and took out a snake mask. Sasuke put it on and leapt from the balcony between Dark Sasuke's defenseless servants. With his sword extended, Sasuke declared, "Lady Kushina's wish is Sasuke's wish." This is decided to be resolved at a later date by the land and village lords, another time then once Sasuke is done with his rude guest. In the meantime, Dark Sasuke and Naruto. Four-tailed Naruto grabbed Dark Sasuke by the throat, threw him skyward, and gave him a super punch to the gut, sending him hurtling through Konoha's streets. A roaring power filled Naruto's world as he let out ferocious battle cries. Naruto used a high jump to soar through the air, smashing his food as he reached Dark Sasuke. Naruto repeatedly beat him with his hands and knocked him down, but everything came to an end when he delivered his last blow. To Naruto's surprise, a hand appeared out of nowhere and caught his lethal blow. It was Dark Sasuke. A black shield of chakra, which assumed the form of Susanoo, encased Dark Sasuke. Naruto was a little taken aback to discover that Dark Sasuke possessed this ability. Naruto grumbled, "It's been a very long time since someone tried to assassinate me. Whoever you are or where you came doesn't matter. Soon the world will be under my control." The Uchiha clan will return and the world shall bow down to its will. Dark Sasuke chuckled. When Naruto turned back to Dark Sasuke, a strong blade cut struck four-tailed Naruto. He heard Kushina's voice, "Run," and turned to see Kushina scouting out to him from the rooftop of a building. When Susanoo's blade managed to pass through Naruto's blood acid shield, he roared in agony. His own acid blood was gushing from Naruto's chest. Naruto was prepared to use his strong ball attack on Dark Sasuke, but Dark Sasuke just grinned. Naruto had a plan, so he opened his mouth wide and collected chakra energy from both Kyuubi and Naruto. Naruto was cautioned by Kushina, "Don't. You won't win." Jinchuriki playing from the Naruto Shippuden OST. After combining the two types of chakra inside himself, Naruto uses his powerful strong ball attack to blast his attack. Dark Sasuke immediately bounced it back using Susanoo's powerful shield. After being struck by his own blow, four-tailed Naruto let out a cry of pain. Naruto used his own arm to defend himself after the smoke cleared, but fortunately for him, Kyuubi and Naruto were working alone, so it didn't take long for Naruto to grow his right arm. There was something strange about this Sasuke. He wasn't winning this battle. There was not a single cut, wound, or burn on Dark Sasuke's skin, even after he had been defeated, killed his Sound Ninja's bodyguards, and blasted with his chakra attacks. Kushina followed him, and when he returned to his normal form, end his life. The thing I need is a clone of a Jinchuriki becoming a pain in the future. Kushina bit her lower lip, hoping that Naruto would be the one to put an end to it all. Yes, master. As Dark Sasuke made his way back to his tower, Kushina set out to pursue Naruto while the four-tailed Kyuubi host fled somewhere in Konoha. Sasuke's tower in the dark. When Dark Sasuke returns, he finds a snake-masked ninja brandishing a sword, seemingly defending his servants. When Dark Sasuke noticed that his guests had left, he asked the masked ninja, "Where is everyone?" The masked ninja said, "They left, speaking off, finish off later." "Did you take care of the unwanted guest?" Dark Sasuke grinned and said, "Kushina is taking care of him." "You believe she can do it?" The masked ninja frowned behind his mask. "She can do as this isn't the first time she killed for me. Once she returns I will enjoy using her again. You may return to your post." Dark Sasuke laughed and snapped his fingers as the women turned to face him. Sakura was easily subdued once more. The masked ninja remarked, "They follow you so easily. Of course once you break their will. Giving them slave collars and one look into my Sharingan, they're my puppets." Dark Sasuke entered the room known as the chamber room, through the tiny door, followed by the ladies. "I wonder how Naruto is doing." Alongside Naruto elsewhere. Naruto was still in his four-tailed Kyuubi form, but he sensed that he was losing control of it. This cut not only hurt him but also depleted a significant amount of his chakra. While at the ninja school, Naruto noticed that the tree with the swing was still standing. Naruto dropped to one knee and approached it. Naruto turns to see Kushina with a kunai in her right hand behind him. Since she was obviously his mother, Naruto didn't even bother to snarl at her. Kushina had a very dejected expression in her eyes. Was she feeling sorry for him? He was unsure if he was aware that she was unaware of his identity. Naruto crashed to the ground and was just about to dispel his form when he said, "I'm not going to hurt you, let me help you. If you stay in that form you'll die. Trust me, I've been through that before. The power is great but the longer you stay the more your soul will be lost." Suddenly, someone appeared and threw a black coat over him to keep Kushina from seeing him. "Who are you and what have you done to my friend?" Sasuke asked, approaching Kushina while still concealing his face with his snake mask. "I have done nothing. Your friend is brave to take Sasuke on, especially in that form. He is a Jinchuriki, but what beast?" Kushina became increasingly curious. However, with his sword aimed at her, Sasuke said, "That is none of your business. Leave here and return to your master." "Master? Like that ungrateful Uchiha brat is my master. What kind of person kills his god brother and rapes his godmother with the corpse of his god brother in his presence?" Kushina scouted, her eyes suddenly filled with unbearable rage. Sasuke quickly retreated after learning what Kushina had told him. With tears streaming down her cheeks, Kushina said, "I'm so sorry, Naruto. I'm so sorry. Mommy has been a bad mother. I should have done something. I should stop him." Kushina slapped his hand away from her just as Sasuke was about to touch her right shoulder. "Don't touch me," yelled Kushina. "I'm sorry. Tell me what happened." "Why should I? You know the story, everyone does. Because of me, all of this happen? I don't know the story either, does my friend. We are not with Sasuke. Sasuke was genuinely curious about what had happened to the world. Why has everything changed, and why was it so dark? It all began when my son Naruto tried to save his god brother Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke was kidnapped by Orochimaru's men. Naruto tried his best to save him, but he was killed by Sasuke's hands. Sasuke went mad, he killed Orochimaru's ninjas, he returned to Konoha with Naruto's body. The memory of that day made Kushina shudder. My heart was broken. I lost both of the ones I loved. Minato gave his soul to save my life, he took the Kyuubi down into himself and sealed the rest into Naruto. I've never been so sad in my life. My son was dead and there was nothing was going to bring him back. At first I pity Sasuke, he was controlled by Orochimaru. Makoto still had her son and I had none. One night Sasuke came to me. He wanted me to forgive him for killing Naruto. Kushina gazed at the pitch-black sky. Kushina was simultaneously sad and angry. I forgave Sasuke. He kissed me, he told me he promised Naruto to make me happy. I made love to my godson. I betray my love for Minato only to forgive my godson. I felt so dirty, so dirty. I wasn't a mother anymore, I was just a woman. Sasuke met Madara a year later. Madara told him the real reason why Itachi murdered the Uchiha, only leaving his mother and Sasuke alive. That was the day how it all started. One by one the women that loved Sasuke fell into his hands. Sasuke. I didn't know what he was planning. I came home one day and found Sasuke. He was, Kushina was grinning with rage. Sasuke really wanted to know, so he asked Kushina, what was he doing? He was raping his mother. He raped Makoto right in front of me. Sasuke's clones attacked me, he tied me up and forced me to watch him fuck his mother. He soon came for me, he raped me as well, more than he did to Makoto. I won't be surprised if he's fucking her as we speak. That dirty bastard, how could he do such a thing to your own mother and godmother? Sasuke paused behind the mask, his eyes widening in disbelief at what this dark Sasuke was capable of. He shared his belief in Madara, but he elevated everything to a new plane. He sexually assaulted both Kushina and his own mother. Where is Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, where is she? Why did she let this happen? Asked Sasuke. Kushina burst out laughing, saying, Tsunade. She left the moment Naruto was brought dead. I should have joined her and Shizune. Why didn't you just kill Sasuke? I should have, but I didn't, I couldn't. At the time I saw him as my godson. He was Naruto's best friend. I promised Naruto to treat Sasuke as my own. I promised my boy one day I shall avenge him. That was 3 years ago. I was waiting for the right moment, but every time I had my shot, I just couldn't do it. I saw Naruto. I saw my boy in his eyes. So are you going to be his slave forever? Just because you see Naruto in his eyes? Sasuke was upset for no other reason than to feel frustrated with Kushina. What do you think Naruto is thinking of you now? How his mother become nothing but a whore to his so-called best friend? You can't live like this forever, Kushina, do something before it's truly too late, he hasn't broke your will. Kushina looked at Sasuke. Who are you and why do you care so much? You act as if you knew my son. You're just a nobody. Do you have any idea how I feel to see my home fall? To see the girl who was going to marry my son become used by Sasuke and his men. Kushina yelled. You had the chance to act, you had your shot. You screw it up, you're not Naruto's mother, you're just a worthless. Before Sasuke could complete his sentence, Sasuke was struck in the face by Kushina's punch. The instant Kushina's right fist struck the mask, it cracked. Sasuke collapsed to his knees after colliding with the wall. When Sasuke looked up, he saw that Kushina was encircled by a strong chakra aura. Kushina was prepared to finish him. I dare you to say those words. I dare you, I double. She exclaimed. Because Kushina promised Naruto and herself that she would put an end to Sasuke's life and free everyone that Sasuke caused pain and suffering, his will was not broken. Kushina was ready to deal Sasuke the final blow when she pulled back her right fist. Suddenly, though, someone caught Kushina's fist. Even though the cloth was still covering his head, Kushina turned to see that it was Naruto. The cloth fell off Naruto, revealing himself to Kushina. Stop. This is not going to help, Kushina. I am sure Naruto would not want to see you suffer anymore. Kushina's shocked eyes enlarged. Kushina dropped to her knees and covered her mouth with both hands. Oh my god, this can't be. Naruto, you're alive, my boy is alive. Sasuke's snake mask disintegrated as Naruto attempted to reassure Kushina, saying, Kushina, calm down, it's okay. Sasuke's face caught Kushina's attention. She was going to beat the living hell out of him. Holding Kushina's arms, Naruto says, "Calm down, Kushina. Calm down, he isn't the Sasuke you know." Showing Kushina his neck, Sasuke says, "No curse mark." For now, Kushina has calmed down. Kushina turned to face Naruto and gave him a firm hug, refusing to let go for even a moment. However, considering everything she had done for Dark Sasuke, Naruto refused to let go of her even though she didn't deserve his warm embrace. Instead, he held her close to him. Kushina sobbed into Naruto's chest, saying, "I forgive you, Ka-san. I know your Naruto have forgiven you as well, it's not your fault, I know I felt it." Naruto gave Sasuke a vicious glare. Sasuke's gaze shifted to the floor. "I'm sorry what I said, Kushina, where I and Naruto are from. Both of our parents are dead. We grew up as orphans. I'm sorry, forgive me, and I'm sorry if you hear me disrespecting Kushina, Naruto. The primary issue was this sinister world and the Sasuke of this world. Sasuke, we have to deal with this problem. This, Dark Sasuke, is going to be a big problem. Kushina, please tell us more. In order for us to help you and save everyone, you'll have to help us. Tell what happened to everyone else, what happened to the rest. Where's Kakashi-sensei, Yamato, Neji, Lee, even Kiba and Shino, Shikamaru and Choji, what happened to them? Kakashi, Yamato, Neji are alive, they escaped during the takeover. What of the rest of them? Kiba, Shino, Shikamaru and Choji are alive, but they're being held in Sasuke's prison below the tower basement. I begged Sasuke to spare their lives. Shikamaru has a plan, but he needs more ninja, more help. I secretly deliver the letter to Gaara, but send Temari and few men, but Sasuke caught on and broke Temari during the fight. Gaara told me he was coming, but that was a month ago. What of Lee?" With a heavy silence, Kushina responds to Naruto's query, "Kushina, you didn't." "I didn't. Lee died during the takeover. Out of all, Lee was so close to kill Sasuke." "Alright Sasuke, we need to go and find Gaara, he can help us." "Wait, I know someone else who can help us. Go to the village hidden in the rain. Tell him Konan send you. He will know what to do." Naruto scowls and asks, "It's the Akatsuki, isn't it?" Kushina nodded. "But not the Akatsuki Madara's controls. Madara has a new Akatsuki here in Konoha. The old Akatsuki will help you believe, so everyone wants Sasuke and Madara's head badly." Naruto pleaded with his otherworld mother, "Kushina, come with us." Kushina nodded. "I cannot. If Sasuke knows I'm missing, he'll send the Akatsuki. I will be captured again and he'll kill the both of you. Please, you must leave and bring back help, please. You're our only hope to end this hellish nightmare, please." Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances while nodding their heads. Before he and Sasuke left Konoha to find Gaara and the elderly Akatsuki, Naruto gave Kushina a final embrace. Kushina nods her head and says, "Kushina, please promise me not to fall. I don't want to lose you again." Kushina's gaze turned into a glare as she turned to face Sasuke. Even though he may be a different Sasuke, he still has his voice, face, and eyes. "Come on Sasuke, we have a village to save." Sasuke trailed behind Naruto as he leapt from tree to tree in the Konoha forest. Because Naruto was running while utilizing his Sage Mode abilities, Sasuke was unable to keep up with him. "Naruto, wait up." Naruto continued pushing without listening. "Tisk." Sasuke scowled as he closed and reopened his eyes. Sasuke threw a kunai at Naruto, but it missed him by an inch. With a serious expression on his face, Naruto paused and turned to face Sasuke. Sasuke said, "Slow down, I can't keep up." Smirking, Naruto said, "Funny, I always was the one trying to keep up with you." "Slow down, Naruto. There's a big difference between us in power. Your sage powers make you faster than you normally are. You have nature on your side." Sasuke couldn't help but smirk back at Naruto. "And you have your brother's Sharingan, don't you? You have awakened your Uchiha bloodline. You're smarter than I am." "But together we are," Naruto asked inquisitively, "unstoppable." Sasuke nodded. "No, we are a team. Naruto, I know you want to save this world's Kushina and Sakura. You want to rescue everyone you cared. But this isn't your world, Naruto. You can't save everyone. You just don't get it, do you? Why do you think I never gave up on you, Sasuke?" Naruto nods and asks, "You believe I could have a chance?" As painful as it is to say, Sasuke was right when he said, "But Naruto, this dark world is different. You won't get everything just by being yourself. One wrong move can get yourself killed, then who would save them?" Naruto clenched his fist and gritted his teeth in rage. That look in her eyes, Kushina's eyes, and Sakura's eyes. They lose hope. I saw it, their light is dying. I saw nothing but darkness slowly consuming them. I know Naruto, I know. As he considered Kushina, Sakura, Hinata, and Konan as Dark Sasuke's pets and slaves, Naruto felt powerless. I hate it. I hate that look in their eyes. How could this happen? Didn't anyone else in this world could stop Dark Sasuke? How could the world fall to this dirty form? My world, our world is beautiful, filled with light and hope. Sasuke approached Naruto and placed his right hand on his shoulder. I thought by letting myself fall into darkness, I thought I could find my light. But now I know you are the light, Naruto. You're my brother, you said so yourself. I was wrong, Naruto. I was the idiot, not you. But now we can't stand here and feel sorry. If we don't do anything about it, this world will truly fall into hell. And worst matters, Kushina lost her strength and had Dark Sasuke broke her. He broke Makoto. She may be his mother, but she is also my mother as well. Don't think you are the only one suffering, Naruto. Sasuke's new Sharingans combine with Itachi's. Naruto wipes away his grief. Yeah, you're right. Sasuke, don't hold it against me, but when we get back, I am going to kick Dark Sasuke's ass. You and me both. You have no problem killing yourself. That's not me, Naruto. That's not me. Returning to Dark Konoha, Dark Sasuke's room. While Sakura, Konan, Temari, Hinata, and Ino were sleeping on his bed, Dark Sasuke was sitting on the edge of his bed. Dark Sasuke remembered the monster that had attacked him at the party after he had finished mating with them. Suddenly, Dark Sasuke began to cough, and his coughing got worse than usual. Damn it, I have competed it before, that damn fox's curse gets me. Thinking you can kill me like this? Dark Sasuke said, noticing blood in his right palm. As Kushina entered the room, the doors to his chambers opened wide, and she knelt down to Dark Sasuke. Kushina lied and said, the beast is dead. Dark Sasuke grinned. Good, now tell me, have you found any other fools who tried to assassinate me? It hurts Kushina to call him that every time, so she shook her head and said, no, Sasuke, Sasuke-sama. Dark Sasuke grinned and spread his legs wide so Kushina could get a clear view of his penis. Now you missed out on the fun, but I believe a good tit job will do. With a defeated sigh, Kushina undressed and pressed her breasts together. Dark Sasuke groaned with pleasure as the stunning busty red-haired Uzumaki gave her a tit job, pumping her breasts between Dark Sasuke's penis. It still surprises Kushina that Naruto has returned to this world, especially with another Sasuke to save her and everyone else. Dark Sasuke pumps his hips forward, grabs her hair, and presses his penis into her mouth. Kushina had no choice but to follow his instructions until Naruto and good Sasuke returned with assistance, and she knew that Naruto would honor his promise. Inside Kushina's mouth, Dark Sasuke said, swallow it. Kushina spat out his sperm instead of swallowing it. Kushina's right cheek was reddened by Dark Sasuke's slap across her face. Bitch, you forget you rules this village. Don't forget it's your fault all of this happened. Making love to your own godson, how low can you go, Kushina? Sasuke grinned. Kushina yelled at Dark Sasuke, you came to me, you begged me to forgive you, have you not forgotten? None of that matters how it started. You did nothing, you have much chance to kill me yet you did nothing. Dark Sasuke chuckled. Under her breath, Kushina said, you will die. What was that? I said you will die, shouted Kushina. That chance, you think Gaara will come and stop me? I raped his big sister and I'll rape her again. You think he can stop me, stupid bitch? He chuckled. Dark Sasuke turned to see the soft voice say, Sasuke-kun. Hinata Hyuga was the one who had just awoken. When will Naruto-kun come back? You promise he'll come back? Asked Hinata. Dark Sasuke grinned as he stroked. Soon, very soon I'll bring Naruto back. For now you do as I said and I'll bring Naruto back, Hinata, just for you. Now since you are awake, would mind opening your legs for me? It will help me bring Naruto back. Kushina snarled at Dark Sasuke for making hollow promises, particularly to the most charming and kind girl in Konoha. As Hinata Hyuga spread her legs wide, allowing Dark Sasuke to fuck her right then and there, Kushina turned away. Please, Naruto, return safely. Returning with Sasuke and Naruto, bridge of path. Traversing a massive bridge that leads to the Suna Desert and the village hidden in rain. Naruto questioned Sasuke, which path should we go? Naruto, I don't, wait, I hear that. Sasuke uttered as both Naruto and Sasuke remained silent upon hearing the sound of nothing. According to Naruto, I hear nothing. I know. Sasuke remained vigilant. A voice yelled, "Bombs away, bitch." Naruto and Sasuke looked up to see a gigantic dragon destroy the bridge they were standing on. Sasuke and Naruto leapt over the dragon and crossed the bridge to the opposite side. Naruto and Sasuke recognized the voice and said, "Well, look at what we got here." Wearing a ripped Akatsuki coat, it was Deidara of the Akatsuki. He didn't have his eye patch over his right eye, so his blonde hair was loose. Deidara gave Sasuke a deathly angry look, but then he turned to face Naruto. Deidara's shocked eyes enlarged. Deidara said, "No fucking way. It can't be, is that you, Naruto?" Naruto appeared perplexed. "It's me, Deidara. Don't you remember me?" Deidara asked, his joyful smile vanishing in an instant as he realized what was happening. Deidara's fists tighten as a lot of blue glow surrounds his body. "Bringing Naruto back from the dead to fuck with us, huh, Sasuke? I don't fucking think so. I'm so gonna bomb the living shit out of you, Uchiha. You took Ino away from me, you failed to kill us." "Deidara, wait." A fresh voice interjected. Kakashi Hatake was there when Deidara turned to look behind her. "What is it, Hatake? I'm about to kill the Uchiha." Hatake said, "That isn't Sasuke." Sasuke and Naruto turned to see someone standing on the bridge's overhang. Former Team 7 leader and Minato Namikaze student Kakashi Hatake did not appear to be doing well. His left arm was amputated. His eyes were both Sharingan, and his clothes were ripped. "Kakashi-sensei," said Naruto. The soundtrack to the second Naruto Shippuden film features Byakuya playing. "It's been years since I've been called that. Naruto, it's good to see you again. I know you are not our Naruto, are you?" Kakashi grinned behind his mask. "How do?" Kakashi leapt over to Deidara's clay dragon and said, "I follow you, ever since you escaped Konoha. Come, Gaara wants to see you." Deidara let them ride. "I understand Naruto, but not the Uchiha. He's different." "No, he isn't. He's still the same bastard who raped my Ino-chan and broke both of my arms." Deidara grinned angrily and growled. "Kakuzu, fix your arms, you can use them. This Sasuke doesn't have the curse mark. We need them, think Deidara. The quicker we get more members, the more chance we go and save Ino and the others." Deidara murmured under his breath. "Tell them to hurry up or I'll leave them." Grassland. Secret underground cavern. "Gaara, we have returned and we have guests. You're not going to believe who they are," Kakashi said. Sasuke took a single step toward the cave's entertainers. The ground materialized, grabbing Sasuke by the feet and pulling him down until it stopped by his shoulders, exposing his neck. "Sasuke!" yells Naruto. Naruto turned to see Gaara of the desert emerge from the shadows, asking, "That voice, is that Naruto?" With the exception of his hair growing longer and stopping at his shoulders, Gaara's appearance was identical to that of Gaara in Naruto's world. Gaara said, "We have much to talk." A new voice said, "Indeed." Naruto said, "Pain." The Akatsuki leader Pain was standing in front of him. "Naruto Uzumaki, you are alive, brought back from the world of the dead. Let's talk. I send by Konan. After an hour." And that's what happened. Naruto tells Pain, Kakashi, and Deidara, explaining how he and Sasuke arrived in their world and what transpired upon their arrival in Konoha. Pain briefly glanced at good Sasuke before continuing, "He's having a party and half of the village's leaders were there. So Konan has been captured. I was afraid of this. We need to go now before it's too late." "Yes, Grass, Cloud and Rock were there as well, the Lord of Fire," Naruto replied. Naruto asked Pain, Kakashi, and Gaara, "Where is Tsunade, Jiraiya?" "Tsunade's location we have. Jiraiya, however, Jiraiya we have Jiraiya, he is with us. Do you wish to see him?" Naruto was asked. "Yes." Naruto nods. "After this we find Ba-chan and go and save Konoha." "Are you sure, Naruto? Sasuke has many allies on his side," Kakashi responded. Naruto was grinning deeply. "Uzumaki, Uchiha, Gaara, Hatake, Pain, Deidara and the rest of the Akatsuki that stayed. I believe this will be enough to take back Konoha. I'm taking my home back and there's nothing will stand in my way from saving my loved ones." "Naruto, rethink we need," Naruto interrupted Kakashi. Naruto yelled at Kakashi, "No, if we stand and do nothing, that bastard will broke everyone's will. I will not lose this Konoha or any Konoha. I will not lose everyone I care about. Not after I work so hard to gain everyone's respect. It doesn't matter if you're from my world or not. I am Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the 4th Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki. I was chosen to be the one who will free this world of hate and suffering. And that's what I'm gonna do. I will not fail." Naruto's eyes changed to the Kyuubi's eyes. As a ninja, Naruto Uzumaki was a man of his word. Even if things seem hopeless, he would never give up and would never submit to anyone or anything. He would never break a promise. You heard him, Kakashi. Sasuke grinned. He has made up his mind and so have I. I've made a lot of mistake in my world. But here I never thought of doing an evil thing, this dark Sasuke. This is the darkness Naruto wanted to stop from being born within me. I don't want you to forgive me or like me, I just want to help you beat this dark Sasuke, even if it means killing him. If you or Naruto or even Kushina can't kill this dark Sasuke, then. With his katana drawn, Sasuke declared, I will gladly be the one to end his life even if it means to end my own. Naruto looked worried and said, Sasuke, don't. Sasuke nodded. Naruto, you believe me and I never believe in you. If you can't do it, allow me to end it by myself. I made this darkness in my own heart. It was because of you I am back being myself. Allow me to do thing as myself, the real Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto nods his head slowly. All right, Sasuke. But only if I can't do it, I am unable to. But don't think you are the only one who wants to rip that bastard to pieces. Naruto entered the rear of the hiding place and said, now, if you don't mind, I'm going to see Jiraiya. Naruto, Pain said, capturing Naruto's interest. Yes, don't kill him. I won't, he's my teacher and godfather. But I want to know why he didn't help Kushina. I don't want to hear he didn't know or he wasn't there when it happens or it was too late. If he does, Jiraiya, tell me that I'll make Ba-chan's punches seem like love taps. Naruto looked away as Kyuubi's gaze didn't out. Sasuke sighed, this world is truly dark. Kakashi said, and you two are two lights in this dark world. Seems so. Sasuke scowled before turning to face the other way and asking, where's Itachi Uchiha of this world? Itachi is dead, he died before he could settle his fight with Dark Sasuke. Sasuke was told by Pain. Do you have his body? Is his eyes there? Yes, why do you ask? Pain asked inquisitively. Speaking, Gaara said, Sasuke Uchiha. When Sasuke turned to look behind him, a large wave of sand was racing in his direction. The Akatsuki cave was forced to evacuate Sasuke. Sasuke activated his Sharingans and said, what the hell, Gaara? You may not be the same Sasuke who took Temari's innocent and made her a slave. But I will not allow you be a part of this mission unless you know what it likes to feel the lost of this world. Gaara looks at Sasuke. What are you talking about? Fight me and you will see the suffering of this world, the wrath of my sands. Other locations in Konoha. Dark Sasuke's tower underground. Dark Sasuke descended to his tower's subterranean section, where Orochimaru conducts his experiments in solitude. When Dark Sasuke arrived, he noticed a massive glass tube in front of him. It is almost ready, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru grinned. Good. With a smile, the snake ninja said, remember our deal. Of course I shall give you my firstborn child. I still can't get Kushina pregnant, my sperm keep dying before it can reach her eggs. Sasuke sighed. However, Sasuke began to cough violently and blood spurted from his mouth, but he shook it off. Orochimaru approached the glass tube and grinned at his most recent experiment, saying, of course, her body once holds the Kyuubi. I believe some of the Kyuubi's DNA has left a mark on her. Keeping her from having a child by anyone but my new experiment will fix that. A teenage girl, blonde and nude, with whisker marks on her cheeks, was inside the glass tube. Yes, this will be just the thing to break Kushina's spirit completely. Sasuke avoids Gaara's assault attack by swerving to the left and right in an attempt to avoid getting trapped in her sand. It was visible to Sasuke in Gaara's sea green eyes. Sasuke avoided Gaara's blows while doing his best not to retaliate. Sasuke could see that the Gaara in this gloomy world lacked the speed and concentration of the Gaara in their world. Perhaps as a result of Temari's fate and the fact that Naruto was dead. Sasuke attempted to make fun of Gaara in order to see how skilled she was. Come on Gaara, you can do better than that, they said. Something inside Gaara snapped when she saw Sasuke grinning. Sasuke noticed it inside Gaara's. Sasuke immediately retreated 10 feet from Gaara, thinking he was going to launch a sand base attack, as Gaara clapped his hands together and his turned completely white. Gaara exclaimed, taste the power of the sand. As the wave was directed towards Sasuke, a sizable sand wave rose up beneath Gaara. Sasuke moved swiftly, slicing through the sand with ease with his sword. However, the wave of sand that he had severed swiftly reconnected and assumed the shape of two enormous hands. Sasuke closed his eyes as he glanced back, his eyes glazing in horror. However, nothing occurs, no harm is caused, and nothing hurts. The enormous sand hands come to a halt as Sasuke opens his eyes. Now you how I and Naruto felt helpless and alone. Sasuke, I know your clan were slaughtered by your brother. But unlike you, Naruto and I barely had a family to love us. Naruto only had his mother, he never had his father, and I never had a mother nor the love of my father. Gaara turned to the Uchiha. Gaara paused and averted her gaze, saying, don't think you're special because happened to you. Remember that, and if you betray this Naruto, I will kill you. Sasuke was gasping with a fear he hadn't experienced in a very long time. Not since his conflict with his world's Deidara. After leaving Konoha, Sasuke recalled how much of a jerk he was, even in combat. Gaara had reminded Sasuke of the taste of defeat, which he had almost forgotten. Gaara glanced over Sasuke's right shoulder as he scowled and said, Gaara. Gaara said, what is it, Uchiha? Don't look down at me because I look like him. Sasuke snarled at the sand ninja, saying, you don't just look like him. You are him. Sasuke protests, that's not true, that's not me. You tried to not look at from your view. But you have his face, his eyes, his blood, his jutsu. You are him. This Naruto drove you away from that path. But I still worry that you may return to that path. As I said before, I will kill you if betray not only Naruto but us as well. Sasuke Uchiha of my world raped my big sister, killed Kankuro. I have every right to hate you, Sasuke Uchiha. But if you say are you different from our Sasuke, I have yet to see it. Gaara left Sasuke to collapse, on his knees. Sasuke bared his teeth and said, I'm not him, I'm not like that sick bastard. Sasuke never imagined that he would hate himself or what he had become. Was this the way he would have turned out? If that were the case, Sasuke would not descend to such a level, even if it meant his death. As Sasuke looked up to see Deidara staring down at the Uchiha, Deidara said, I agree with Gaara. Shows you are different from him, yeah. Sasuke said, what's your story? Then he spoke, I am not sure of the Deidara of your world. I am an Uzumaki. Naruto and Kushina are my family, though I am not a pure-blooded Uzumaki. Naruto is my cousin and Kushina is my aunt. Ino was to be my wife when she turns 18. But all of that has changed. Are you waiting for me to say I'm sorry or something? Asked Sasuke. Deidara laughed. No, I don't. If it wasn't for Kakashi or pain or even the fact you brought us a Naruto, I would end you the moment I saw you. I hate the Uchiha clan. I hate every Uchiha, but there is only one Uchiha I respect. Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke said, no, looking surprised that it wasn't Itachi, but who was the Uchiha that Deidara held in high regard? Who? Makoto Uchiha. Mother, but how? Deidara explained to Sasuke, I came to Konoha looking for Naruto and Kushina. My mother had died from an illness. So I journeyed to Konoha to find my aunt and her son. When I came to Konoha I couldn't find them at the moment. So I bump into a woman who was Makoto Uchiha. She offered me a spot for her home, but I told I was looking for Kushina. She showed me the way. Unlike any Uchiha I have ever met, she was the kindest and life-loving one I have ever met. She was pure art. Another reason why I hate you, because what Sasuke did to her, her own son. If I ever get the chance to finally put that bastard down, I want him to look me in the eye right before I end his fucking life. Everyone blames Kushina for what happened. But I truly know it's Sasuke's fault all of this happened. He preyed on her weakness, Deidara said, tightening his grip on Sasuke's throat. That bastard ruined not only my life but Kushina's, Makoto's, and who knows how many others. As Deidara released Sasuke, Kakashi said, Deidara, let him go. The young, half-blooded Uzumaki left and went back inside the base while Sasuke coughed for fresh air. Even in this dark world, Sasuke was still Naruto's and his sensei, and he got to his feet as he glanced at Kakashi, his former sensei. Sasuke scowled as he realized what Naruto had been attempting to accomplish all along. Everyone hates me because of him. I can't gain their trust, only Naruto trusts me. Although Naruto had always supported him, Sasuke needed to put an end to this. The only way Sasuke can genuinely break free from the dark path is by enforcing Dark Sasuke's rule. Sasuke, I believe the only people can truly stop our Sasuke is you and Naruto. Don't let the darkness consume you as it did to our Sasuke. Naruto saved you from that path. Do not fall into that abyss again. This world needs you too. You are the only ones who has not lost their light. Kakashi said to Sasuke as he nodded. Naruto has done so much to save me, now it's for me to help him save this world. In Akatsuki's guest room with Naruto. When Naruto arrived at the end of the old Akatsuki's hideout, he was shocked to see Neji Hyuga watching over the guest room door. Neji Hyuga covered his eyes with a blindfold because he had a scar running from his eyes to his right cheek. Neji, Naruto asked, frowning deeply. Neji grinned slightly and said, so what Kakashi was true. Another Naruto has come to save our world. What happened? Naruto asked, glancing at Neji from head to toe. Neji clarified for Naruto, I lost my eyes taken they were. But now I can see more than I ever could. I couldn't protect Hinata-sama but I was able to save Hanabi the rest of the Hyugas. Hinata gave herself to save the Hyuga clan. Hinata never got the chance to say this but she, Neji told Naruto. Naruto recalled the day Hinata confessed her love for him, saying, in my world, Hinata almost died to save me. Now, it's time for me to save her. I know Neji. She loves me. Neji laughed. Jiraiya is in the room. Naruto, tell me what of the Neji of your world. Tough, brave, still thinks he's smartest ninja ever. He's no different from out. He's still one of my friends, Naruto said, giving Neji a pat on the right shoulder. The visitor room. When Naruto walked into the guest room, he saw Jiraiya sipping sake from a chair. Jiraiya was emitting a strong stench. Naruto examined Jiraiya from head to toe. She resembled the Jiraiya in his world, but she had never consumed as much sake. This Jiraiya had longer hair, filthy clothes, and red eyes from sleep deprivation. In an attempt to catch Jiraiya's attention, Naruto said, Curvy Sage, is that you? The once grape-toed sage turned to see Naruto standing in the doorway as the door closed behind him. Jiraiya rubbed his eyes to check if they weren't playing tricks on him, and Naruto took a step forward to see him. Gazing at Naruto, Jiraiya said, Naruto, it can't be. Jiraiya stepped back as Naruto took a step toward her. It's me, I'm not the Naruto you know, it's hard to explain. I need to know. Away, get away from me, don't come any closer. Jiraiya's voice carried a note of fear that Naruto could hear. What happened? Inquired Naruto. Leave me alone, forgive me, I didn't help. It's not my fault. Jiraiya continued to think he was seeing things, thinking the Naruto he was now seeing might be Naruto's ghost. Why didn't you help? Why didn't you help Konoha during the fight? Replied Naruto. Jiraiya took another sip from his bottle of sake. Tsunade left the day you died. I don't blame her, so did I, but Kushina stayed behind. Because of her, it happens. She becomes a whore to Uchiha like all the others. Naruto bared his teeth and said, don't speak of her that way. Sorry to say it, Naruto. It's her fault, everyone knows it. Jiraiya said. Oh really? Where were you? Where was Ba-chan? You two were strong and you left Konoha because of my death. The Ba-chan and Curvy Sage I know would never quit or give up. Naruto yelled at Jiraiya, his eyes briefly flushing red. It's only because of you Tsunade became the 5th Hokage. You were the very reason she stayed, Jiraiya said, taking another sip of sake. Bit by bit, Naruto's rage began to boil over. You could have helped stop it before it happened or came back to help in the fight. He thought. Orochimaru, the Akatsuki all were there helping Sasuke. They were too much for us. Beside, it wasn't my problem. I left Konoha long ago. Leaving her again was no problem. You can solve everyone's problems just because it's right, Naruto. Kushina knew that, and yet look at where she is now. At Sasuke's feet like a pet like Hinata. Sakura, I'm sorry I couldn't save them, Naruto, but the world isn't filled with flowers and butterflies. A sudden powerful blow to Jiraiya's face sent the former sage to the wall in the guest room. Couldn't save them. You couldn't save them. That's bullshit. That is fucking bullshit. You are not my sensei. You are not my godfather. You're not even worth being the sensei. Who my father looked as a hero. Naruto yelled in Jiraiya's face as she abruptly realized that the Naruto was a ghost. Naruto punches Jiraiya in the face as he launches his attack. Jiraiya was beaten, but Naruto didn't finish him, so his fists were covered in blood. When Sasuke walked into the room, he saw Naruto staring down at Jiraiya with a hateful expression. As Jiraiya coughed up blood, Naruto kicked her in the stomach and said, it's not Kushina's fault. It's yours and Ba-chan's fault for not helping. That's enough, Naruto. You've killed him, exclaimed Sasuke. Just before turning back to face the battered Jiraiya, Naruto glanced at his best friend. Naruto once more grabbed Jiraiya's throat. After I am done with this, dark Sasuke, after I free this world, I want you to say you're sorry to Kushina, to the whole Uzumaki family. Same goes for Ba-chan, both of you just former shadow of yourselves, not even worthy of being the great Sanins. You disappoint me, Jiraiya. You were my friend, my sensei. When you died I was filled with nothing but anger. But here in this world I am dead, and yet you and Ba-chan not a damn thing. I fought pain just to avenge you, and if Ba-chan were to died I would have done the same for her. Disappointed with Jiraiya and his transformation, Naruto let go of him and left. After an hour, outside Akatsuki hideout. The night was cold, so Naruto took a seat outside the hiding place. Naruto took a seat by a river. Never in his life did Naruto feel so angry. Naruto told himself, I hate this world, I hate it. Sasuke's voice could be heard saying, but we are here and must save it. As Sasuke took a seat next to Naruto, Naruto turned to see his best friend. This world is messed up. Yeah, it is, you're dead. Because they both detested this world, Naruto and Sasuke both shivered when they heard the words, and you're an evil bastard who raped my mother and even your mother. With a dejected expression on his face, Naruto said, Sasuke, promise me this. What is it, Naruto? As Sasuke bumped Naruto's right fist, Naruto extended his pump fist and said, promise me you won't turn out as Dark Sasuke. Promise me you'll be my friend, you won't betray me. Promise me we'll be brothers right until the end, back to back. I promise. Just don't get yourself killed, Naruto. But before we can go back and rescues everyone, promise me this. Yes, Sasuke. I'll help you save Kushina, Sakura, even Hinata, but promise me you'll save my mother. I want to save her, but I dare not to show my face for not what I had done in our world. But what Dark Sasuke has done to her, to everyone. Dark Sasuke have rued me, I know, even after we save everyone and beat him. I know everyone will not trust me. Promise me you'll save my mother, Makoto Uchiha. If you do that I will own you big time. Naruto looked at Sasuke with a grin. I promise, Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki never breaks his promise. Sasuke, there's one thing I want to know. Yes, inquired Sasuke. If you were already given Itachi's eyes, why do you ask if this Itachi still has his? Pain told me a while ago. Sasuke was sighing as he explained to Dark Sasuke, Susanoo, the curse seal and what others' powers. He could be given any Uchiha's eyes. Madara had his brother's eyes, so he becomes somewhat immortal. If I have twice of those eyes, if I am given Itachi's eyes again, my power will jump insanely. But I am not sure how powerful I will become, but I am sure I will be strong enough to face Dark Sasuke and the Madara of this world. I hope he doesn't have any Uchiha's eyes. A very familiar voice said, if that ever to mind I will think I would become more of the god that I am. Naruto and Sasuke turned to see a huge fireball headed their way. Sasuke and Naruto avoid the enormous fireball. The very familiar voice laughed, and Naruto and Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise at who it was. Naruto and Sasuke, so nice to see you two again. At the same moment, the two ninjas said, Madara Uchiha. Ah, you two have survived as well. So tell me, what do you think of this world? I believe it has quite the lovely touch of darkness. Madara laughed. Naruto yelled, you live, you did this. Ah yes, it is me, the Madara Uchiha you two know, and the one of the same. I must thank you for sending me to this world. I changed Sasuke so much to my fitting, and I even changed the fate the Uzumaki family. Oh, Naruto, having Kushina killed was such a waste, having her alive is so much better. Who would have thought Uzumaki women are the best in bed? Madara continued to chuckle. You bastard, I'll have your head for this. Naruto yelled angrily. You couldn't kill me together, what hope of you finishing me in this world? Madara chuckled. Sasuke would glare at Madara, his blood freezing as he said, you planned this, you used me again. You drove Dark Sasuke to do such evil things, taking over Konoha, raping Kushina and Makoto and the others. Madara chuckled. Yes, I did plan it all. But Dark Sasuke wanted to be love isn't wrong. He preyed on Kushina's weakness of losing her son, and Makoto tried her best to help her best friend. So I thought if I had Sasuke learned the truth and told a little white lie about the fourth Hokage being the who ordered the Uchiha clan's death, oh, you should had seen it. He went batshit crazy, and Kushina told you only half of what Dark Sasuke did to her, and Makoto he used them like no tomorrow. The rapes and gangbangs were only half of the good stuff. And to think everyone thinks it's Kushina's fault, but in truth it's all because of me. The peak of Naruto's rage was approaching, and he was prepared to use Kyuubi's power. But Sasuke came forward and said, Madara Uchiha. You are not worthy of being the true heir of the Uchiha. Then again, you're not really Madara. Just a Uchiha who stole the real Madara's eyes and powers. I'll take those eyes and end this nightmare you created. Madara questioned, even if it means to kill yourself. Sasuke activated his eternal Sharingans and declared, I am Sasuke Uchiha. I am a true-blooded Uchiha and I shall show you the true power of the Sharingan. Boy, you hadn't seen true power yet, Madara laughed. Sasuke activated his eternal Sharingans because this was his chance to finally put an end to Madara. I am Sasuke Uchiha. I am a true-blooded Uchiha and I shall show you the true power of the Sharingan. Boy, you hadn't seen true power yet, Madara laughed. Naruto retreated when he saw it in Sharingan's eternal eyes. Sharingan versus Sharingan, the real heir to the Uchiha bloodline. Sasuke's eyes brightened with rage at Madara. Behind his mask, Madara grinned. Fine, I'll take you on, boy. One-on-one, your little can't help you. Uchiha against Uchiha. I want to see how far a boy who loved his brother so dearly to a Uchiha who wanted revenge. The fake Madara smiled. Sasuke withdrew his specially crafted katana and said, I am that no longer. What I desire is the end your life. Naruto saw Sasuke run in the direction of Tobi, the imposter Madara. Tobi countered with a thrust kick to Sasuke's chest after dodging his dash attack. Shaking off the pain of being kicked in the chest, Sasuke steadied his position. To eliminate or weaken Sasuke, Tobi employs Grand Fireball Jutsu. However, Sasuke used his sword to stab the ground before the fireball could reach him, protecting himself from the blow with a barrier of light. Grown quite strong, if I hadn't guessed it. I could say you're strong as the other Sasuke. Then again that Sasuke is you. Tobi chuckled briefly. Sasuke was aware of Tobi's intentions and tried to enrage him in order to divert him. Sasuke lifted his sword off the ground and threw it 100 feet or so into the air. Tobi glanced up at the spot where his sword would land. Using Chidori on his right hand, Sasuke unleashed a rain of lighting knives on Tobi while a massive chain of electricity extended to his sword. Tobi has never witnessed this attack before, and his eyes enlarge in disbelief. As it rained down on him, Tobi used his arms to block. Sasuke held out his sheath when the attack ceased because his sword fit the sheath perfectly. I've never seen you use that attack before, damn Sasuke. So when you battled me in our world, you were holding back. As Naruto grinned and supported his best friend, he thought, and here I thought I was the only one holding back. Despite having minor injuries, Tobi stood there with his Akatsuki coat burned off. Under his Akatsuki coat, Tobi wore body armor akin to that of samurai. Sasuke's latest attacks caught Tobi off guard. Tobi glared at Sasuke, who wasn't scared and was prepared to take him seriously. New moves, huh? You do have some more, if not you just wasted your free shot, kid. With a smug smile, Sasuke said, no Tobi, I got a whole lot more. The fireball shot swiftly in Tobi's direction as Sasuke executed his fireball jutsu. Good, so have I, Shinra Tensei, Tobi exclaimed, laughing at the good Uchiha. Sasuke was launched 50 feet away from Tobi by a powerful force blast. To stop the unidentified force that was pushing him away, Sasuke stabbed a nearby tree. Asking himself, what the hell was that? Tobi was waiting for Sasuke to return when Sasuke ran back to where he was. As Sasuke snarls at the elderly Uchiha, Tobi chuckles lightly and asks, what took you? Tobi disappears before Sasuke's eyes and then reappears directly behind him, grabbing Sasuke by the back of his head and smashing his face to the ground. You may have new jutsu and attacks, but you are still weak. You will be always weak unless you take power like the Sasuke of this world did. Sasuke! Exclaimed Naruto. Despair from the Naruto Shippuden soundtrack is playing in the background. Naruto, don't get in my way. This is my fight, not yours, said Sasuke as Tobi smashed his face to the ground once more and lifted his head. After slamming Sasuke's face to the ground a third time and slamming his right foot down on his head, Tobi grinned behind his mask. Tobi was disappointed with this Sasuke. Not strong, not even powerful as the other. You Sasuke have wasted your life, believing that Naruto could help you, to make you strong by what? Friendship. Looked where it has brought you. Sasuke was lifeless as he lay there. Your brother truly believed you were to be a hero to Konoha. In both worlds you are nothing but a threat, a monster to others. You want your brother dead for so long, and when you finally got what you wanted, were you happy to know you killed your brother? Of course not. Your brother killed your family to save his home, but he left you alive. Sasuke remains unresponsive as Tobi continues to speak. You wanted to kill the elders for what they did your brother. In the end you wanted to even kill your best friend because he stood in your way. You tried to kill Sakura Haruno, Kakashi Hatake to reach your goal. You even wanted to destroy the very village you once called home. And now you want to undo the sins you have done. Your brother is dead, everyone hates you, there is no light for you to bathe, there is nothing but darkness for you. Toby chuckled. When Toby heard Sasuke approaching from behind, he gasped, "Are you done talking?" As Sasuke added Chidori to the effect, Toby felt his sword impale him in the chest. Blood seeped from the bottom of Toba's mask as he coughed it up. Toby looked down at the Sasuke that was lying there to see it puff up to demonstrate a log. "I know I have done a lot of unforgivable things. But one person never gave up on me. Naruto. Because of him I seen what I could have become. This world's Sasuke. Naruto saved me from that life. I know everyone will hate me, hell I can't even win their trust. But everything that has happened so far is all because of you. You destroyed 3 lives that night of the Kyuubi. Mine's, Naruto's and Itachi's. You are the beholder of my sins, you are the creator of the monster you've created. It is the way of men to make monsters, and it is the nature of monsters to destroy their makers." The background music for Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 2 features he howling and raging. As Toby leapt toward Sasuke and extended his right hand in an attempt to take Sasuke's left eye, Sasuke shook his head and Toby retaliated with a headbutt. However, Naruto suddenly appeared to protect Sasuke from Toba's assault. When Naruto struck Toby in the stomach with a Rasengan, Toby tore out his left eye. Toby was pushed 6 feet away from the two. Naruto cried out in pain as his left eye was severed. Sasuke was shocked by what Naruto had done to keep him safe. "Ughhhhh rag my eye." Naruto cried out in pain as he rolled onto the ground. "Naruto." Sasuke hurried to Naruto's side to see how he was doing. Naruto's left eye is thrown by Toby, who remarks, "Damn, got the wrong eye." Sasuke was appreciative of his friend giving up his left eye for him, saying, "Naruto, thank you." As blood seeped from his left eye, Naruto covered the left side of his face with his right hand and said, "You owe me an eye." Sasuke said, "Naruto, I need your help. I need your Rasengan, make it big, your strongest Rasengan. I have a plan, if this works we'll beat him and you will get your eye back." Naruto nodded as he formed his Rasengan with his left hand, transforming it into the Rasen Shuriken. Sasuke yelled, "Naruto now!" as Toby dashed in the direction of the two ninjas. Toby leaps high enough to easily avoid Naruto's Rasen Shuriken. At this point, Sasuke reached out to Toby with his Chidori spear, but the Chidori phase passed through Toby. Toby chuckled at the pair below. Toby yelled, "Is that your best?" Toba's eyes widened in horror as he turned to see Sasuke's Chidori spear hook onto Naruto's Rasen Shuriken and pull back. "That wasn't the plan, asshole!" Naruto cried. Toby signed a full contract with the Chidori Rasen Shuriken. Toby looks down at the two ninjas and says, "Damn you both." With the added bonus of the Rasen Shuriken effect of chakra poison, Toby screamed in pain as the combined power of the wind and electricity shocked every cell in his body. For more than 7 minutes, Toby was imprisoned inside the enormous lighting wind orb. The old Uchiha fell hard to the ground, destroying both Toba's armor and his mask. Naruto Shippuden. Background music playing, Hidden Will to fight. "We did it." Naruto collapsed to his knees, panting. Sasuke said, "Hang on Naruto, don't die on me." The young Uzumaki simply laughed, understanding that his left eye being torn out wouldn't stop him from participating in the action. Naruto nods as Sasuke rushes to where Toby fell and says, "Wait here." When Sasuke looked down, he saw a severely injured Toby on the ground. Toby looked at Sasuke. "You've done well. I have to admit, even I was surprised to see you combine your jutsu to form a powerful one. Even if I die, Dark Sasuke's plans to break Kushina's will go ease. I left my moon's eye planned with him as I die here. Sasuke, you will become like him. One day, it doesn't matter friendship or not. You can't face the facts, you like what this Sasuke has. I know you. I'm not like him. I will never become him. You failed, Toby. You will die here. But know this, Sasuke Uchiha who beat you, a true heir to the Uchiha bloodline." Sasuke bared his teeth as he stabbed Toby in the chest with his sword. "That might be true, but you can't stop Dark Sasuke. I trained the boy himself, but sadly he's dying. That's why he wants to break Kushina's will," Toby said with a chuckle before bursting into a big laugh. Before Toby met his demise, Naruto went to see him after hearing him mention Kushina. Naruto questioned, "What do you mean his dying?" "I am not sure myself, but Dark Sasuke is dying. I am not sure if it has something to do with you, Naruto, or fate. He planned on breaking Kushina's will before he dies along with the Moon's Eyes plan." And with Orochimaru's help he can do it. Orochimaru can make a new body for Sasuke once he dies. But Orochimaru have created a creature, a clone, to get the job done. Can ya guess who clone did Orochimaru created? Naruto readily understood what Tobi was talking regarding. Naruto growled and bared his teeth, saying, "That sick bastard. He's really plan on doing that. That low even for Orochimaru. I'll kill him before it can happen. I enjoy using Kushina and Makoto. I can see the look on her face when her will finally is broken. As I die know this I have won. And you have lost," Tobi said, enjoying the angry expression on Naruto's face. Tobi chuckled as his soul was finally taken by death. Naruto and Sasuke were both wearing intense expressions of rage when Sasuke grabbed his sword from Toba's corpse, cursing Tobi for his actions and making a self-promise to put an end to this nightmare. Toba's corpse came to life and leapt at the two ninjas as they turned away from it. Toba's eyes were filled with fear as Sasuke stabbed him in the chest with his sword. Tobi Uchiha's soul was permanently sealed in Sasuke's Susanoo jar by Susanoo's sword, just as Sasuke had summoned her to impale Tobi. When Toba's soul was sealed forever, his left eye Rinnegan eye and right Sharingan eye lost their colors, and his body fell where it fell. Sasuke deactivates his Sharingan and says, "Suffering eternality for your sins you have created, Tobi." Naruto grinned after Sasuke showed Tobi that he was, in fact, the heir to the Uchiha family. Naruto questioned, "Sasuke, are you going to take his Sharingan?" Sasuke placed his right hand over Toba's left eye and then over Naruto's left hand, waving it simply. "No, I have proven myself that my Sharingan has surpassed even Madara's Sharingan. I don't need his eyes. I will defeat Dark Sasuke with the eyes and power that Itachi has given me. But you Naruto, you need your eye." The Rinnegan that had once belonged to Nagato, a fellow Uzumaki, was used to replace Naruto's left eye. Naruto's left eye returned to its initial blue hue, and he blinked once. However, when Naruto blinks twice with both eyes, Nagato's Rinnegan and Naruto's blue eyes combine to form a new Rinnegan that is blue in color. Before long, Sasuke noticed red markings around Naruto's eyes, suggesting that he had entered Sage mode. Sasuke was concerned about Naruto's condition and asked, "Naruto, how do you feel?" Naruto grinned at his best friend, and Sasuke returned the friendly smile. "I feel much better. I don't know why, but I feel a surge of power flowing through me. This feeling, it feels like my Sage mode but different. I'm not sure how to say this, but I feel, strangely enough, good as new. No, better. I feel way better." Naruto glanced away from Toba's body. "Come on, we have to act, if what Tobi said is true. Then we can't waste any more time here. We need to strike now before it's too late. I'm not going to lose Kushina. I won't let that happen." "I agree, let's go Naruto, we have a village to save." Old Akatsuki headquarters. As Naruto and Sasuke told everyone what Tobi had done to them, Pain said, "So the puppet master is dead, but the puppet has taken the stage for himself. After we break Kushina's will, he's going with the Moon's Eye plan." Sasuke replied. Deidara remarked, "But Sasuke has all of the eight-tailed beasts." "Eight, so?" Naruto grinned broadly. "What?" inquired Deidara. "He doesn't have the ninth piece. If this world Naruto is dead, that means the Kyuubi died with him. I have a plan, everyone." Naruto cracked a grin. "What's your plan, Naruto?" inquired Kakashi. "I know they must have doubled up the guards since our last visit, so we must enter the village covertly. In order for us to enter covertly, Nagato, I will need your assistance in keeping Sasuke's forces occupied. I'll give you the signal to bring the large one. Dark Sasuke will seize control of Konoha tomorrow. He will undoubtedly have another festival like the one before. He will be on a large throne with the girls at his side," Deidara said, frowning. "I'm enjoying myself and the guest," Deidara said, biting his lower lip. "Sasuke usually have a Bane playing for entertainment," Gaara said. After giving it some thought, Naruto said, "We'll play, but obviously not as ourselves. This is our only chance. If we don't succeed, we'll perish. But in rescuing Konoha from Dark Sasuke, we perish. Kill Orochimaru, Kabuto, Mizuki, Dark Sasuke's willing servants, and anybody else who betrayed Leaf by siding with that bastard. You will face Kushina. She is not only his pet but his bodyguard as well." Kakuzu said. Sasuke said, "There is someone I need to find before we attack." Sasuke nodded his head, indicating that Naruto was aware of Makoto Uchiha. "Not too close, but close enough to the village. We can set up camp." Pain said, Dark Sasuke has his dark samurais on guard outside the village walls. Hey, where is Yamato-sensei, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto inquired. Soon after, Naruto heard a voice he recognized say, I'm right here, Naruto, I hear what happened, and I am willing to take back Konoha. Naruto turned to face Yamato, who, in contrast to Kakashi, had no opportunities other than the fact that his Junin vest was ripped. Naruto grinned, knowing that his scheme to retake Konoha would succeed. In the background, Two Steps from Hell, Soundtrack to Glory, is playing. As the sun sets and the moon rises, Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, Gaara, Pain and Deidara, Kakuzu, Neji, and Yamato stand together outside the former Akatsuki hideout. Neji gave Naruto new clothing, which was a combination of samurai and ninja armor. It wasn't heavy enough to slow him down, but it wasn't thick enough to keep him safe from Dark Sasuke's samurais. Sasuke discovered the katana in the Akatsuki hideout, where it had once belonged to Itachi of this world. Naruto took the sword and would use it for his own benefit. Naruto wore a samurai straw hat over his head, tilting it downward to conceal his face. Smirking, Naruto said, let's go. While Deidara rides through the skies with Pain and Neji, Yamato rides in Deidara's clay owl, and Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi run through the forest. I refuse to allow this world to descend into gloom. I'm not going to fail or lose her again. As Sasuke heard him, Naruto said to himself, I won't. Sasuke shared his friend's mission to save the world, save their loved ones, and most importantly, defeat Dark Sasuke. Konoha is 1 mile away. The guys were getting some rest in preparation for tomorrow's event, as they were all prepared to take on Dark Sasuke's forces. The end of the To Glory theme. Sasuke said, Hey Pain, there's something I wanted to ask you. Yes, Pain inquired. After a moment of looking worried, Sasuke said, Who or what are the new Akatsuki that Dark Sasuke has? They are members of the Akatsuki that betray us, Pain said, gazing at the campfire. Orochimaru, Zetsu, Madara, and several of the previously killed but resurrected tailed beast hosts. Are they powerful? Naruto inquired. I lost 5 of my 6 bodies when I last fought them, but not alone. I was able to transfer a portion of my soul into Yahiko's body after Madara killed my original body. I was fortunate that my soul was taken so successfully by Yahiko's body. Yahiko, you help me even when I'm dead. Pain grinned slightly before scowling back at him. All right, let's rest. As everyone agreed, Kakashi said, to complete this task, we will require all of the chakras in our bodies. After an hour, everyone was asleep except for Naruto Uzumaki, who was unable to fall asleep and wondered what was happening in the village, what Dark Sasuke was doing, and what terrible thing he was still doing. Without waking anyone in the group, Naruto quietly left the camp, taking his armor and sword with him. Streets in Konoha. Naruto was able to enter Konoha covertly because there was one area that the Dark Samurais were not watching over. He ran through Konoha's deserted streets until he came to the old Uchiha resident alley. When Naruto noticed that one of the houses had light, he entered cautiously but curiously, wondering who might be inside. Naruto peered at the slightly open slide door and his eyes widened in surprise at what he saw. It was Makoto Uchiha, Sasuke's mother, who was completely nude on the ground with her hands tied together, her legs chained together, and a blindfold covering her eyes. Naruto also witnessed a man using Makoto to satisfy his own lust. The man laughed with a sick smile and said, Thanks Makoto, I sure did enjoy your company. Naruto noticed that Makoto's body was trembling and heard her moan and cry. Naruto gives the man who just finished using her a glare. He opens the door unexpectedly and kills the man before he can even see Naruto's face. He wipes the blood from his face and turns to Makoto. When Makoto heard Naruto approaching her, she instantly became alarmed and exclaimed, No. No more avoiding. No more, please. I am at my breaking point. Please don't rape me, I beg you. I've given you my body. Please let me relax and be by myself, Makoto sobbed. Makoto said, How long has she been doing this, and many have already taken her by force? Naruto scowled as his stomach turned. I promise not to harm you, Makoto. As Makoto stopped crying, she heard Naruto's voice. It had been years since she had heard that voice, but she knew who it belonged to. I'm here to save you. Is that you, Naruto? But how is that possible? Makoto spoke, and Naruto unchained and untied him. He then gave Makoto his orange jacket, and Makoto took off the blindfold when she noticed Naruto's blue eyes. Makoto gave Naruto a joyful gasp and embraced him, saying, "Naruto. You're still here. You're still here." Makoto shed happy tears, and as the Uchiha mother sobbed into Naruto's chest, he couldn't help but smile. After a few minutes, Makoto didn't want anyone to know that Naruto was here and that the man who had just finished using her had left, so she took a shower to rid herself of the sperm of the numerous men who had used her today while Makoto had turned off the lights in her home. "So every day Sasuke or one of his men comes and rapes you every day?" Naruto explained to Makoto his identity and the events that have transpired since he and good Sasuke entered her dark world. "Yeah, it's been about 3 years," Makoto frowned. "However, none of them are able to conceive with me because of what Sasuke did to me. About a year ago, Sasuke stopped visiting me. I genuinely don't understand why he is attempting to conceive with Kushina. We have to leave, Makoto. I must remove you from this location." Makoto frowns and says, "I wish I can but I can't." "Why not, Makoto, too?" Naruto inquired. When Naruto noticed a tattoo of the Uchiha clan symbol on Makoto's back, she turned to face him and said, "I can't leave because of this. I almost died the first time I tried. Only the person who places it on me can remove it. This is what keeps me here and prevents me from starting a family. I'll be free if you murder Sasuke and Orochimaru." "Don't worry, Makoto, we'll put an end to this once and for all," Naruto said with a smile. "Just be careful until this is over. I suppose that will have to wait until after I defeat Dark Sasuke, even though Sasuke asked me to save you." Before Naruto could leave, Makoto grabbed his right hand and prevented him from doing so. Naruto turned back to Makoto and said, "Naruto, could you stay with me just a little longer? I haven't had the company of someone I can trust in a very long time." Naruto nods his head when he sees Makoto's lovely smile, but then her tattoo glows and she aches in agony, falling to her knees as it flashes bright red twice. "Are you all right, Makoto?" The last thing Naruto wanted was for Makoto to die, so he hoped she wasn't. Makoto turned to face Naruto and tackled him to the ground, saying, "So hot, I feel so hot." "What are you doing, Makoto?" Naruto stared into Makoto's eyes and saw lust there as Makoto unzipped Naruto's pants. "I apologize, but it's the tattoo. Every time a man is around me, it is active. It's beyond my control. I can't stop it, but I don't want to." Even though Naruto wasn't the Naruto of this world, the Uchiha single mother was crying because, to her, he was her godson and the son of her best friend Kushina Uzumaki. The last thing she wanted was for Naruto to hate her by raping him right away. "I'll ease your suffering, Makoto. I swear to Sasuke that I will always keep my word to save you." Makoto closed her eyes, grinning and shedding another tear. "I'm happy to see you again, Naruto." "Thank you." However, Makoto kissed Naruto, sensing the single mother Uchiha's lips on his own. "I wish it wasn't like this." Naruto was a little surprised when he felt Makoto's tongue inside his mouth after feeling her huge breasts pressed against his chest. Makoto broke the kiss and grinned at her godson from another planet. When Makoto saw Naruto's penis, she gasped and said, "You're big." Naruto blushed when Makoto told him this, and he let out a little moan when he felt her jerk his 8-inch penis with her right hand. Makoto also took off Naruto's boxers. As Naruto's groan grew louder, Makoto's mouth slowly pulled away from his penis and then returned it to her warm, moist mouth, tasting Naruto's young penis as Makoto bobbed her head more quickly. Naruto was unable to contain his groans. Makoto's eyes widened as she felt Naruto coming inside her mouth. "Makoto-sama," Naruto moaned as he held her head with both hands. Makoto gladly swallowed Naruto's load, enjoying the sound of her swallowing a big load after another. As Makoto lay back and spread her legs wide in front of Naruto, she said, "Naruto, please, it's been so long since I made love to someone I know who won't hurt me." Seeing that she had been repeatedly taken advantage of by people who had never shown her love or even true love, Naruto would sacrifice his virginity to help her. After all, he had promised Sasuke that he would save her, and having sex with her would help her lessen the effects of the lust tattoo. As Makoto wrapped her legs around Naruto's hips and drew him closer, she grabbed him by the neck of his t-shirt and pulled him into a kiss. Naruto then slowly pressed his middle and index fingers against Makoto's wet pussy, causing the Uchiha mother to groan as she felt Naruto touch her special spot. "Please don't make fun of me, Naruto." Makoto pleaded with Naruto to bang her, saying, "It hurts, please give it to me, please make the pain go away." Naruto nodded his head as Makoto grabbed his penis and assisted him in inserting it into her pussy. Makoto jerked her head back when she felt the head of his penis enter her. Makoto's breasts bounced as she rode Naruto's penis faster, godmother and godson mating like wild beasts. Makoto's magnificent ass pounded down as her pussy made sweet noise with Naruto's penis, and both of them were gasping and moaning as Naruto pulled Makoto upward with the gorgeous Uchiha mother on top of him. Yes, 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 Naruto, fuck me more, give me a kiss, give me more love. Makoto groaned sexually as she clutched her breasts and gave Naruto a sultry look. No, it wasn't a sultry look, rather, it was the expression of someone who had finally found someone she could love again without coercion. The wet sounds of cock and pussy thrusting together clashed as Naruto's fingernails dug into the flesh of her cheeks, ensuring he wouldn't let her go. Makoto soon stopped riding Naruto and shook her gorgeous ass at him while on all fours. Naruto thrust his penis back into Makoto's pussy, and the two of them loudly smacked against each other as Makoto felt the love pleasure replace the lustful feeling that was controlling her. Naruto hammered into Makoto's womb. As Naruto's trust grew, he started to buck uncontrollably. Makoto knew her young lover was prepared to give his seed to her womb, but she couldn't have children because of the tattoo. Despite this, the sensation of making love was far better than being forced into sex. Makoto reached out with her left hand and grabbed Naruto's left arm, keeping him close to her while he continued his flawless thrusting. Naruto clamped his eyes shut as perspiration trickled down from the side of his neck. Makoto, I. It's all right, I want it. Please, Naruto, let me feel it inside of me, Makoto pleaded. For the first time in 3 years, Makoto experienced the joy of love from someone she loved and cared for. She didn't care if this Naruto wasn't her godson. To her, he was still Naruto, and he came to rescue her and everyone else from this terrible fate. The sound of their orgasm rocked them all to their core. Makoto lay on the floor, obviously exhausted, while Naruto lay on top of her, his penis still inside her, filling her womb to the brim with Naruto's sperm. Naruto removed his penis from Makoto and planted a kiss on her. As Makoto lay there, still shaken by the fact that Naruto had rocked her world as a virgin, Naruto dressed. Please, Makoto, be careful. I can assure you that it will end soon. Naruto smiled at the stunning Makoto Uchiha, who nodded her head in relief as her young love left her home, giving her hope. Be careful and good luck, Naruto-kun. Campsite. When Naruto returned, he discovered that everyone was still asleep and that one person was gone. How did it go, then? The voice of Sasuke was heard. As he instructed Sasuke to follow him to a location where they could have a conversation, on a little hill with a stunning view of the moon and its stars shining through the night, Naruto turned to face Sasuke. Your mother Sasuke was initially in trouble when I found her. She is unable to leave the village until dark. Sasuke and Orochimaru are killed, though, because I helped her. Naruto frowned as he informed Sasuke, she was given a tattoo that keeps her and forces her to give herself whenever she's around males. You made love to her, didn't you? Sasuke looked at his best friend and asked. Look, I didn't want to, but the tattoo would have, Naruto said with a guilty expression. Sasuke said, thank you. Naruto was left in the dark by his words, and a big confusion appeared over his head. Repeat that. Do you want to thank me for having sex with Makoto? Naruto appeared quite perplexed. The background music for the second Naruto Shippuden movie is Bonds. She's not my mother, at least not here, Sasuke said, gazing up at the stars. She must have been in a lot of pain, to be aware that her own son had sexually assaulted her and that her son was responsible for all of this. I want her to be happy, Naruto, so I dare not reveal my face to her. Other than Itachi, she was the only one who genuinely cared about me. She consistently assured me that I would surpass Itachi as a ninja in the future. I wish I could simply apologize to her. With a broad smile, Naruto placed his right hand on Sasuke's left shoulder and said, Sasuke, I think she forgave you. Since I believed I had no parents, I never harbored animosity toward them. However, I now know that they look out for me, and I know that your mother is keeping an eye on you. Even though you may have done bad things in the past, that is now the past. We must keep our eyes on the future. We are unstoppable together, Sasuke. Keep in mind that you are not only my best friend but also my brother. Sasuke grinned arrogantly and said, You're correct, Naruto. We'll save them all. Tomorrow we take back the village hidden in the leaves. Kushina's voice called out, Help me. Naruto followed Kushina's voice as he moved through the shadows. All that Naruto could see when he looked around was darkness. Naruto shouted, Where are you? Naruto heard Dark Sasuke say, "She is mine. You can't have her, you will never have her." He then laughed, and he heard Kushina scream. Naruto yelled, "No, get away from her, you can't have her, leave her alone." "No Naruto, help me," cried Kushina. Naruto woke up with a sweaty face and his eyes snapped open in terror. Naruto flashes his eyes back and forth between red and blue, exposing his teeth. "Naruto," Naruto said, turning to face Sasuke, who threw his katana at him, which Naruto managed to catch. "If you want to save her, let me teach you how to use a sword right." The sky is still full of stars even though the sun hasn't risen yet. Sasuke and Naruto were training together. Since Naruto had never used a sword before, Sasuke decided to teach him some tips on how to wield one and deal with a foe who might be more skilled than you. Sasuke taught Naruto some sword skills that Orochimaru had taught him during his 3 years in the Sound Village. "Naruto, never let yourself think you have the upper hand. Your enemy will trick you believing it so. Keep your eyes on the person's actions. And do not trip or drop your sword unless you know how to back up quickly." Naruto learned a few different katana techniques from Sasuke in a short period of time. When Naruto and Sasuke clashed swords, Naruto was able to knock Sasuke's katana out of his hand despite Sasuke's superior skill. Naruto was once again a quick learner. As the youthful Uzumaki smiled, Sasuke smirked at Naruto and said, "I think that should be enough for you to survive in a sword fight." When they noticed that the sun had finally risen and that a new day had begun, Naruto heard Kakashi call to them both. Since Naruto wanted to see a special someone, he asked them to wait a little while. The soul of Naruto. Since it had been a while since his last visit to Kyuubi, Naruto entered his soul. Kyuubi gazed down at its youthful host from behind its new cage. Naruto could see the demon fox grinning down at him as Kyuubi leaned close to the cage. Naruto questioned, "Why are you smiling, fox?" Kyuubi cracks a broad grin. "You are the most interesting host I have ever had, kid. You defeat that fake Madara and now you plan on taking back this other Konoha. Don't keep me in the dark, kid, I want in. If I can't kill your Sasuke, I can kill this Sasuke. He done something he should never have done." Jinchuriki's soundtrack for Naruto Shippuden is playing in the background. "And that is?" asked Naruto, raising his left eyebrow. Naruto nodded his head, recalling Kyuubi's words clearly. Kyuubi growled, "He killed us. He killed the Naruto and Kyuubi of this world. Remember that day when I told Sasuke if he killed you, he would pay? The very reason why it advised Sasuke not to kill Naruto. We Kistun may be looked upon as evil creature. But we are beast of promise. We may fool you by changing our form to beautiful women or handsome young men. But we always keep our promise. But if you ever so lie or crossed our path, you will suffer a curse unlike no other. That is what this dark Sasuke is suffering. He has the Kistun curse placed upon him. What does this curse do? Kyuubi keep telling Naruto, the curse has random effects, from killing you slowly, to give you immortality but the price of being alone forever. Or change your gender or can't allow you have children, or even death. The curse can become many different curses or one in the same. What curse the Kyuubi of this world place on dark Sasuke I am not sure, but I believe it's the no children curse. Think about it, if Sasuke has been raping Makoto Uchiha and your lady friends and your mother and my second host Kushina Uzumaki. Don't you think it's strange that neither of them have a child from him? 3 years as his sex slave and no babies, come on, think Naruto. After pausing, Naruto said, so hook on to have a child with my mother. I don't understand dark Sasuke true reason for that. But it ends today. His eyes were filled with sadness. You care so much for Kushina, even though she isn't your birth mother, but she has her face, eyes, voice and smile. Tell me Naruto, how far will you go for that woman? I'll die for her, if my death will set her free then so be it. But I won't die alone, I'll take that bastard with me before he get a chance to lay his hands on her ever again. Naruto clenches his fists, exposing his teeth as he uses a tiny quantity of the Kyuubi's chakra. Do you love her? Kyuubi asked its host, grinning before laughing. After a brief pause, Naruto says, I, of course I love her. Kyuubi waited for its host to respond, saying, no Naruto, you didn't answer me. Do you love her? Kushina is my mother in my world. She died to protect me. I only had the opportunity to meet her once. I swear to myself that I will make her and my father proud of me, but here Kushina, she has lost everything, her son, her home, her freedom, her friends. Naruto pauses as Kyuubi completes the remaining thoughts. She lost her pride. She is nothing but the Uchiha's pet and whore. No, she is not. She is not a whore. Take those words back, Fox. Naruto's eyes blazed with rage, and Kyuubi witnessed a deep rage that surpassed Kyuubi's own. Calm down, kid. I mean no disrespect. Kushina was my host. Over time I did came to liking her. I saw your cage is more room than hers. But if you don't act or grow some balls, she will be Dark Sasuke's whore if she lose her will, if her mind breaks, if she gives in. It's game over for all of us, and I knew you for 16 years, Naruto. I know you. Naruto began to growl with his teeth. You don't like to see other hurt or being used or worst. If Kushina lost her will, I know without a doubt not even I can control you. You will take all of my power for yourself and become the new Kyuubi, and doing so will not end well. I need her, I love her, and I can't do this alone. I'll do anything, anything to free her. Naruto dropped to his knees as his forehead touched the damp floor. I don't want to lose her, not again. Not to Dark Sasuke, not to Orochimaru, not to anyone. Will you give up your soul for this woman? I take that as a yes, Naruto said, raising his head and glaring at the demon fox. If you truly love this woman, I will help you, but at a price. Naruto put his head back on the ground and remarked, if you want my soul, you can have it. As long as Kushina is free, I don't care what happens to me. As long as I free this world. Kyuubi looked at its host. When that time comes, I hope you are ready, Naruto. Today will be your most difficult challenge ever in your life. I beat you before, Fox. I'm not afraid to face you again. Kyuubi laughs. It's not me you will be facing after this is over. You will see soon enough. A new voice spoke in the darkness as Naruto disappeared from his soul, leaving his demonic counterpart alone in its cell. The voice said, he's much braver than I thought. He's been through a lot. I see it in his eyes. He's not going to lose. The boy will win even if it means death for him in the end. We can't let him die, not yet. He is a visitor and so is that other Sasuke. If he beats this world Sasuke, Naruto will have to face the sins this world will throw at him. Yes, I know, Naruto. Jinchuriki theme concludes. Hilltop. Beyond Naruto's soul. Naruto laid out a map of Konoha that he had retrieved from Makoto and said, all right everyone, here is the plan. Deidara indicated on the map, here in Konoha Main Street is where the festival will be held. It always starts around noon and ends late at night. It goes on for hours. Naruto shakes his head. Okay, Pain, you and Kakuzu, Kakashi, Yamato will be the team that will keep Sasuke's forces busy long enough for me, Deidara, Neji and Gaara, Sasuke to sneak in the village. Once we are in the village, the band guest room is in the guest house, which is half a block away from the main street. From there we beat up and steal the identity of the band. And plays for about few songs before we attack. Surely Dark Sasuke's guard will be down. Sasuke said. Deidara grinned foxily and said, kill the bastard, save the girls, and bring order back to the village, yeah. We'll free Hinata-sama and everyone else. I'm getting revenge for Orochimaru did. Neji looked glum. Gaara said gravely, I will save Temari. Once Naruto and I fight Dark Sasuke, Gaara, Neji, Deidara, I want you three to find and free everyone. While I was in the tower I found a map inside the tower. There is a prison in the basement floor. There is Orochimaru's lab. Sasuke provided Deidara with a map of the. Naruto was serious when he told the group, today we take back the villages in the leaves. Surrender is not an option, we live or die. We make this count even if it seems all has failed. Don't give up, never surrender. We will win, we can and we will. We must for the sake of our loved ones and for ourselves. Boys, let's bring them hell. Deidara smiled. Naruto grinned and said, Pain, there's one favor I need you to do for me. What is it? Do you still can speak through thoughts to others? Does this address your query? Perfect. Naruto smiled. Konoha. Shower room in Dark Sasuke's tower. Sex after the morning. As water cascaded down her long, gorgeous red hair, Kushina was by herself in the shower room. It had been a few days since Naruto and good Sasuke arrived in Konoha, and Kushina's eyes were sad. But she hadn't heard anything about them. If they were captured or killed, Kushina didn't want to consider the unimaginable. Waste away the thoughts with a head shake from Kushina. Kushina heard a voice in her head address her abruptly. Kushina Uzumaki. Pain's voice could be heard. Who was this, and who was there? Kushina pondered the question. This is Pain, the former Akatsuki leader. Kushina knew Dark Sasuke was watching the shower because the door to the shower room was open wide, and Sasuke was observing Kushina from a distance while stroking the other girls. Don't make any movements that will alarm Sasuke. So, did they discover you? Indeed, Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki met us. Today, we intend to return Konoha. Don't tell anyone about this or be alarmed. How come I would tell anyone? Deidara and Naruto have faith in you. Please pardon me if it seems like I don't trust you because we've never met in person. No worries, no one really trusts me. This is all my fault, so I can't blame you. Pain, Kushina chuckles to herself. You shouldn't hold Kushina responsible. You're not guilty. The person who bears responsibility has been judged by Naruto and Sasuke. Only the other Sasuke and Orochimaru remain. We'll talk to you later today. Naruto Uzumaki wanted me to tell you this. Don't give in, don't give up, we'll save you. Kushina's stunning eyes were filled with surprise as he fulfilled his promise, and today is the day. Dark Sasuke called back to Kushina. Returning to the chamber room, Kushina confronted Dark Sasuke. Dark Sasuke smiled and said, "Get dressed, today is a very special." Kushina bowed her head. Yes, Sasuke. Below the tower of Dark Sasuke. With his unique experiment almost complete, Orochimaru grinned. The female Naruto Uzumaki clone, known as Naruto Uzumaki, was nearly completed. Orochimaru licked his lips and said, "Sasuke-kun will enjoy this." "I know I will." Dark Sasuke called him, Orochimaru. Dark Sasuke entered the snake's laboratory by himself. According to Dark Sasuke, is everything ready? Orochimaru nodded. Yes, everything is ready, the clone is ready. Take her and Kushina to that place and have the clone made with Kushina will do the trick or not, well, you know what to do with the clone. Either way will break her mind. Kushina is hanging on the last edge of hope she has left. Hilltop that afternoon. The boys were prepared to carry out the plan. Their plan was ready to go as their chakra was at its peak. Kakashi said, "Ready, boys." Naruto grinned and said, "I was born ready." Deidara cracked his knuckles and said, "My art is about to rock this show, yeah." Sasuke displayed his Sharingans and said, "Let's finish this." Sasuke questioned Kakashi, "What are Dark Sasuke's jutsu?" As Sasuke became concerned, Kakashi remarked, "Number of fireballs jutsu, curse seal, he was given eternal Sharingan. But I was in my Kyuubi form, I was at 4th power, yet I didn't put a mark on him." Naruto fumed. Kakashi turned his focus to the old Akatsuki leader and remarked, "Orochimaru performs many experiments on Dark Sasuke. But Dark Sasuke does have a weak point. Doesn't he, Pain?" Pain recalled his first encounter with Dark Sasuke. Dark Sasuke seems to have strong recover, but if you are able to keep him from healing about 10 seconds. Dark Sasuke shows signs of his healing factor failing. Dark Sasuke can take large amount of damage, but it's how much and how fast the damage you can deliver. Before I lost my bodies, Dark Sasuke couldn't take the damage I deliver until Tobi came along and killed my original body. Wind seems to be the best element along with his own element lighting. Which means it's up to Naruto and Sasuke to get the job done. Yamato said. Naruto questioned, "So it's on and off a switch battle?" "Yes, but mustn't allow Dark Sasuke to get his recovery time. When you fought him, Naruto did had the power to kill him. But it was his recovery that saved him. Keep him on the edge and he will fail. But I am not sure if Orochimaru added any new effects, so be careful." Pain cautioned Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke nodded their heads and exchanged glances. As Naruto nods his head in understanding that it will take some time before he can fully control the Rinnegan's power, Pain said, "Naruto, even though you were given the Rinnegan by Sasuke, it will be some time before you can control its power. Enough standing around, time to put our plan into action. After Naruto and Sasuke make the first move while they fight Dark Sasuke, Pain and the others will make sure no one will get in their way. This is our one-shot chance, we can't screw it up. We can so far," Gaara stated. "Very well, but Gaara, Neji, leave your clones with us. They will be useful in helping us," Yamato replied to the two. Neji, Gaara, Deidara, Sasuke, and Naruto ran down on foot. The 5 ninjas wait for Pain to give them the opening moment they need while hiding behind a big brush. Deidara said, "Come on, Pain." The 5 of them were tense. Shinra Tensai. Pain's yell caused a strong force to strike down at Konoha's front gate, and everyone smiled. A large group of dark samurais ran out of the front gate as Pain's attack blew the gate open wide. Gaara and the others nodded as Naruto said, remember when we strike, it's up to you guys to free everyone. Neji stated, it's clear, let's go. Naruto said, Neji, you're blind, how you tell? Neji grinned and said, remember, I can see more than I ever could. The gates were dashed through by the 5 ninjas. As the boys underwent Phase 1, Pain, Kakashi, and the others occupied the Dark Samurai's accommodations for guests. For the day, the team went into the guest house that the Bane would be using. There was a foul stench in the little house. With wide, disgusted eyes, Naruto entered a room and said, well, that saves us the trouble. As the 3 approached to see what Naruto had seen, Sasuke questioned, what is it? As he shook his head, Deidara professed, death by overdose. Guess they tried the new pleasure drug Orochimaru made, that keeps your mind in a focused place. Sweat drop. Okay, Orochimaru is on our hit list right next to Dark Sasuke. Sasuke replied. The boys stole the identities of the now deceased band members using their transformation jutsu. Naruto's hair was long and dark red, with a spiky tip. There were faint scar lines on Naruto's face. The real Madara Uchiha's hairstyle was very similar to Sasuke's. Deidara let his hair down because he resembled the Bane member whose identity he had stolen. Deidara covered his hand-mouths with bandages. They took the identities of 2 twins, Gaara and Neji, who had yellow eyes and short black hair. The band members wore black leather clothing. Learning how to play the band's guitars, drums, piano, and keyboard took the team about an hour. A knock on the door was answered by Naruto, who recognized it as Karen. Sasuke was the most surprised of the 5 to see Karen. Karen looked bored. 5 minutes before showtime, boys. Don't disappoint Sasuke. He said we'll reward you if you do well for the 2 songs. Sasuke wished to have great entrainment not for himself but for his guest and the people of Konoha. Don't worry Karen, we'll be the life of the party. Neji replied. Karen grinned as he closed the door, leaving the team to perspire. They must put on a strong performance if they don't want to ruin the plan. Good, if you don't he'll kill you. Turning to face Sasuke, Deidara said, I hate you. Don't hate me, hate him. He is you. Naruto intervened before a fight even broke out between the 2, saying, guys, now isn't the time to start this shit. Main Street. 5 minutes later. The group entered a large stage. The group, including Naruto, took their intermediate. Gaara played the piano, Neji played the drums, Deidara played the keyboard, and Naruto and Sasuke played 2 guitars. The team was applauded by the audience as they took the stage. Naruto turned to see Dark Sasuke, wearing all black, standing around 3 feet from the stage. Sakura and Kushina were fully clothed in exquisite white dresses as they sat on his enormous throne, with Sakura to his left and Kushina to his right. Temari, Konan, Hinata, and the other girls wore chain collars and were all nude. Sasuke kept the prisoners alive on Kushina's behalf because only half of Konoha's inhabitants were familiar faces. Naruto abruptly said, why is she doing here? Sasuke turned to see Makoto Uchiha standing in the crowd close to Dark Sasuke's throne. Makoto was her typical self up until the tattoo effect took over. Sasuke assured them, don't worry, we'll free her. Naruto grinned foxily and said, all right, let's put on a show for them. When no one initially applauded the band, Naruto yelled, hello Konoha. Are you ready for the show of your lives? Just as one of the dark samurai near the stage was about to draw its sword. As the show began, the audience applauded the Bane. This is for a very special someone in my life. I call this song Walk With Me in Hell, Naruto said into the microphone. Dark Sasuke was slightly intrigued by the song's title as the malevolent Uchiha grinned. Naruto gazed briefly at Dark Sasuke before turning his focus to Kushina and Sakura and then to the throng in front of them. While Neji began the song with a slow yet quick drum beat, Naruto and Sasuke began with guitars. Naruto began to sing the song. Ask for blood in prayer. For the purification, pray. Offer up prayers for the flood. Please pray that this nightmare will end. This false life can vanish just as fast as it appeared. We embrace the darkness and look only for relief. A meaning so lost and forgotten is the myth. Grab my hand, because you are no longer by yourself. Come with me to hell. While Naruto took a brief break from singing, Sasuke took over. Ask for comfort in prayer. Ask for resolve in prayer. Ask for a savior in prayer. Pray for some sort of purpose, such as deliverance. A flash of light in this emptiness of life. Witness the end of an era now. In the hands of believers, hope dies. Who look for the truth in the eyes of those who lie. Grab my hand, because you are no longer by yourself. Come with me to hell. 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 While Naruto gazed at Kushina, Sasuke and he played a mean guitar riff. Everyone assumed Naruto was speaking to the crowd when he abruptly screamed and held out his right hand, but in reality, he was speaking to Kushina and the girls. Give me your hand, because you are no longer by yourself. Come with me to hell. Come with me to hell. Come with me to hell. You're never by yourself. 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 Together, Naruto and Sasuke completed the final word. Walk in hell with me. The song concludes with a guitar riff that is silent. The band waited to hear applause and hand clapping as everyone responded. For now, the band was relieved that they hadn't blown it. The group noticed that Dark Sasuke was clapping his hands in delight at the performance they were putting on for everyone. Glancing at the stunning redhead, Dark Sasuke said, "Continue to entertain us. Play something special for my dear Kushina." Dark Sasuke grabbed Kushina by the throat and gave her a forceful kiss as she turned away in disgust. When Naruto sees that, his right eye twitches. Naruto nodded his head slowly as Sasuke whispered, "Naruto, bear it, we will get him." Naruto thought, a song special for Kushina, huh? Okay, I got one. After turning to face the guys, Naruto said, "You heard him, boy, let's play song number." They all nodded and started playing the second song. That was on the music list of the former band. Look for me, give me a call, and I'll be there. Look for me, give me a call, and I'll be there. This separation, this disintegration. I hold on to memories as I fall. Sleep offers relief and the promise of a fresh day. Awakening to the pain of being apart from you. I give in, I surrender. Another instant is an eternity. Kushina was reminded of her lonely days without Naruto in the first part of the song. She would never again be able to see her son's kind, warm smile after losing the last person she loved in her life. Call me for consolation, seek me for comfort. I'll wait for my broken heart to heal. Look for me, finish, call me, I'll be there. I'll wait for my broken heart to heal. You are too familiar with me to truly understand me. My sole goal is to reconcile our differences. Naruto recalls the loneliness he endured as a child and continues to experience today. Kushina could see the great loneliness in Naruto's eyes as a result of not knowing his parents and how everyone despised him. I utter your name in grief. Additionally, my voice mirror reflects my suffering. Call me for consolation, seek me for comfort. I'll wait for my broken heart to heal. Look for me, finish, call me, I'll be there. I'll be waiting for my heart to mend. Do I breathe? My strength fails me. Your photo is a painful recollection. As Naruto said those words, the song began to slow down. He whispers as he looks at Kushina with a sorrowful expression in his eyes. For consolation and comfort, Neji's thunderous drum beats and Naruto's heavy guitar riff brought the song back to life. Call me for consolation, seek me for comfort. I'll wait for my broken heart to heal. Look for me, finish, call me, I'll be there. I'll wait for my broken heart to heal. Kushina's cheeks began to well up with tears by the song's conclusion. Kushina's heart was broken and remains broken, as the song conveys. She wants to hear her loved one's voices calling her name in order to find solace for her broken heart. Kushina muttered to herself, "Naruto, I'm so sorry." The guys heard Karen say, "Okay guys, you got 10 minutes to rest before going on stage again," from the rear of the stage. Accommodations for guests. How is the plan going, Naruto? Pain sent his thoughts in order to ask. Pain, we have them in our hands so far. Dark Sasuke has no knowledge as of yet. If we play our cards correctly, Konoha will return. Dark Sasuke hasn't let his guard down yet. Just give it a little more time. Alright, but let me know when the actual show starts. I am going to strike the final blow. Will cause pain. The door was abruptly knocked on. Dark Sasuke was the one who knocked, so Sasuke answered the door. Despite being taken aback, Sasuke kept his secret. The men were suppressing their rage because it wasn't appropriate. Not just yet. Kushina stood next to Dark Sasuke. Dark Sasuke grinned at them all. You have entertained me for good some of time. I wish reward you, and don't disappoint me. You have 5 minutes to enjoy your reward, Kushina. As Dark Sasuke exited the guest room to leave the band to enjoy their prize, Kushina frowned and nodded. As she prepared to show the guys her enormous breasts, Kushina unhooked the top of her dress. Stop, was said simultaneously by Naruto and Deidara. Kushina asked, what's wrong? My breast's not good enough for you. As she appeared perplexed by their order to stop. The boys dispel their transformation jutsu, saying, no, it's us Kushina. Kushina was extremely embarrassed by what she was going to do, and her eyes were wide with shock. As she fell down on her knees, Kushina covered her mouth and said, sorry, I'm so sorry, I didn't know. Deidara grinned at Kushina and said, Kushina-sama, it's okay, it's our fault for not telling you so soon yeah. Kushina didn't want them to suffer for her, so she said, you shouldn't be here, you need to free everyone while Sasuke doesn't know you're here. Naruto would laugh and smile at Kushina, saying, Kushina, don't worry, we have a plan. We will save everyone and we will save you as well. The guys left him and Kushina alone in the guest room and said, Naruto, we're going to the stage, don't be late. Naruto grabbed Kushina's hands. Kushina, I will save you. I promise I won't fail. After this is done Kushina. I want to be a part of your life. Kushina turned her back. You don't want me, I'm dirty, I've been touched by many. I'm not innocent anymore. You're not dirty, you never were. And you're innocent Kushina, I know you are. You've been in hell for the longest. No trust you. Everyone either hates, Naruto says, grabbing the bottom of her jaw and turning her to face him. You speak as if you understand me. You have no idea what going through my mind. If I lose you again, I don't know what I would do. Kushina felt Naruto encircle her with his arms, drawing her to his chest. Naruto simply wants to get rid of her grief. He wanted to make it right by telling her that he would stop at nothing to make her smile and provide her with the happy life she so richly deserves. She sobbed as she buried her face in Naruto's chest, saying, I just want it to end. I can't take it anymore, my thoughts telling me just give up. Shaking Kushina by the shoulders, Naruto said, no, you can't give up. Naruto's abrupt outburst, Naruto, completely shocked Kushina. Kushina was able to observe the rage in his, you can't give up. Please don't give up please. We're so close so don't give up on me now. Like you are all I have left of my family. All I have is memories of meeting my parents. I don't want lose you not to Dark Sasuke or anyone else. Naruto no don't say those words. It's not your fault. Kushina, I love you. I want you, I want to free you from this. I know you're Naruto's mother, even though you're not my mother. But that doesn't matter. What's matter is you Kushina. You Kushina having your freedom, you able to smile without fear. To live in happiest my mother Kushina, died in front of me when I was just a newborn. She died but gave me all of her love she has for me. Kushina I love you and I want to be with you forever. When Kushina felt Naruto's lips brush against her delicate lips, her eyes widened. Naruto grinned at the stunning red head and broke the kiss. Kushina was so shocked that she slapped him or yelled at him without doing anything else. Kushina simply touched her lips and blushed. Kushina closed her eyes and looked at Naruto when she opened them again. He saw Kushina's genuine smile, which she hadn't worn in 3 long years. How long will you boys play? Kushina inquired. Naruto tells Kushina, we need an opening. Dark Sasuke is showing an opening, his guard opens once we see it. We'll go all out. After a brief period of silence, Kushina said, I'll help you. Kushina silences Naruto by pressing her right index finger to his lips and saying, Kushina don't wheel. Kushina nodded. No, it's the least I can do, so much has been sacrifice. And now you are here, let me help you. The world already thinks I'm his whore, acting will hurt my pride a little more but it will give you the opening you need. With an angry expression in his eyes, Naruto turned away and said, I don't like that plan. I don't like seeing you with him. Kushina gazed intently into Naruto's eyes and said, we need this opening Naruto. You and the good Sasuke are the only hope we have for this world. We have no choice but to take this dirty chance. I love you. Kushina gently rubbed Naruto's left cheek, saying, I know Naruto. I love you too. Kushina grinned and said, Naruto, don't die. Naruto smiled and said, don't give up Kushina. Returning to the stage, Kushina returned to sit beside Dark Sasuke. Dark Sasuke noticed that Kushina's lips were wet even though her clothing wasn't ripped or torn. Dark Sasuke laughed menacingly and said, guess they love your mouth more than your body. You bastard, just wait, Kushina thought. As the group prepared to perform another song, Deidara said, Naruto I can't wait for long. We need to attack, we can't keep Pain waiting for long. Sasuke stated, we need an opening, a striking moment. Naruto remained silent for a moment until he noticed Kushina attracting Dark Sasuke's attention from a distance. Naruto was becoming even more enraged. "We will in a few seconds. Sasuke, get ready and don't hold back on that bastard." "I won't hold back, I promise you. I hold a single chakra back." As the band played, Kushina talked to Dark about having sex right now, and Sasuke grinned. As Dark Sasuke unzipped his pants, he complied with Kushina's request. Kushina gave Dark Sasuke a kiss. "Now," exclaimed Naruto. With bloodlust in his eyes, Naruto and Sasuke leapt from the stage. Sasuke and Naruto combined their notorious jutsu attacks. When Kushina noticed the two flying in Dark Sasuke's direction, she broke their kiss and struck Dark Sasuke in the face. As Dark Sasuke turned to see Naruto and Sasuke flying in his direction, he witnessed Kushina leap from her throne. When Dark Sasuke saw Naruto's eyes turn red and his eyes transform into his Sharingan, his eyes widened in shock. Dark Sasuke was launched 20 feet away by the blow. Naruto and Sasuke nodded their heads and grinned at each other as the crowd fled in terror, signaling that the plan was off to a strong start. Naruto turned to face Sasuke, who nodded his head and ran off, saying, "Sasuke, I'll take care of Dark Sasuke for a while, you help the others free everyone. And make sure Kushina is safe." Cracking his neck and knuckles, Naruto said, "I've been waiting for this rematch for so long." As Dark Sasuke emerged from the shower with no visible injuries, Naruto heard him laughing. Dark Sasuke questioned, "Rematch, have we met before?" Naruto laughed at the wicked Sasuke, "Yes, we have. But last time we fought I was in my fox form. But this time I'll finish what I started. This time you won't have the upper hand." "You think so?" Dark Sasuke asked with a broad, menacing smile as he snapped his fingers and Dark Sasuke Akatsuki appeared at his side in an instant. Covered in blight yellow chakra, Naruto entered Kyuubi Sage mode and declared, "As I said, this time you won't have the upper hand. Pain, we're ready, it's time." Naruto grinned as Dark Sasuke suddenly and unexpectedly sent his Akatsuki in Naruto's direction. As Pain materialized from the sky, a strong force suddenly pushed the Akatsuki away from Naruto. "Pain!" Dark Sasuke scowled. Pain used his power to draw Dark Sasuke near to him, but he was redirected to the stage. "As much I wish to be the one to take you down. I suppose your Akatsuki will do." Shinra Tenshi. "Thanks, Pain." Naruto grinned and nodded as he hurried off to complete the task. "Just end it, Naruto Uzumaki. End it, and you will have the village hidden in the rain to back you up." The damaged stage. The stage was now half destroyed and broken because of Pain. However, it didn't really matter because the battle to retake Konoha had already begun. Dark Sasuke quickly slashed at Naruto with his sword. In order to stop the slash dash, Naruto swiftly withdrew his katana. To prevent Dark Sasuke from triumphing, Naruto forced his way back. To weaken Dark Sasuke's defenses, Naruto kicked his left kneecap. Sasuke retreats a little to engage Naruto in another sword fight. As the Golden Ninja struggled, Dark Sasuke pushed hard against Naruto. After giving Dark Sasuke a headbutt, Naruto swiftly pivoted to deliver a turn slash to Dark Sasuke's chest. After grabbing Dark Sasuke with his yellow chakra tail and drawing him toward him, Naruto impaled his katana inside Dark Sasuke's chest. The smirking Dark Sasuke asked, "You think that will kill me?" "Gah!" Dark Sasuke jammed his right hand into Naruto's left shoulder, causing Naruto to retreat and release Dark Sasuke. Pulling the katana from his chest, Sasuke tossed it aside, breaking it in two. Chidori Stream. Dark Sasuke smashes Chidori into the ground, launching a massive wave of elected water in Naruto's direction. Dodging through the street, Naruto turned away and fled the stage. At the end of a dead end, Naruto was covered. Naruto turned to see the Chidori Stream rushing in his direction. As he grinned like the fox he is, Naruto thought quickly. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Naruto gained sufficient height by using his 20 clones as a staircase. Naruto leapt to a building's summit. Given how familiar the building was, Naruto took a look around. It was the structure where his apartment is located in his world. Naruto grinned and said, "To think I would end up fighting here. I am surprised that you survived my Chidori Stream. I guess I'll have to do a little more to get rid of you," said Dark Sasuke as he leapt on top of the building. Dark Sasuke laughed at Naruto's comment, "You will pay for everything you have done to this world." Naruto glared at him. Naruto scowled at Dark Sasuke and said, "I hope you can do more. I'll finish this." "You look very familiar. Your voice is different. but your eyes are all too familiar, Dark Sasuke said after pausing for a moment. Oh man, you don't who I am. Come on, think, Sasuke. The red beast, the shadow clones, my fist. Naruto exclaimed as he closed his eyes and began to laugh. Dark Sasuke looked, only to be struck by Naruto's right hook. After bouncing off the ground twice, Dark Sasuke says, that punch, I remember. So, it is you, Naruto. If you have any anger towards me, take it out on me and not on Kushina. She suffers enough. Naruto shows his teeth. Dark Sasuke chuckled, suffer enough. She hasn't suffers enough. Not until she's bare my child with her broken mind. Come on Naruto, don't you hate me? To know I use her everyday made her my pet, my little red slut. I am surprised her mind didn't break during the first year. Maybe she loved it. Maybe I gave her something your father or even you didn't give her. Enough. As Dark Sasuke struck a nerve, grinning. Suddenly, Dark Sasuke disappears and reappears directly behind Naruto. Naruto was stabbed in the back from behind by Dark Sasuke. Naruto is thrown off the building by Dark Sasuke. Dark Sasuke grinned and said, that was easy. You think so? Dark Sasuke asks, his eyes widening as he turns around and is struck in the face by Naruto once more. Dark Sasuke landed on his feet after Naruto knocked him off the building. Naruto made a safe landing. With a simple snap of his fingers, Naruto broke Dark Sasuke's katana. Staring into Naruto's icy eyes, Dark Sasuke said, if you think I'm holding back because who you are, you're wrong. You are not my best friend. Dark Sasuke cracked a grin. Ah, and here I thought you were going to give me one of your bullshit friendship speeches like you always do, Naruto. Naruto grinned and said, you still think I am the Naruto that you know? The young Uzumaki chuckled at the malevolent Uchiha. Suddenly, dark chakra surrounded Dark Sasuke. Doesn't matter, I don't care. I don't care about Madara's plan. All I care about is breaking that woman's will. Naruto exclaimed, why? Why are you so bent on having a child with Kushina? It's the only way I can beat that damn fox for cursing me. Even if I am given a new body, that curse will follow me until my soul rot away. Breaking her will prove to that fox I beat its curse. You and mother pity me because Itachi left me and my mother alive. Their pity sickens me. Dark Sasuke growled at the golden Uzumaki with molars. Dark Sasuke charged Naruto with a Chidori blade, saying, you don't even deserve the bonds of the Uzumaki family. This world has chosen the wrong Uchiha to pity on. In order to avoid Dark Sasuke's combos, Naruto ducked to the left and right while lending back. Naruto jumped high in the air and drop-kicked Dark Sasuke to the ground, uppercutting him just as he was about to strike. Following his speedy recovery, Dark Sasuke ran towards Naruto, who grabbed him by the throat. The two were attempting to strangle each other to death when Dark Sasuke grabbed Naruto by the throat as well. Naruto was kneed by Dark Sasuke in the most vulnerable area of the human body. Naruto released his hold on Dark Sasuke's throat. Cursing Dark Sasuke for pulling off a dirty move, Naruto dropped to his knees while clutching his family jewels. So easy to beat, it's time to die again, Naruto. Dark Sasuke smiled. Glancing back, Dark Sasuke saw a huge lightning hand reach out and seize him. Don't count on it, he said. Dark Sasuke leapt over it. As Naruto turned to face his new enemy, Dark Sasuke grabbed him and threw him from the building. Dark Sasuke grinned upon seeing the band's guitarist, who was actually good Sasuke. Sasuke told his evil counterpart, forget about him, now you face me. Show me what you have to offer then. Dark Sasuke called forth Chidori, who appeared as a purple-hued lightning blade. Sasuke also summoned a Chidori blade, but it was a pale blue color. Chidori, tell who taught you that. According to Sasuke, Kakashi Hatake. Dark Sasuke shows Sasuke his eternal Sharingan and smirks, saying, so the old bastard still lives, no matter, I'll finish him off. The eternal Sharingan, tell me who eyes were given to you for them? Asked Sasuke. Dark Sasuke laughs, it was given to me from my father. I may not gotten Itachi's, but still I have the eyes of a family member. Naruto made a bond with someone else. I feel sorry for you, his talk of bonds always got on my nerves. Sasuke charged at Dark Sasuke, saying, the bonds you speak of, I know of it. And you aren't worthy of having it. The two stared at each other as they battled with their Chidori blades. Waking up to this world is a nightmare. What happened to your bonds with Naruto? You got insane with power, causing pain and suffering to others in your awake. Sasuke replied to his counterpart. Dark Sasuke merely gave the good Uchiha a sly smile. Dark Sasuke yelled, like Naruto, you're still a child. Wake up to the reality, the world isn't nice, it's not filled with flowers or friendship. I took this world with the darkness in my heart. At his good counterpart, Sasuke bares his teeth in a fit of rage. He has never been this furious at anyone, especially his evil self, except his brother. Suddenly, Dark Sasuke coughed up blood from his mouth, which provided him with the necessary opening. Sasuke broke up the fight between the two by giving Dark Sasuke a roundhouse kick to the face, which sent him flying off the building. As the two hit the ground, Sasuke tackled Dark Sasuke and impaled him with his Chidori blade. A strong shockwave of lightning erupted from the earth, causing the ground to tremble. When Sasuke noticed Kushina standing by Naruto's side, he rolled over and got to his feet. After being knocked off the rooftop, Naruto woke up. Naruto asked his friend, Sasuke, did you win? I think so, Naruto. I can't do it alone. I need your help. Remember, we have to keep attacking non-stop. I saw a weak point. Toby was right, Sasuke is dying, that is our biggest weak point to attack. The more chakra he uses, the more chance the illness will strike. Sasuke lifted Naruto up. Dark Sasuke shouted, Twin Fire Dragon Jutsu. His surprise attack knocked both Sasuke and Naruto to the ground. Naruto had a somewhat blurry vision. When Naruto looked up, he saw that Dark Sasuke had struck Kushina in the stomach. She was being carried on his right shoulder. Kushina yelled, Naruto, help. Let me go, Naruto. Kushina. Naruto rose slowly from the ground before collapsing to his knees. Dark Sasuke and Kushina were running when Naruto abruptly lost consciousness. Kushina. No. After a few seconds. Naruto. Naruto. Naruto, wake up. Slap. When Naruto's eyes opened, he saw Sasuke attempting to rouse him. Naruto was assisted by Sasuke in rising from the ground. With a terrified expression on his face, Naruto asked, where is she? Where did he take her? Naruto, calm down. I know where he went. He went to the tower. Pain and the other took care of the Akatsuki. We freed the prisoners. We are winning, Naruto. Sasuke looked at his companion. After initially grinning, Naruto scowled and said, not yet, no, we hadn't won yet. There is no victory for us until we get Kushina back. Come on, Sasuke, today we won Konoha back. But we need to get Kushina back. Nodding his head, Sasuke said, I know just the man who can help us find your Kushina. I found him during the fight. Now Orochimaru, tell us, where did Sasuke take Kushina? Did he take her to the chamber room? Naruto turned to face Orochimaru, who was bound. Orochimaru grinned and then laughed, saying, Sasuke-kun must have taken her and the clone to that place. Naruto inquired, where is that place? Orochimaru informed the two, you won't your answers from me. I am not in the mood, don't fuck with me, Orochimaru. Where did he take her? Naruto said, grabbing Orochimaru's fingers and breaking 3 of them in a single snap. Orochimaru informed them, he took her to the womb. After exchanging confused glances, Naruto and Sasuke turned to face Orochimaru. Sasuke questioned, what are you talking about? Orochimaru clarified to the two, it's bottom my lab, it used to be the hideout for Danzo and his ninjas. But after Sasuke took over he'd change it. It's Sasuke's special place, the place where he will break Kushina. No curse, no seal, no protection can save her in that place. It's a living place like a womb. If I were you I would hurry before she gives into Sasuke-kun. Time was running out and they had been given the information. Sasuke uses his Chidori blade to sever Orochimaru's head. The village was won today, but the real victory is inside the Dark Tower, so the two Konoha ninjas hurried to the top. I'll save her no matter what stands in my way. It ends here and now. Dark Tower. Orochimaru's laboratory. As he abducted Kushina from Naruto and Sasuke, Dark Sasuke made his way into the lab. Kushina was shocked to see what was inside the water tank when Dark Sasuke awakened the clone inside. Kushina was dropped by Dark Sasuke, giving her a clear view of the clone. Initially covering her mouth, Kushina exclaimed, my god, what have you done? She was shocked to see a female clone of her son Naruto Uzumaki. What the hell are you doing? Why did you clone my Naruto? You fucking bastard, Kushina yelled, glaring at Dark Sasuke. Laughing, Dark Sasuke says, just wait and see Kushina. Beyond the Dark Tower, I'll save her no matter what stands in my way. It ends here and now. Orochimaru said there's a secret level below his lab. We need to dig deep. A recognizable voice said, maybe we can help. Naruto and Sasuke turned to see Pain and Neji standing behind them. Naruto inquired, is there anyone inside the tower? Neji gazed at the tower and said, no, but I can see 3 beings running down to a 3rd level. Neji, even though you lost your eyes you can see like you had your eyes. Neji laughs. As I said before, I can see more than I ever could. But I do see many forces coming out from the 3rd level. Naruto said, Pain, you would please get rid of the tower. Pain nodded. With pleasure, stay back, Shinra Tensei. Pain yelled as he blasted the tower 200 yards outside the village. 100 of the dark samurai emerged from the enormous hole. Get out my way, the dark tower is below. As Dark Sasuke, the Naruto clone, ran down the stairs with Kushina slung over his right shoulder, Naruto followed him without hesitation. Kushina tries to break free from Dark Sasuke's hold, saying, let me go, damn it, you've lost Sasuke. All of a sudden, there was a loud explosion. The underground floor trembled a little from the explosion, and parts of the ceiling fell, almost hitting Kushina in the head and knocking her unconscious. Dark Sasuke heard Naruto ask, Kushina, where are you? Dark Sasuke fled farther into the subterranean level, saying, damn it. Sasuke and Naruto arrived at the 1st floor of the Dark Tower's subterranean section. To find out where they had gone, the two turned to look around. A tiny drop of blood trickled down a set of stairs as Naruto glanced around. This way, Sasuke and Naruto dashed down the steps. Enjoys the way. As Naruto stumbled and hit the ground, Dark Sasuke ran as hard as he could. Naruto and Sasuke caught Dark Sasuke just as he turned to pick her up, causing him to stop. Naruto screamed, let her go, you bastard. Dark Sasuke grinned arrogantly and said, make me. After disappearing in front of Dark Sasuke, Naruto reappears and presses his fist against his stomach, forcing Dark Sasuke to release Kushina. Kushina was still unconscious and had a bleed coming from the back of her head. After setting Kushina down, Naruto turned to face Naruto, whose eyes were expressionless. After a moment of staring at his female clone, Naruto turned his head to face Dark Sasuke. Sasuke stood by Naruto's side, genuinely wanting to put an end to everything right here and now. A clone, really? What are you planning on doing? Naruto paused abruptly, then said, you know what I really don't want to know. We'll end this now. Together, Naruto and Sasuke used team combos on the malevolent Uchiha, delivering blow after blow to Dark Sasuke. Sasuke uses his old lion combo on Dark Sasuke after Naruto gives him an uppercut. After recovering from their combo attack, Sasuke grinned at the two ninjas before beginning to cough. Naruto noticed that Dark Sasuke's mouth was leaking blood. Sasuke made quick use of this opportunity to put an end to everything between him and Naruto. Dark Sasuke told the two, back off. Dark Sasuke abruptly entered his Curse Seal's 1st level. Dark Sasuke turned it against them by blocking the two tag combos. In addition to grabbing Sasuke by the head, Dark Sasuke also grabbed Naruto and smashed their foreheads together, giving both of them excruciating headaches. Bastard! Naruto cursed Dark Sasuke, grabbed him by the hair, and kneed him in the face while Sasuke grabbed Dark Sasuke by the hands, enabling Naruto to punch Dark Sasuke hard in the stomach. Take, you bastard, you deserve every punch. Dark Sasuke spit his blood at Naruto's face while grinning and laughing. Naruto didn't stop there, he also went straight for Dark Sasuke's face. Dark Sasuke stomped his right foot down on Sasuke's left foot, releasing him from Sasuke's grip. Do your best. You can't stop me, your punches won't do, Naruto. I kill you once, I'll do it again, but before that, I want to see you break down as I take what you cherish most. After hurling a smoke bomb at the two, Dark Sasuke fled with Kushina and Naruto. Get back here, roared Naruto in rage. As Dark Sasuke enters the 1st section of the womb, Naruto and Sasuke pursue him. When the two reach the 1st part of the location, they pause because the walls are realistic and resemble tissue and muscle. Sasuke and Naruto were both creeped out by this location. Orochimaru was correct. This place was both eerie and a place where people lived. The two were drawn to something that abruptly emerged from the walls. What the hell? Naruto exclaimed, staring at what he saw with shocked eyes. The two witnessed a woman emerging from the walls. Even though she was nude, Naruto and Sasuke couldn't help but recognize her. Abruptly, 3 more nude women emerged from the walls. 20 identical-looking nude women cornered the boys. Although the naked woman's skin tone was slightly off, The right side was black, and the left was white. She had a spooky, amiable smile. The big, nude woman said to him, "Sasuke-kun, we need you. We want you. Please give us your chakra pretty please." Naruto grinned and said, "Seem like they want you Sasuke." Despite the sign, Sasuke grinned and said, "Yeah, I guess you're right." Naruto became concerned when the woman said, "Oh, don't worry, we want you to Naruto-kun." Sasuke nods in agreement with Naruto, saying, "They're just trying to keep us busy here. We need to hurry or else we'll never save Kushina." The 20 nude women were shocked when Sasuke summoned Chidori and smashed it into the ground. "Thank you Sasuke," Naruto said to his best friend as he hurried through the group of nude women, expressing gratitude to Sasuke for allowing him to catch up with Dark Sasuke. Sasuke smirks at his best friend, saying, "Go on. She needs you Naruto, don't disappoint her. And don't be late, ladies hate it when their date shows up late." "Hey Sasuke," exclaimed Naruto. "Yeah," giving Sasuke a big thumbs up, Naruto grinned and said, "Thanks for being my friend." Naruto then sprinted away. When the group of nude women approached Sasuke, he closed his eyes and laughed. Sasuke activated his eternal Sharingan, stating, "Don't get yourself killed, Naruto. Remember, this isn't over yet, we still have a promise to keep." He wasn't going to let Naruto fight by himself this time. As brothers, they will work together to complete this. "Sorry, but you're not getting in my way." Regarding Naruto, Naruto avoided the naked woman clones on each floor as he approached Dark Sasuke's. "Where are you Kushina?" Naruto asked, turning a corner just before descending another floor. However, Naruto regretted turning quickly at the corner. Stab. A Chidori blade stabs Naruto in the heart, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Naruto noticed that Dark Sasuke had a dying expression in his eyes as he looked into them. The dying plays Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 2 Ost. Naruto noticed that Kushina was still unconscious and lying close to a corner. However, as soon as Kushina opened her eyes, she saw Naruto dying. Dark Sasuke slashed downward and tore the Chidori blade from his heart. After falling onto his stomach, Naruto heard Kushina yelling his name. Dark Sasuke grabbed Kushina as she ran to Naruto and shoved her down the stairs to the next floor. After a brief glance back at Naruto, Naruto followed Dark Sasuke. "Kushina." Naruto dragged himself down and crawled to the stairs. Even though Naruto could hear Kushina calling his name repeatedly, he forced himself to crawl despite feeling his strength gradually ebbing away from his body. Naruto coughed up blood, but he kept crawling. "I'm coming, Kushina. Don't you worry, I'm coming. I'm going to save you, I promise I would." Naruto stopped crawling as he felt his breathing slow and his heartbeat slower. "I can't give up. I can't give up. I won't let it end. It's not my time. No, I can't die. Not now." His heart beat, and Naruto could hear it. "I can't die. I must save her, Kushina." As his heart's final beat failed, Naruto closed his eyes. In a room that was completely dark, standing above Naruto, Kyuubi gazed down at him. "Kid, wake up kid. You can't die. If you die, I die as well. Are you going to let that bastard kill us again? Are you going to let him take your woman away from you? How would Minato and Kushina think of you if you gave it up now?" "Fox, I can't, my heart it stopped beating, I can't save her, I can't." "Don't give me that bullshit. What happened to the Naruto I know, the little brat who beat the nine-tailed fox? I won't die with a weak host, you can't die. Minato, Kushina, even Jiraiya didn't give up when they met their end." "Jiraiya, yeah, Jiraiya pervy sage, he didn't up. I know he didn't give up. He went out fighting." "Then get up kid, show me you are worth the Uzumaki name. Show me you are the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox like your mother before you. Rise up Naruto Uzumaki, rise and fight," Kyuubi yelled. As red chakra burst from the ground and grabbed hold of Naruto, he felt his heart begin to beat once more. As Naruto's eyes screamed angrily, "Swallow him whole." In the actual world, a red chakra hand emerged from Naruto's back, grabbed his head, and replaced his skin and clothing with pure blood chakra, causing his body to float in midair. With big white eyes, Naruto opened his eyes. From Naruto's tailbone, 7 long tails emerged, followed by what appeared to be a fox skeleton. Naruto has doubled in size and is now roughly 7 feet tall on all fours. "We'll save her. The womb's core, Naruto," exclaimed Kushina. "Shut up." Dark Sasuke gave Kushina a slap. With Kushina's arms raised in the air, Dark Sasuke used his right hand to rip off the top of her dress, revealing her enormous breasts. He then tore off the remainder of her dress, revealing her nude. Lightless struggle plays from the OST of Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 2. Your mind, there's nothing he can do now. Dark Sasuke smiled as Kushina's arms and legs were held in place by two new hands that emerged from the room's walls. As the female Naruto clone watched, Dark Sasuke undid his pants and prepared to mate with Kushina. Now it is time, here there no curses, no seal, nothing to keep me from my goal. Today is the day you're mine, Kushina. When Kushina sees a piece of her son being used by Dark Sasuke once more, her eyes widen in fear. Kushina screamed, "No, no, no, no," as Dark Sasuke entered her pussy. As Kushina struggled to break free, Dark Sasuke slapped her and pulled her hair, making her kiss him. Dark Sasuke laughed as he raped Kushina in front of Naruto while she was defenseless and alone in the center of the womb. Face it, Kushina, this is your fate. To be mine, my slave, once I break your mind. The fun can really begin. Dark Sasuke chuckled menacingly. When Kushina felt her breathing shorten, she was unable to think and her mind went blank. Her heart was racing. Was this it? Was this the end? How Kushina ended up never being saved? Dark Sasuke exclaimed, "Kushina, I'm almost there. I'm gonna come," with unadulterated joy inside his eternal Sharingan. "Please, God, don't let it end this way. Absolutely not. I apologize to Naruto and Minato. Please pardon me." Dark Sasuke looked up to see Naruto in his seventh-tailed Kyuubi form roaring at him with his mouth open as the room's roof suddenly burst open. Before he could become pregnant with Kushina, Dark Sasuke swiftly distanced himself from her. Kushina averted the future she was afraid of. "Sasuke!" roared Naruto. Dark Sasuke appeared genuinely shocked to learn that Naruto was still alive, asking, "What, you again? You're still alive?" Naruto Shippuden OST anger plays. Dark Sasuke said, "Why won't you die? Just fucking die. You can't win, Naruto. She's mine, you can't have her." It brought back memories of Orochimaru addressing him as though Sasuke were his property. With a powerful shockwave, Naruto yelled, "She's not yours to claim, she's not your property, you don't own her. She's mine and mine alone. Get your hands off the woman I love." Dark Sasuke flew towards the room's wall. The womb's core was twice as big as the Chunin exam arena. Dark Sasuke was sent to hell when Naruto was given enough space. As he transformed into his second curse seal form, Dark Sasuke laughed, but all of a sudden, his hair and big hand wings both grew longer. Dark Sasuke developed enormous fangs and ears that resembled bats. Curse Level 3 Dark Sasuke vs. Seventh-tailed Kyuubi Naruto is the last battle between them. Now playing. Naruto Shippuden Move 4 OST Hisho. Naruto rushes to give Dark Sasuke a headbutt. Naruto made a mark on Dark Sasuke by slashing at his chest with his blood acid claws. He was using a lot of chakra since he was under Curse Seal Level 3. Dark Sasuke used Grand Fireball Jutsu to launch a massive fireball at seventh-tailed Naruto. Naruto's hands briefly clapped together before spreading apart to form a huge blue orb that consumes his Grand Fireball, causing his claws to glow bright red. Dark Sasuke was surprised and asked, "What when could use water-based jutsu?" As they emerged from the left and right sides of the room, Naruto smashed his fists into the ground. Dodging Naruto's attack, Dark Sasuke leapt to a great height and flew around the room. Dark Sasuke was dodging Naruto's attacks, which infuriated him. The evil Uchiha laughed as he ducked Naruto's blows, and Naruto roared at Dark Sasuke. Dark Sasuke glanced at Kushina and came up with a quick, clever plan. "Come on, Naruto, you can do better than that." Dark Sasuke flew in Kushina's direction after calling forth Black Chidori. Naruto's eyes grew wide as he sprinted in Kushina's direction. Dark Sasuke was swiftly overtaken by Naruto. Naruto leapt to his feet as Dark Sasuke struck him in the chest with his Black Chidori attack. Dark Sasuke screamed in pain as he fell to the ground, but Naruto grabbed his wings and tore them off. Dark Sasuke had lost his wings, and Naruto laughed. "Don't think it's over." Dark Sasuke used Amaterasu's power to wield his Sharingan. As Dark Sasuke sent Amaterasu after Amaterasu in an attempt to trap Naruto in its dark flames, Naruto dodged and ran across the room. While running, Naruto witnessed Dark Sasuke hurl the dark flames at Kushina. Using his speed, Naruto deflected a blow that came close to Kushina to protect her. As he shielded Kushina from Amaterasu's dark flames, Naruto roared in agony. When Naruto attacked Dark Sasuke with his tailed beast bomb, he snapped his neck. In an attempt to deflect Naruto's strong blows, Dark Sasuke extended his arms. Dark Sasuke stood there with burn marks on his chest and forearms as the smoke cleared. With a roar, Naruto extinguished the black flames from his body. Naruto snarled at the Uchiha and shook his head. Naruto's eyes widened as he gazed up at the living room ceiling. As red and blue energy balls erupted from his body, Naruto opened his mouth. Naruto concentrates them into a single, enormous ball. But Naruto wasn't done yet. He smashed his fists together to create a red Rasengan. A massive chakra Rasengan ball was created when the red Rasengan and the enormous chakra ball fused. As he consumed the ball, Naruto reduced its size to that of a baseball. Suddenly, Naruto's body resembled a big ball, just like it did during the Four Tails battle with Orochimaru. Naruto focused on Dark Sasuke and smashed his claws into the ground. "Don't think that trick will work on me. I'll seal you away," Dark Sasuke said, calling Susanoo to his side as he stood in front of him with his powerful shield. Dark Sasuke knew immediately what Naruto was planning. "I have to make it count," I said. As he prepared to launch an attack, Naruto held his breath for a brief moment, thinking, "Give it all I got." Susanoo of Dark Sasuke was the target of Naruto's ultimate tailed beast attack. Susanoo used the Great Mirror to protect Dark Sasuke from Naruto's ultimate tailed beast bomb attack. Although Naruto was only pushing Dark Sasuke back against the walls at this point, he continued to devote the majority of his energy to the attack after noticing a tiny crack in Susanoo's mirror shield. After launching one of his most powerful attacks, Naruto gasped. Naruto sensed that his seventh-tailed Kyuubi form was slipping away from him. Naruto returned to his former self. Despite the severe burns on his body, his spirit remained unwavering. As the young Uzumaki was gasping for air and nearly out of chakra, Naruto collapsed onto his right knee and said, "Damn it, I thought I had him." Naruto looked at Dark Sasuke fearlessly, determined to make this his last stand regardless of whether he would lose or be killed again. As Susanoo stabbed Naruto with his phantom blade to seal his soul away, Dark Sasuke yelled, "You're done, Naruto. Just die and stay dead." Naruto has a courageous look in his eyes and shows no signs of fear. Before Naruto could even be touched by the blade, it appeared out of nowhere. Naruto was protected from having his soul sealed away by a huge light blue shield that materialized. When Naruto turned to look behind him, he was surprised to see that it was a Susanoo, but he wasn't sure who it was. A familiar voice said, "Glad I came in time." Just in time to save his best friend's soul, Sasuke Uchiha showed up. Sasuke grins, taking in Naruto's shocked expression. Sasuke grinned and said, "Miss me?" Naruto grinned at his pals and said, Thank man you saved my ass." "Naruto, stay back, you need to recover your chakra. I'll take it from here." Plays hidden will to fight. The young Uzumaki didn't want his best friend to face Dark Sasuke by himself, especially since his Susanoo was also out, so Naruto assured Sasuke, I can fight." Sasuke scowled at his evil counterpart and said, "Naruto, I got this. You need to recover. Go take Kushina somewhere safe." Sasuke replied, "Naruto, you've never given up on me, when everyone else did. Now, I'm asking you, trust me, have faith in me. Konoha has been won back to us because of you. Let me be the one to end all of this and make sure that this never happens again." Naruto objected to Sasuke handling the situation at hand. "Yeah, but Naruto is hurt because, as Sasuke stated, they did indeed win back Konoha. The only thing left to do was defeat Dark Sasuke." Sasuke returns his focus to Dark Sasuke. "He is born from my darkness, he is my darkness. The darkness I could have become if it wasn't for you, Naruto. It sickened me for this could have been my fate if it wasn't for you. I am grateful to you, Naruto. You were my first real friend. We were enemies at first, then became rivals, and now we're best friends, we're brothers. I leave that task to you," Naruto said, standing up and placing his right hand on Sasuke's left shoulder. "Don't fail. You left the darkness because of the light I shown you. Now, Sasuke, it's time for you to shine light to cast the shadows of the darkness away." Sasuke grinned and said, "Go on, and get out of here." Kushina was released from the hands holding her in place by Naruto. Naruto turned away while holding Kushina, giving Sasuke the last assignment. "I was so close, damn it." Uchiha, the villain, swore. With a smug grin, Sasuke asked, "You really think you almost won?" Dark Sasuke laughed, Yes, I believe I would have. I almost had that slut within my hands. So close to break that curse, she was made to have my child. With his teeth bared, Sasuke said, "You're insane." Dark Sasuke chuckled, "Maybe I have. But this world was almost completely mine. Konoha is mine, I have the 8 tails beasts, I have the eternal Sharingan. Power, women, glory, I nearly have it all." Sasuke screams at the Dark Uchiha, "You are just a monster, a beast born from darkness, taken the form of Sasuke Uchiha. You are no Uchiha, you're a monster. You enslaved Kushina and the others for your enjoyment. You believed in Toba's lies. It was the Uchiha clan's own fault they met their end. If you wanted Kushina to forgive you for killing Naruto, why do all of this? She forgiven you long ago, why make her suffer, because she's the wife of the 4th Hokage and the mother of Naruto Uzumaki." Before he could respond to Sasuke, Dark Sasuke burst out laughing uncontrollably. "When the Kyuubi cursed me that day when I killed Naruto. At first I did feel bad for killing him. Naruto asked me one thing before he died. He asked to look after Kushina to make sure she stays safe out of harm's way. I bet Kushina told you I came to her asking for forgiven and she forgiven me through sex," Dark Sasuke said, his sick smile making Sasuke's skin crawl. "So it was a lie," snarled Sasuke. "Yes it was. The power of the Sharingan, oh how I love these eyes. Madara, or should I say Tobi, taught me how to use my eyes well. So I plan on having a little revenge at first, taking advantage of Kushina's broken heart, so it was easy. Kushina hated me for what I did to Naruto. She cursed me, she told me she would hate me forever. But I used my Sharingan on her, making her forgive me, controlling her. It was so much fun." "You cold heartless bastard, so tell me what lies and what's the truth?" asked Sasuke. "The sex was real, of course I was controlling her. I place a piece of my chakra within Kushina. A small tattoo on her body where no one would even think to find. I believe Kushina at least once explained to you how she couldn't kill me because saw Naruto through my eyes." Dark Sasuke cracks up. "I trick her with a strong genjutsu every time had a chance or willpower to kill me. A memory is trigger, forcing Kushina to submit to me every time. But she never gave in to the lust like the rest, even with a slave collar, the drugs. Her mind never broke, I could never figure it out. Because she'd never given up on hope. She believed one day you will die and she will be free of all of this. She is the wife of one of our greatest leaders. She wouldn't kill herself to allow you to cause pain to others. She sacrificed herself in order to protect her son's friends and loved ones. You may have killed Naruto, but his hope and dreams lived on in Kushina. Kushina carries the hope of her son," Sasuke shouted as his blue Susanoo charged at Dark Susanoo. "Whatever it was, it kept me from breaking Kushina's mind, the little whore. You are the whore. You broke your word to your best friend by using both his and your own mother's, and you assisted the jerk who killed the Uchiha clan. You almost destroyed the world's best chance. It doesn't matter. I still have authority over Kushina." Dark Sasuke laughed aloud. "Once I kill you, I'll finish off Naruto and finish sealing the child with Kushina." Sasuke growled as his blue Susanoo struck with a down slash of his sword, and Dark Susanoo countered with a sword clash as the two Uchihas struggled against each other, their eyes fixed on each other. Dark Sasuke was about to finish one of the famous attacks by the Uchiha clan when he said, "Tsukai," but Sasuke reacted instantly. Amaterasu. Dark flames erupted from Sasuke's eyes, devouring Dark Sasuke's Susanoo in the black flames blasting through his armor. Blue Susanoo seized the opportunity to attack, but Dark Susanoo repelled him with his mirror shield. However, Naruto caused the crack on Dark Susanoo's shield to widen even further, shattering the mirror in two. Sasuke grinned as he felt a sudden taste of victory in his mouth and ran towards Dark Sasuke after he dispelled his Susanoo as they engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Dark Sasuke swiftly escaped as Blue Susanoo cut him in half and sealed him away within his jar. After losing a significant amount of chakra during his Susanoo battle with Sasuke, Dark Sasuke transformed back into his normal form. Sasuke grabbed Dark Sasuke by the hair and headbutted him, then delivered a swift roundhouse kick to the back of his neck. When the evil Uchiha was knocked to the ground, Sasuke's body crashed into Dark Sasuke. Sasuke told himself, "I'll end this." Alongside Naruto elsewhere, Naruto laid Kushina down against the wall as they entered a floor above the core room, which was devoid of any enemies. When Kushina awoke, she saw Naruto grinning at her and gave him a hug. The red-haired beauty was relieved to see him alive. "Kushina, please remain here. I'm heading over to assist Sasuke. We're nearly finished." Naruto noticed a sudden look of surprise in Kushina's eyes and turned to see his female clone standing directly behind him. We almost got him. You'll be free all of this, Kushina said, nodding her head. Naruto didn't say anything, just stared at the person whose DNA she was born from. She pressed her forehead to his as Naruto sensed that she was giving him her chakra, and then she collapsed to the ground. When his clone revealed his motivation for preventing Dark Sasuke, Naruto ran off to assist Sasuke in putting an end to this nightmare for good. Naruto didn't understand why his clone did this, but something told him. Returning to the core, Dark Sasuke was throwing lighting base attacks at him, but Sasuke was able to dodge them with ease as he ran across the room. Jutsu Water Dragon. The room shook as the jutsu clashed as Sasuke launched a water dragon to counter Dark Sasuke's Thunderbird jutsu. You're incredibly talented. It feels like I'm fighting myself. Dark Sasuke grinned uncontrollably. We're nothing alike, freak. After giving Sasuke a brief smile, Dark Sasuke scowled and said, Is that so? You employ well-known attacks and possess the Sharingan. Kakashi Hatake was my sensei and he was yours too. That's fair enough, Dark Sasuke laughed. But for you, this is where it ends. Dark Sasuke shouted, Grave Hand Jutsu. While making a 6-hand sign, a pair of 6 hands emerged from the floor, snatching Sasuke by the arms and legs and causing him to drop to his knees. Dark Sasuke was running towards Sasuke with a Chidori ready to finish, but as Sasuke looked up, a shadow appeared and it was Naruto. Naruto dropped a kick to Dark Sasuke's face and took the Chidori blade on his left shoulder. Before he recovered, Dark Sasuke bounced off the ground twice. You're coming to save your friend, huh? What are you doing here, Naruto? I told you to take Kushina and go. Sasuke screams. And if I simply abandoned my friend to die for me, what kind of friend would I be? Holding his bleeding left shoulder, Naruto laughed. Shinra Tensei, Naruto said as an unidentified force abruptly destroyed Sasuke's 6 holding hands. Give me enough time, Sasuke. I'm going to launch a single chakra attack. Sasuke nodded his head, this will definitely kill him. Naruto extended his right hand, directing all of his chakra, both his own and the Kyuubi's, into his right palm. Watching Sasuke battle his opponent with all of his might gave Naruto the time he needed to finish using Sasuke Earth-type jutsu to keep Dark Sasuke away from him. Jutsu Dragon Breath. Dark Sasuke used Water Barrier Jutsu to counter Sasuke's flame spray from his mouth. Dark Sasuke smashed his right fist into the ground, pumping water into it as a water fist burst from the ground, uppercutting Sasuke in the face. Dark Sasuke used the Water Fist Jutsu to uppercut Sasuke while he was in midair. He then grabbed Sasuke's right arm, dislocated his right shoulder, and stabbed him in the stomach with a kunai blade. Sasuke fell to the ground, defeated, and Dark Sasuke ran towards Naruto, ending Sasuke's chance to win this battle. Perish! Dark Sasuke yelled as he pushed Naruto with his right hand. Stab! The eyes of Naruto, Dark Sasuke, and Sasuke widened as the three of them stood there, with Kushina standing between them. Naruto felt blood on his face as Dark Sasuke coughed up blood from his mouth. Naruto Shippuden Ost Despair plays. Dark Sasuke felt Kushina's left hand thrust through the left side of his chest, bleeding on the lovely Uzumaki, while Dark Sasuke's right hand impaled right through Kushina's stomach. Kushina's expression was emotionless. I promise myself I won't lose Naruto ever again. I let anyone take him away from me again, no one, not even you, Sasuke. Dark Sasuke removed his right hand from Kushina's stomach and backhanded her away from him, saying, You, bitch. Kushina was bleeding to death and would die if Naruto did nothing. Kushina, Naruto shouted, useless bitch, Kushina has been retaliating ever since you showed up. This is entirely your fault. If you hadn't arrived, she would still be under my control, Dark Sasuke said, watching Naruto flash a tear. What, will you cry? You are such a whiner. Naruto, you never matured, you are still a boy and not a man. You're wrong, asshole, I'm a ninja, not a boy. Rasengan Shinra Tensei. The evil Uchiha was launched 20 feet away from Dark Sasuke when Naruto delivered a strong right hook Rasengan to his face. Kushina was clutching her open wound in an attempt to stop the bleeding when Naruto rushed over to her and said, Kushina, stay with me. Why did you sacrifice yourself, Kushina? Stay with me, damn it. With tears streaming down her cheeks, Kushina grinned and said, I had to do it because I didn't want to lose you again. Why did it, you moron? You know I won't die. Kushina. You helped me because I love you, Naruto. I received a sign of hope from you. I was starting to lose hope before you arrived, but then you came. With you came hope. As Naruto wiped away her tears, Kushina closed her eyes and said, "You are hope, my hope." As Kushina grinned at her cherished hero, who was crying as his tears touched her right and left cheeks, Naruto did his best to contain his tears. "Kushina, I promise to you when this is over," she said. "I'm going to take you out of here. We're going to move in together and begin a new life as a family. Please, Kushina, don't die." As the young Uzumaki glaring at the evil Uchiha over his right shoulder, Naruto could hear Dark Sasuke laughing behind him. "Ah, isn't that sweet," he said. "She will die if we stay around long enough, and I can't allow that to occur. Naruto, get away from her. You are not going to win today. Your friend is injured and on the verge of death, and Kushina naively thinks you can save her. Naruto, just accept it. Simply give up. Give up, give up. Do you want me to quit? To save this woman, I will fight my way through hell. And you want me to give up?" Dark Sasuke noticed courage and hope in Naruto's eyes as he turned around. "Yes, let Naruto go. I was always superior to you, you were never superior to me. Quit working and die." Dark Sasuke ran in Naruto's direction, thinking that this fight would end right then. "You'll never make me give up," Naruto said, grinning as he briefly closed his eyes and focused all of his chakra into his right palm, holding his right hand to his right side as it transformed into a bright silver Rasengan. Naruto then leapt high into the air and ran towards Dark Sasuke. Kushina grinned as two chakra chains emerged from the ground, encircling Dark Sasuke's arms and chest, and two lightning-clad hands grabbed Dark Sasuke's feet as the Rasengan grew 10 times in size. Dark Sasuke's eyes widened in terror as he abruptly stopped in his tracks, but it was too late, he was too close to Naruto, about 5 feet away. Naruto noticed that Sasuke and Kushina were helping Naruto with their remaining strength. "No, let me go, damn it. You can't do this to me, so let me go. I came very close to winning. You will not obstruct me. I will not permit this. You're not going to succeed. You can't win, so just give up. I can't be killed." Dark Sasuke looked up into Naruto's enraged eyes and tried his hardest to break free, but he was unsuccessful. "You give up trying to force me to give up. Uzumaki Rasengan, you will never be able to make me give up." As Dark Sasuke felt his body being torn apart, his arms snapping apart and his legs twisting off, the giant Rasengan reappeared and consumed him with its powerful force. The giant abruptly shrank into nothing, but only when Naruto's palm touched Dark Sasuke's stomach. As Naruto wasn't even finished, Dark Sasuke let out a cry of pain, saying, "Suffer for everything you done. Get what you put in. Go to hell." Even though Dark Sasuke's chest burst open and half of his face was covered in Dark Sasuke's blood, Naruto continued to push despite using all of his chakra in the final touch. Kushina believed in Naruto and thought, "Do it, you can win. Now, Naruto, do it. End him." Sasuke shouted. Naruto exclaimed, "Wah-h-h-h-h-h-h-h." Both Narutos screamed with all of their strength as the Rasengan grew larger and stronger, and Dark Sasuke's eyes widened as he saw a ghostly image of a young Naruto at Naruto's. Ga! The giant Uzumaki Rasengan was sent towards the womb's wall as it exploded upon impact, and Dark Sasuke let out his death scream as his body twisted from within before his blood and guts covered the womb's walls. Before his laughter turned to laughter, Naruto first collapsed on his knees, panting, and then he got up to pump his fists into the air and yell, "I won, I did it, hell yeah. WHO is the #1 ninja, right? Uzumaki Naruto, I'm the best at that. Nobody can beat me." Sasuke was heavily wounded when he landed, but he couldn't help but smile when he saw Naruto yelling in celebration of his triumph. Sasuke told him, just like old times. He recalled how, whenever Naruto accomplished something amazing, he would always go out and celebrate by performing his victory dance. Kushina laughed, and Naruto heard it. "You won. Naruto, you succeeded." Kushina coughed and blood trickled down her lips, saying, "I did it, you freed us all." Naruto rushed to her and held her hands together while Kushina grinned at her ray of hope. "Thank you, Naruto, you freed me. I beat Kushina, so don't die. Now you're free. Come on, Kushina, you can move in with me now. You have strength. Please, I beg you, don't die. Don't abandon me." Naruto covered Kushina's wound with his hands and closed his eyes, attempting to use his chakra to aid in the healing process. "Come on, Fox, give me chakra and heal her. Kid, she won't survive that attack, so give it your all. Don't die, please, don't die, Kushina. Death was drawing nearer to Kushina, and she could hear her heartbeat slowing down as Naruto's voice faded out, making her eyes heavy. I'm sorry, Naruto, but I can't fulfill that promise. I wish I could live with you, but don't be sad, you saved me from my pain. I was glad to see you again, even though you weren't my Naruto. To think my wife give in so easily when it comes to death. I thought she was better than this, isn't she Naruto? Kushina heard a voice say abruptly. Yeah, I thought my mom was a total badass, she never gives up. When Kushina opened her eyes, she saw Naruto and Minato standing in front of her. Naruto was his genin self exactly as he died, and Minato was dressed as the Hokage on the night of his death. Minato grinned and said, "Hello Kushina." With tears streaming down her face, Kushina embraced her husband and son. I missed you so much. Kushina scowled and turned her head away in embarrassment as Minato remarked, we missed you too, Kushina, we watched you from heaven. You witnessed everything, she asked, staring shamefully at the ground. Yes, however, Kushina, that makes no difference. As young Naruto smiled, Minato remarked, you're still the woman I fell in love with and the mother of our son. Mom, I saw that you were saved by another Naruto. He's amazing, he put everything into it. With a fox-like smile, young Naruto said, he saved you, he even saved his Sasuke. I'm proud of you, Kushina, for preventing yourself from falling. Even during your darkest moment, you maintained your optimism. I'm happy I married you, Kushina, Minato said, kissing Kushina as she grinned at being with her family at last. Minato nodded his head, and young Naruto remarked, Dad, looks like it's time for us to go. Kushina nodded her head and grinned, saying, let's go. I apologize, Kushina, Minato said, closing his eyes and shaking his head. You were unable to accompany us. You belong there, not here. Why can't I join you? Kushina asked, shaking her head. I really missed you too. Could you please explain why I am unable to accompany you? Byakuya from Naruto Shippuden OST. Because Naruto needs you, Minato said, grinning at his willow wife while softly brushing her lovely hair. As Minato continues to speak to his willow wife, Kushina wipes away her tears and says, he loves you as much as we do. Kushina, you still have a bright future ahead of you. You deserve to be the happiest because you have endured so much suffering, Kushina. You deserve to be as happy as you are with the other Naruto. Kushina, we'll always be here for you. Our hope will keep growing, and our love will never fade. Too long has this world been in the dark. It's time for this gloomy world to be illuminated with hope. Dad's right, Mom, young Naruto concurred with his mother. Go enjoy yourself. You deserve it. You really do. Keep in mind that you are our top priority. You and my father gave me your love, so keep my hope alive. And I gave you all of my hope when I passed away. Turn my hope into light, light for the future, because it prevented you from falling. The village was hidden among the leaves because of courage, hope, and a loved one's love. To give your life in order to allow your loved ones and friends to live fulfilling lives. I want you to have Kushina in that future. Minato placed his right hand on Kushina's stomach, where her fatal wound was, and in an instant, Kushina had healed. Be in the happiest place in Kushina. Tell Naruto about your happiest moments. Your light of hope should never be allowed to enter your heart. You now hold the key to the Hidden Leaves' future. Minato and young Naruto disappeared as they transformed into energy flies, saying, goodbye, Kushina. I swear that I won't allow our hope to fade. I'll never give in, and I won't give up. Kushina, Kushina, Kushina. When Kushina heard Naruto call her name, she turned around and nodded her head while closing her eyes. I'm coming, Naruto. Returning to the real world. While Sasuke watched his best friend attempt to save the woman he loved, Naruto was doing CPR on Kushina in an attempt to bring her back to life. Kushina's eyes snapped open as she gasped for air just as Sasuke was about to inform Naruto that she was dead. Naruto was relieved to see Kushina alive and gave her a hug. Kushina rested her head on Naruto's left shoulder and closed her eyes as Naruto picked her up and carried her in his arms. As the womb core ceiling began to collapse, Sasuke said, Naruto, it's time to go. Naruto nodded his head as the two of them fled the core room, but not before stopping to take one final glance around the space. The core room was set on fire during Amaterasu, and the black flames quickly consumed the space as the ceiling collapsed. Sasuke stood there for a moment before he fled with Naruto and Kushina after Naruto yelled, come on Sasuke, let's go. Naruto was running to the surface because the place was collapsing, but he stopped when he noticed his clone still on the ground. She was still alive, but he said, "Sasuke, help her." But Naruto, "She's, help her." Without bothering to inquire why, Sasuke grabbed the clone and carried her over his right shoulder as everyone rushed to get out of there before the clock collapsed. The other path was blocked, so Naruto and Sasuke took a different route in the hopes of finding the exit as soon as possible. They came upon a tunnel where they were unsure but had to take a chance. Running down the long tunnel, there was a light at the end, but there was a catch. There was nothing but a huge, enormous fall at the end of the tunnel. There was a big waterfall below, and Naruto said, perspiring, Sasuke, I think we should turn back." He and Kushina didn't like how this looked, and Sasuke signed as he kicked Naruto out of the tunnel while the two Uzumaki screamed as they fell. "What?" As he fell, Naruto uttered those words. Kushina was the next to speak. "Sasuke, hell," Naruto concluded. Sasuke leapt to the ground, and the two landed in a large, deep pool after falling hundreds of feet. Following their exit from the large pool of water, Naruto and Sasuke gave each other high fives as the two friends grinned at each other. Kushina grinned at the two, but her eyes suddenly widened as she closed them and held her head while letting out a painful scream. "What's wrong, Kushina?" Naruto inquired. "Damn, it's not over yet," Sasuke recalls, gasping. Naruto grabbed Kushina, and Sasuke placed Naruto on the ground. Naruto followed Sasuke's instructions, and Kushina opened her eyes and gazed into Sasuke's eternal Sharingan. In Kushina's head, when Sasuke opened his eyes and realized he was inside Kushina's head, he saw that everything was completely dark. "Where are you?" When Sasuke heard Kushina scream, he turned to see Dark Sasuke attacking her. Dark Sasuke's appearance was different from his Genin's days, he appeared youthful. Dark Sasuke grabbed Kushina by the hair and pulled it while he talked her down. Dark Sasuke turned to see Sasuke approaching him. Sasuke scowls, "You're still alive." Dark Sasuke laughs, "As I previously stated, a part of me does indeed reside inside Kushina. My plans are ruined by you and Naruto. Right now, I'll break her mind inside her head. If you'd like, you can try." When Dark Sasuke used Kushina as a human shield, Sasuke halted in his tracks and said, "I knew it, you like Naruto, you're weak when it comes putting others in harm's way." Dark Sasuke laughed. Sasuke had been running toward the evil Uchiha. As the good Uchiha laughed, Dark Sasuke suddenly noticed that Sasuke was grinning a little. "What is so funny? You said that I am the same as you. We share the same chakra and eyes." "You're mistaken, though, because Kushina is more than just Naruto's mother and a Hokage's wife when it comes to people in danger. She is a ninja, and ninjas are aware that their lives are constantly in danger." Sasuke turned around and began to leave. "Don't abandon me. Come on, face me." Sasuke the Dark shouted. Dark Sasuke was too slow to react when a beam of light suddenly appeared beneath his left arm, striking him squarely in the forehead. Dark Sasuke released Kushina as Kushina fled 2 feet away from Dark Sasuke. "Who are you?" Dark Sasuke inquired. Sasuke grinned and closed his eyes. "You still don't know, do you? I follow the path in the light, unlike you, but we have the same eyes in jutsu. I no longer feel afraid. However, I would sooner die than become you. As a Uchiha, I pursue the path that my brother desired for me. I now understand Itachi's motivation. He was aware that I would eventually be destroyed by my inner darkness. He makes me focus all of my hatred on him and him alone by forcing it out of me through hatred." Suddenly, Dark Sasuke exclaims, "No, your hatred is insufficient. I'm pathetic. My little brother still hates me, mate. Tell me, after you took control of Konoha, did you ever consider killing Itachi? Did you still harbor animosity toward Itachi? Did you exact revenge on him for what he did to the Uchiha?" Sasuke inquired. "No, I didn't bother," laughed Dark Sasuke. "He wasn't worth it, so why should I? Despite having power, I chose to use it to conquer Konoha. Itachi was a waste of my time because he passed away before our fight." Dark Sasuke suddenly struck a nerve in Sasuke's heart, and as his evil counterpart infuriated him, Sasuke bared his teeth. "Itachi sacrificed himself to be hated by everyone, even by his own home," Sasuke said. "You occupied Konoha in retaliation against the Uchiha clan, but you still bothered to battle Itachi. Itachi thought you would become a hero to Konoha. Sasuke's heart broke as he recalled Itachi and how he had repeatedly come dangerously close to killing him. Paces toward death from the Ost for Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 2. I apologize, Sasuke. Perhaps next time. You're not strong enough, Sasuke. Let your hatred be the fuel you need. Only someone with my blood can defeat me. You will become my new light, Sasuke. Sasuke, even though you may come to despise me in the future, know that I will always love you above all else. I'm sorry, Sasuke, but there won't be another one. I'm always so far behind, Itachi. I'm still not as strong as you were. I was able to see the new light that Naruto gave me thanks to your eyes. Sasuke began to cry, but they were blood tears rather than just regular tears. Your eyes always had light even when you were surrounded by darkness. Itachi was a coward, a murderer, and a fool. Sasuke the Dark shouted. You were neither Makoto Uchiha's son nor Itachi Uchiha's brother. You are not deserving of the title of Uchiha. Go to hell of your own making and disappear from this world. As Dark Sasuke gradually began to fade from Kushina's memory, Sasuke shocked him with a Chidori spear. Who are you? Oh my! Dark Sasuke screams in pain. Dark Sasuke's eyes widened in shock as Sasuke dispelled the transformation jutsu and revealed who he really was. I am the part of you that you left behind. Amaterasu. Dark Sasuke was consumed in the black flames in a matter of seconds, and Kushina turned away as Sasuke trailed behind her. Return. Return. Assist me. Kushina, please help me. Assist me. Sasuke, who has accepted the fact that he follows the path of light, cried out for assistance as the two left him without even turning around. Suddenly, Dark Sasuke noticed Itachi by Sasuke's side, and Itachi turned his back on him with a disgusted expression. Itachi, please help me. Itachi, Itachi. As Dark Sasuke's final fragment was destroyed, Kushina's mind was fully liberated. Beyond Kushina's thoughts, Sasuke wiped the blood drop from his eyes, and Naruto saw a dark spirit emerge from Kushina's head as it vanished into nothing. What happened, Sasuke? Naruto inquired. Sasuke declared, I destroy the last piece of Dark Sasuke. With a broad smile, Naruto turned to Kushina and said, Kushina, you're totally free from him. Kushina, you're free. Naruto's words were like a dream come true. You are no longer his slave. Kushina was too overcome with emotion to say anything, and she soon began to laugh. Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 2 Ost, The Path to Peace. After 3 years of suffering, pain, and guilt, Kushina finally feels free of everything. She begins to cry as she embraces Naruto, letting all of her pain out. Naruto is happy that Kushina is finally free of everything. Kushina, let it out. Kushina's head rested on Naruto's heart as he held her close to his chest, saying, It's okay to let it out, you're safe now. Do you know why you were unable to kill Dark Sasuke this time, Kushina? Sasuke questioned Uzumaki, a woman. As she spoke, Kushina gave Sasuke a sidelong glance. Because I saw my Naruto in his eyes, she said. You were his puppet, Kushina, and he used his Sharingan on you, Sasuke clarified to Kushina. All of the things you did for him were against your will, he forced you to forgive him. You were an innocent Kushina, and he forced you. Dark Sasuke was to blame for the suffering, rapes, and numerous deaths. When Kushina abruptly began to recall everything that had happened that day, Naruto released her. I remember it all, she said. My Naruto had passed away. Nothing or no one could bring him back to me. I was so furious that I was unable to pardon Sasuke for his actions. He killed both my son and his god brother. I don't remember the rest, but I do remember cursing him and telling him to stay the hell away from me. I also remember staring into his eyes. Naruto grinned and said, but now Kushina, you're free from him. Kushina looked down in embarrassment and scowled, but Naruto shook his head and scowled as well. But everyone, they will still think of me as a traitor to Konoha. No, Kushina, you're not at fault, you're innocent. It wasn't. Kushina's eyes were filled with fear as she said, they will try to attack me or worst. Don't worry, Kushina, I'll keep you safe from them. I'll make sure none of them touch you, even if they throw everything they've got. Kushina kissed Naruto on the right cheek and said, thank Naruto. As he turned to face the Uzumaki couple, Sasuke picked Naruto off the ground and said, come on, let's go. Naruto, we're not done with this world yet. Let's head home. Kakashi and the others are waiting for us. As the new day dawned and the darkness that Dark Sasuke had cast over was finally lifted, Naruto nodded his head and grinned, beginning a new life with Kushina. To home, to Konoha. Dark Sasuke is finally dead, Kushina is finally free of her suffering, Konoha is reclaimed, and its people are set free, but the struggle of the aftermath has already started. Konoha. The front gate. When the group arrived in Konoha, they were met by Kakashi, Deidara, Yamato, and Pain. Based on how distraught Naruto and Sasuke appeared, they engaged Dark Sasuke in a fierce battle, and they were the ones who won. Everyone could now see Sasuke in his true form, and Kakashi and Deidara moved aside as Makoto Uchiha stood there grinning broadly. Makoto approached Sasuke as he closed his eyes, expecting to be smacked, but was taken aback when he felt Makoto's arms around his neck. "Mother," Sasuke said, his eyes full of surprise. Makoto was beaming. "My son, my Sasuke-kun, you came back, my real Sasuke came back to me. Won't you hit me and talk me down?" Makoto was questioned by Sasuke. "That wasn't my son, that wasn't my little Sasuke-kun," Makoto replied, shaking her head. You are my son, my Sasuke." Makoto's eyes filled with tears, and Sasuke simply grinned, relieved that his mother, Makoto Uchiha, had returned. "I'm home." Naruto's soul. "Fox, Fox, hey Fox, where are ya?" Naruto shouted in the pitch-black area of his soul. Naruto looked around to find but darkness. The young Uzumaki wonder where his inner demon was. "Hey Fox, where did ya go?" Naruto wonder where his demonic fox went. "I'm here Naruto, just not in the usually place. Since you use almost all of our chakra you can't see me. But you can hear me." Kyuubi's voice was heard from behind Naruto. "Come again." Naruto scratched the back of his head. Suddenly out from nowhere ball of fire energy appears before Naruto taking on the shape of a fox's head. Naruto at first was surprised to his inner demon in such a state. "Wow," was all Naruto had to say. "Yeah, you use all of my chakra and your own. I am surprised neither one of us is dead. Then again you have to thank your clone for giving us the extra chakra we needed. Because of her we are here alive even though we have zero chakra and we are just borrowing the chakra she has given us." Kyuubi explained to its host. "Well, I'll have to give Naruto a big thank you." Naruto paused as he remembers his clone's name. "Yeah, we'll do that." Kyuubi paused for a second. "So Naruto, what are we going to now? We're stuck here in this dark world. We beat the evil Sasuke and won back the friend you so desire to win back. And to top it off you bone your best friend's other world mother and now you got your other world mother in love with you." Kyuubi chuckled perverted grin. Naruto had a big smile on his face. "Well Fox, to tell you the truth, I have no idea, I can do so much. Either one is fine, we could find way back to our original world or stay here and bring light to this dark world. Either choice I made, I won't leave those who need me." "Well, that's a real nice plan, but do you believe everything in your world is fine?" A new voice spoke in the darkness. Naruto turned to his right to see a person walked out of the shadows. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise to see who it was. "Long time no see, me." It was Dark Naruto, Naruto's dark side and his inner darkness. Naruto frowned upon the sight of seeing him. "What are you doing here?" Naruto asked his dark counterpart. Dark Naruto grinned before he answered his good side. "I am part of you, remember? You beat me, yes, but you didn't get rid of me. Sasuke got rid of his darkness but not you." Naruto had a serious glare in his eyes. "Ah, don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. I've seen the evil shit Dark Sasuke did. Even I wouldn't go that far. Beside, why the hell would I want other men be around my old lady that isn't my father or let alone me?" "You're weird," Naruto said. Dark Naruto laughed. "Wow, I can't believe I called myself weird." "You know what I mean," Naruto yelled. Dark Naruto nodded his head. Yeah, I know. Naruto, just do us a favor and keep Kushina out of trouble. Half of Konoha wants her dead, Banisher wants to fuck her. Just because you beat the final boss doesn't mean the game is over. You make it sound so easy." Naruto frowned. Dark Naruto grinned while showing his fangs. "Naruto, you brought yourself back to life because how much you want to protect Kushina. Your love for her is what beat Dark Sasuke and also what saved Sasuke from the darkness. Even though I sometimes disagree with your ideas, you and I are one person. If you die I die and so does Kyuubi. I love Kushina as much as you do. But Kushina wants you and not me, so rock her world, give her the happiest that was taken away from her for 3 fucking years. Don't you worry, I promise Kushina. I will make her forget it, that if all of Konoha wants Kushina dead, they will have to go through me. I'll take their punches, their curses, their jutsu, I'll protect her with my life. That is an Uzumaki promise." Suddenly Dark Naruto smiled at his good counterpart as Dark Naruto disappeared in black flames. Naruto could hear his voice echoes through his soul. Good, because if you don't I'll take your body and give Kushina her happiest my way. Naruto smirked. Yeah, don't worry, I got this. You have my word. Naruto turned his attention back to his inner demon. Fox, you go heal up your chakra. I'm gonna take it easy for a while. Alright Naruto, but it's gonna take a while to get all of our chakra back. I say about a month would do. And because of this, your healing factor doesn't work, so be careful. Naruto nodded his head as he walked off, saying goodbye to inner demon. I got it, and don't worry, after all. You and I are a team, you saved my ass many times. So relax, take a break, use the free space. Get some sleep, Fox. And thank you, Kyuubi. Village hidden in the leaves. Nightfall, Makoto's house. Naruto and Sasuke were resting, trying to gain back all of the chakra they used up or lost during the final battle with Dark Sasuke. So far all of Konoha was happy they finally gained back their village and as well as their freedom. While Naruto and Sasuke were in the guest room sleeping, Kushina was out of the house staring at the bright beautiful white moon. Freedom was finally hers, she was finally free from it all, and it was thanks to Naruto and Sasuke from the light world, which Kakashi calls it. Kushina looked back to see Makoto as the single mother stood her seat right next to her best friend. How are you holding? Kushina asked. Makoto rubbed her right shoulder, little sore, the moment they killed evil Sasuke. I felt that tattoo throb like crazy. I thought I was going to die, but it just vanished. Oh really? Kushina asked. Nope, it hurt like hell. That tattoo disappeared in black flames. Hopefully it didn't leave nasty burn marks. Makoto laughed while Kushina sweat dropped. How long has it been since the two of us ever watched the moon together? Kushina asked. Makoto closed her eyes as she chuckled. Too long, Kushina, too long. We're finally free. After 3 years we are free. Kushina shook her head. It was still hard for her to believe it was over. Makoto also felt the same. Our boys, they saved us. Kushina chuckled. Yeah, they did. Our boys did save us. Makoto smiled. Naruto and Sasuke, the sons of Kushina Uzumaki and Makoto Uchiha, the two mothers smiled as it did happen. After all, their sons became best friends, and most important of all, they were brothers to one another. Kushina, I don't want this to ruin our friendship. Makoto frowned at first. Kushina believed Makoto was about talking what happened during the 3 years of being Dark Sasuke's slave. No Makoto, this doesn't ruin our friendship. We both had been through hell together. Our sons are gone, but in the end we gained them back, but different. Makoto nodded her head, agreeing. Yes, this Sasuke is different. But he reminds me of Sasuke when he was 8, just all grown up. When I see him, I see Itachi as well. Kushina agreed with Makoto. Yeah, after the boys won the fight I started to see that as well in him. Then ever this Sasuke has Itachi's eyes. Makoto shook her head. No, that's not it. There's just something about this Sasuke. I believed this Sasuke had lost more than evil Sasuke did. It's hard to explain. Kushina nodded her head. I know what you mean. Kushina smiled. But this Naruto, even though he's a Naruto from another world, I can't help but love him as my own son. But I can't look at him like that way anymore. My Naruto is dead. He's in heaven with Minato. This Naruto, he wants me to be happy. He loves me and I love him. Makoto giggled as Kushina continued. I feel like so young, my heart beats so fast when I see him. I feel like a genin again. Naruto and Minato want me to move on with my life. Makoto, I am in love with this Naruto. Do you find it strange I am in love with another world Naruto, who the son of another Kushina? Well, I can't say. You're both not blood related, that's for sure. But this Naruto have proven he'll give his life for you. He wants you to be happy, Kushina. Just take it. Be happy, marry him, and make babies. Makoto smiled at her best friend. Kushina nodded her head, taking her best friend's advice. Thank you, Makoto. Suddenly Makoto sweat dropped. Well, at least you don't need to worry about him being a virgin. Suddenly Kushina looked confused when she heard Makoto spoke. Kushina's eyes widened in shock. Oh Makoto, you didn't. It wasn't me, it was the lust tattoo. Naruto helped me, I was in my greatest needs. Makoto sweat dropped as she begged for Kushina's forgiveness. Kushina crossed her arms as she acted as if she didn't forgive Makoto. Kushina soon smiled and hugged her best friend. It's good to have you back, Kushina. Makoto chuckled with her motherly smile. Yeah, you have no idea how good it feels to be free. Kushina grinned. The next day, morning. Sasuke woke up feeling the rays of the sun shining down on his face. Sasuke got up as he looked to right to see Naruto was still asleep. Seeing drooling coming out from Naruto's mouth and the fact Naruto was talking in his sleep as well, Sasuke got out of his bed as he walked past Naruto's bed. Grabbing a black robe as the young Uchiha left the guest bedroom, Sasuke walked down the hallway of the Uchiha household. Sasuke couldn't help but smile. The hallway was filled with memories of his youth. Hey Itachi, wanna race to see who can get to eat mom's pancakes first? You're on, Sasuke, but losers have to watch the winner eat first. You're on. Sasuke chuckled as the memories of racing Itachi during the morning was one of the best moments of Sasuke's life. But now Sasuke can create new memories that will replace the horrors during his life. He had a new family now, all thanks to Naruto, his best friend and brother. Sasuke stopped when he overheard the sound of Makoto humming a little song. Sasuke's nose picked up the smell of fresh homemade pancake followed by the smell of eggs, bacon and butter toast. Suddenly Sasuke's stomach growled like hungry dog. Makoto gasped when she heard Sasuke's stomach growl while Sasuke sweat dropped as he felt his stomach stole him out. Makoto smiled at Sasuke. Breakfast is almost ready, Sasuke. Come have a sit. Sasuke was still getting used to Makoto accepted him as her Sasuke, even though Naruto and him murdered her son. But to Makoto's eyes Sasuke was her true Sasuke. Sasuke entered the small kitchen sitting down on the floor near the breakfast table. Sasuke felt like he was 8 years old again, shy and nervous. He didn't want to bother Makoto, so Sasuke remained silent. But after few seconds of silence Sasuke spoke. Makoto-san. He addresses Makoto. Yes, Sasuke-kun, and called me Ka-san or mother or mommy-K. Makoto tilted her head to the left while smiling. Sasuke closed his eyes as he shook his head. It's nothing, Ka-san. Don't worry, everyone should be waking up any now. Makoto went back to cooking breakfast for everyone. Sasuke still felt it was weird to be here. It was everything he wanted. He was at peace with himself. He helped save Konoha. He defeated his darkness. He has his mother back, but he still felt he didn't fit in. But suddenly Makoto spoke. Just because you're from a different world doesn't mean you can be treated the same. You're Sasuke Uchiha. Doesn't matter which world you came from. You were born from me, Makoto Uchiha. You were my son, my Sasuke. All I wanted is to have my Sasuke back, and now I have you. Sasuke could hear Makoto tearing up as she was about to cry. Ka-san, don't cry. I know you're not my mother. But you were right, my mother was Makoto Uchiha. You and her share compete likeliest. After she died I lost everything I loved and cared about. My brother was a rogue ninja and I was an orphan at the age of 8. Everyone knew who I was, not because I was an Uchiha but because who my brother was. I hated Itachi for what he did that night, but I now understand why he did and why he left me to live. Makoto listened to Sasuke as he told her his true feelings. When I finally beat Itachi, I was happy. For the first time since I was 8 I was happy. I lost my big brother, but at the same time I was happy. I thought I avenged my mother, my father, my clan. But when I found out everything Itachi did for under Konoha orders, I couldn't believe it. I thought it was a complete lie. I wanted it to be a lie. I thought I was free from it all. But I felt the darkness within me grew stronger and stronger. I didn't care about what happens to me long as I was free from it all. Then Naruto came. He never gave up on me. You always believed I could just let it go and be the brother you saw in me. He's a true friend and I turned him away so many times. I tried to kill him twice but he still believed in me. He gave me his light, he pulled me out of the darkness. Because of him, I am here. Because of him, I have you back. Makoto wrapped her arms around Sasuke. Yeah, Sasuke nodded. Guest room. Naruto was still asleep until the bed was suddenly lifted up, causing Naruto to fall out of bed. Naruto woke up after falling on his head. Naruto rubbed his head while looking around. What the hell? Naruto asked. Naruto turned to see it was Sasuke who woke him up. Breakfast is ready, Sasuke said. You could have just waked me up nicely. Yeah, but where's the fun in that? Sasuke grew a cocky smirk. Naruto smirked right back. Sasuke, after breakfast. You know we got lots of work to do. Sasuke nodded. Yeah, I know. I know half of Konoha won't be happy. Naruto jerked his head with an angry look. Yeah, well, they will have to deal with it. Dark Sasuke is dead. Kushina is innocent from of all of this. And anyone got a problem with us? Don't worry, we'll stop the problem before it begins. Sasuke finished Naruto's words. Naruto grinned. You're reading my mind, Sasuke. Naruto laughed. Breakfast. Naruto, Sasuke, Makoto, Kushina and Naruto, Deidara were together. Pain, Kakashi, Neji and Gaara were busy helping Konoha with its small problems for now. There was a long silence between everyone as they ate breakfast together until Makoto broke the silences. So Deidara, how are things with the village? She asked the half-blooded Uzumaki. Deidara didn't answer her for a second as he signed. It's not going to be easy. Everyone still doesn't believe that Dark Sasuke is defeated. The girl's mind's gonna take time for them to heal and forget all of this. Konan was able to regain her mind back. Naruto, I believe you're the best one to help them out. I'm going to need your help with this one, okay? That's good, Naruto said. Deidara chuckled. Yeah, Konan, punish Pain for taking so long. And trust me, I didn't escape without any punishment either. Deidara slipped a drink of his orange juice. What did she give you? Sasuke asked. Deidara lifted the right side of his hair, showing a large bump on the right side of his head. Ouch, everyone spoke. Konan-sama hits very hard when she's angry. Deidara sweat dropped as he could still feel his head throbbing like crazy from Konan's attack. So Naruto, what are you and good Sasuke gonna do now? You help our dark world. Are you going to go back to your home world yet? Deidara asked. Deidara's question made both Makoto and Kushina frown, but Naruto spoke up. To tell you the truth, Deidara, I have no idea how can we get back. We came through fusing our Rasengan and Chidori together while Tobi was using his time-space teleportation jutsu. Since Tobi is dead, our only way back home is pretty much worm food. Naruto continued. Beside, I can't leave this world, it was left so much in the darkness. Nearly everyone had lost hope, while in our light world, as Kakashi calls it, our hope of light is pretty much strong because everyone in every country worked together as one in our world. Tobi is gone and Orochimaru is dead. We broke the chains of hatred in our world. But here it still exists here, so we're not going anywhere anytime soon. Sasuke finished Naruto's sentences. Well, Dark Sasuke and Orochimaru are dead. But Kabuto isn't here, so we'll have to deal with him. And not only him but those cages who worked with Dark Sasuke, yeah. And also Kisame disappear as well with Isaribi. Deidara spoke right after eating a slice of his pancake. The world isn't going to turn into light right away. We'll have to fight few battles and kick a few asses here and there. But we'll get the job done, and after that we can enjoy our lives. Naruto smiled. Suddenly Naruto heard Pain's voice reached out through his mind. Naruto, we got trouble, meet us at the main street. They want proof that Dark Sasuke is dead and they want to see Kushina as well. Alright, we're almost done with breakfast. We'll see you there, Pain. What's wrong, Naruto? Kushina asked as everyone saw a strike of anger came across Naruto's face. The villagers aren't so happy and they want proof Dark Sasuke is dead. Naruto explained. Deidara signed. So it already begins then. Hey good Sasuke, I think it's best you use that other form of yours. If they saw your true face they will think we're bullshitting them, yeah. I figure as much. Sasuke nodded. Main Street. Naruto and Kushina, Deidara, Makoto and Sasuke, in transformation form, arrive at the scene to see the faces of angry villagers. Half of which were from other villages that were captured by Dark Sasuke's forces. We want proof. We want proof. The villagers shouted again and again. When half of the villagers saw Kushina standing there beside Naruto, their anger doubled. There she is. The traitor, the whore of the Uchiha. If she lives, that means he's still alive. They shouted. Kushina still felt it was still her fault, as she had a part of it, be she was control or not. They still blame her for everything. When one of the villagers threw a rock at Kushina, Kushina closed her eyes waiting for the pain to come. But Kushina opened, she saw Naruto grab the rock before it even made contact with Kushina's face. Naruto's eyes weren't red, but they had a strong Kyuubi likeliest to them. Do that again and I'll break your arm. Naruto spoke to one of the villagers who threw the rock. Why should we care what you think? She needs to be punished for she has done. Give her to us, we'll make sure she suffers. One of the villagers spoke. Yeah, maybe she got tired being Sasuke's whore and wanted you guys to take him out. You may have free us, but that whore is still there. Give her to us, we'll make sure she'll never be seen again. Naruto bared his teeth, showing his fangs. Oh really? Well, I like to see you try that. Naruto yelled. No one dare make a move toward the group. I thought so. Naruto spoke with a fox smirk. She has suffered enough. 3 years she was Sasuke's toy and slave, don't you think she suffer enough? Naruto asked the angry villagers. No one spoke back, they all just glare at Naruto and Kushina. Naruto was getting really pissed off. Do you know how much this woman sacrificed? Do you really think Sasuke would allow you live, let alone be taken as prisoners? No, he wouldn't. You should all be thanking her. Naruto growled at them. Naruto, please, that's enough. Kushina said to her beloved hero. One voice spoke up. He's right, Kushina did sacrifice herself for our lives. The villagers turned back to see who spoke. Naruto smiled upon who he saw spoke out for Kushina's sake. It was Shikamaru Naru, one of Naruto's good friends. Kushina may have done many things I will not speak of. But think about it, she walked the streets naked, gave herself to others just to keep us alive every day. She begged Sasuke to not turn us into his dark samurais. She begged him not sell our women to other countries who may have done a lot worse than him. Kushina saved our lives, she sacrificed herself for us to live and to keep our families. Even though in the broken state we are in, Sasuke is dead and we are free. Take a good look at Kushina. She is the wife our former Hokage, the fourth Hokage. Do you think she doesn't have the power to make great sacrifices like our Hokages before the fourth? Shikamaru's words were truthfully and honest, as every single person in the village has been through hell for the past 3 years. But none had the right to truly blame Kushina for it all. Where were you? Shikamaru asked the villagers. Naruto spoke up to back up Shikamaru. You're the will and heart of this village. A great leader doesn't make a great village alone, it's it people that makes a village great. You lost your will and spirit for what? Just because Sasuke was an Uchiha? No, was it because the son of the fourth died? No, it wasn't any of that. It was because every one of you lost your will to fight back. Kushina never gave up, she fought back in secret. She is a true carrier of the will of fire. Naruto. Kushina was surprised how well Naruto was speaking up and supporting Kushina. Naruto kept going. Call her a whore, a worthless ninja or a bitch, but know this. She wasn't the one who gave up fighting. It was you, the people of Konoha, who gave up the will to fight. The boy is right. He is a spitting image of the fourth son. A very familiar voice in the crowd is out. From the crowd came out was Tsunami and her father Tazuna and her son Inari. Naruto smiled as he was glad to see those three, the people of waves who lives he changed. If it wasn't for Kushina, Tsunami would have been taken and become one of Sasuke's sex slaves. Tazuna spoke full honesty. Naruto could see in most of the villagers' eyes, they knew Naruto, Shikamaru and Tazuna were right. They gave up and blamed Kushina for their failure. Forgive her or forgive yourself, I don't really care. The village is free, that is all that matters. If you still believe Kushina is to blame, I dare you try get past me. Naruto spoke to anyone who still wanted to punish Kushina. Again none dares make a move. This village really has gone down. Naruto shook his head, disappointed he was. Hey kid, who are you? Tazuna asked. You look so much like that Naruto kid. Naruto smiled. I am a hero, nothing more. Those who are willing to fight and protect your home stand with us. Konoha can be rebuilt, it can be the village we all remember and loved. It won't be an easy task, and without a Hokage, let alone any former elders, this village will fall unless we do something about it. If not, then leave this village. Naruto waited the villagers' answer. Somewhere near the final valley, Naruto along with Sasuke and Deidara found Dark Sasuke's tower where Pain sent it. There was something Naruto wanted, and before they could destroy the tower completely, Naruto needed that one thing he left behind within the tower. Deidara waited outside while Naruto and Sasuke went inside the tower. After a few minutes Naruto and Sasuke returned, and to Deidara's surprise, it was the remains of this world, Naruto's corpse. Even he needs his respectfully rest placing. Naruto spoke as he looked at his other-world corpse. Deidara smiled and nodded. Let's go, yeah. Konoha. Graveyard. Giving Dark World Naruto a fitting resting place, giving his soul peace, Kushina watched as Naruto placed Dark World Naruto's corpse into the open grave right next to Minato's grave. After burying the corpse, Kushina placed flowers on both Dark World Naruto's and Minato's grave. Everyone hold a moment of silence before they turn, leaving the graveyard. Only Kushina stay there as everyone left. Kushina smiled as she knew her loved ones were finally at peace, and all thanks to Light Naruto for saving them. Kushina. She heard Naruto called her name. Kushina nodded her head as she turned and left the graveyard, as she was at peace with herself and was ready to move on with her life. Kushina now starting her new life with the man she loves, Naruto. Later that night, Naruto was outside of the Uchiha household staring at the beautiful stars in the clear dark skies. Naruto. A familiar voice spoke. Naruto looked back to see Makoto Uchiha dressed in a beautiful blue robe. Where are the others? He asked the female Uchiha. Sasuke, Deidara went out to help those who stay in Konoha. Bit surprise, only 60 people stayed in Konoha and the others just left. Makoto frowned for a moment before she smiled at the young Uzumaki. I told them make a choice, stay or go. The choice was theirs to make. It wasn't Kushina's fault, at least not alone. It was everyone's fault as well. They are to blame also. A village let one man control them, not a single one of them rose up to fight back. Only Kushina did, though she didn't show it. I knew she fought back. But know that I know Dark Sasuke control her and Tobi was the one who caused this. I know Kushina still feels burden. I want to make her forget, make her feel she doesn't have to carry it anymore, at least not alone. Naruto let out a heavy sigh. Makoto rested her hands on Naruto's shoulders as her wrap around Naruto's neck. Naruto chuckled as Makoto started to purr. I see that you're feeling much better, Makoto-chan. All thanks to you, Naruto-kun. Naruto looked back to see the beautiful Uchiha. Naruto kissed Makoto, touching her beautiful soft lips. Naruto broke the kiss and started to kiss Makoto's neck downward to her neckline. Makoto moaned softly while slightly blushing. Naruto. Let's take it somewhere private. Hate to get spy on in the opening. Naruto laughed while Makoto giggled as she nodded. Makoto's bedroom. Makoto lay down on the floor. Naruto leaned forward to Makoto, kissing the mother Uchiha once again. Their lips touching one another once more. Makoto could feel Naruto's tongue enter her mouth, wrapping it around her tongue. Naruto slowly undressed Makoto. Makoto nothing underneath her robe. Makoto felt slightly embarrassed, but Naruto smiled at her. You're beautiful, Makoto. His words made her smile. Thank you, Naruto. But I don't think you're being fair to Kushina. Makoto gave Naruto a sexy smirk. Naruto grinned while he chuckled. Naruto chuckled nervously. Well, I know, but you're my first and I promised to Sasuke. Well, good Sasuke, I'll take care of you. He believes I'm the only one who can make you happy. He wants you to be happy, Makoto. Sasuke really wants you to be happy. I believe when his mother died that began the darkness in his heart. Well then, Naruto. Keep your promise then. Makoto winked. I am. Naruto grinned. Makoto moaned softly while feeling Naruto's hands touching her breasts. Makoto felt his hands touched them, grabbing them slowly. Makoto moan grew louder when Makoto felt Naruto slightly pinch Makoto's hard nipples. Makoto, you're so hot, he whispered to her left ear. Naruto. Makoto pant heavily. Naruto reached his right hand between Makoto's legs, touching her wet spot. Makoto moaned as she felt Naruto thrust a finger inside her. Makoto pant grew heavier while her eyes were filled lust within them. No, it wasn't lust but love. Naruto, it's not fair. Makoto panted. What do you mean by that? He asked her. Naruto heard his pants unzip. Oh, that. Naruto quickly caught on. Naruto unzipped his jacket, taking off his jacket. Makoto was completely naked. Naruto looked at her from head to toe but noticed few things he didn't notice the first time. Naruto noticed a marking on Makoto's right forearm. As Makoto tried to hide the scar away from Naruto as she turned her back. Naruto saw a large burned scar on Makoto's back. Follow a scar on Makoto's right shoulder blade. Naruto went behind Makoto as Makoto felt Naruto kiss the scar on her right shoulder blade. Makoto felt Naruto kissing her back slowly downward. Makoto, you suffer a lot. Makoto didn't respond. Makoto. Naruto waited for her to give him an answer. These scars are nothing, she told him. Did Dark Sasuke mark those scars? He asked. Again Makoto didn't respond. Makoto. Naruto spoke her name again. These scars were made long before Sasuke took over. These scars were made from my late husband. Sasuke's and Itachi's father did this. Makoto responded with a nod. Makoto explained to Naruto. It was long before Itachi and Sasuke were born. Fugaku and I was newlywed and well, things didn't turn out well, let's leave at that. Minato and Kushina helped save our marriage. Fugaku didn't know a single thing about being a good husband but Minato helped. The rest is history. Makoto, I promise, I'll make you the happiest woman. Don't forget about Kushina-chan. Makoto smiled. I wouldn't leave her out. Naruto grinned happily. You promise? Makoto sexy stare at Naruto. Naruto held out his left hand pinky. Makoto wrapped her right hand pinky around Naruto's. I promise, Makoto-chan. Naruto, do you love me or Kushina the most? Makoto asked. Naruto frowned at first but returning his smile. I love you both. The Makoto of my world, I really didn't get the chance to know her well. But I do remember she always gave me homemade cooking whenever her husband wasn't around. Sasuke usually caught me walking around the Uchiha resident area. But I never knew she knew my mother. Heck, she was my mother's best friend. Makoto smiled. Yeah, Kushina and I go way back. Beside Minato, I was the few friends Kushina trusted the most. Naruto thought back to his parents, how they loved them even in death. I never really got to know my mother well. But in my world I did met her once and only once. I never hated my parents. But I always wonder what they were like. I may never see my parents again, not until I die. But until that time comes, I'll love and protect this world's Kushina. She may have my mother's face, eyes, even her voice and body, but the soul is different. They share nearly the same fire, but Kushina's fire nearly burned out. I want to brighten her fire by giving her hope, my hope she nearly lost hers. I love Kushina. Mom told me to try to find a woman almost like her. I guess I find her, well, kind of. You'll make a wonderful husband. Makoto kissed Naruto for a moment while Naruto felt his heart filled with a warm light of joy. Thanks, Makoto. Makoto grabbed Naruto's penis, gently stroking him off. My, for a young man you sure very turned on. Does this young man love this woman older? Makoto's dirty talking was turning Naruto. Naruto enjoyed feeling Makoto giving a hand job. Her soft right hand was making his penis throb harder. Naruto kissed Makoto while she jerked him off. Naruto placed his right hand on Makoto's breast, gently rubbing it, while slightly pitch her hard nipple and slightly spin in a slow circle. Naruto broke the kiss while the two stared into one another's eyes. I'm gonna come. Naruto gave out a warning. No, hold it, Naruto, don't come yet. Makoto giggled. Naruto lay Makoto back on the floor on her back once more. Let me take the pain away, he told her as Makoto nodded. Her breasts were still high and firm, beautiful double D cup. Her stomach was nice and flat, and her legs were long and toned. Makoto blushed from Naruto staring at her beauty. You're beautiful, Makoto Uchiha. Naruto told Makoto as the young Uzumaki kissed his Makoto on the lips that broke the kiss shortly afterwards. Naruto's left hand reached downward between Makoto's legs, casing Makoto to gasp quickly. Naruto's left hand fingers gently rubbed Makoto's lower lips, teasing her a little bit. Makoto moaned, loved the feeling of being teased by Naruto. Naruto used his right hand to grab hold of Makoto's right breast, gently rubbing it. Slowly rubbing his right hand index finger around her nipple in a circle. Naruto-kun, you're doing it so well, oh yes. Makoto moaned while the Uzumaki smiled. Makoto could see Naruto, who was eating her pussy. Makoto grabbed Naruto's spiky blonde hair as Naruto stared upward at Makoto, while seeing her face in pleasure. Naruto thrusts his tongue inside Makoto's pussy. Naruto was tonguing fucking his best friend's mother's pussy, licking her inner walls while moving his tongue around within her, tasting her. Ah god, oh Naruto-kun, your tongue, oh yes. Makoto quickly came inside Naruto's mouth as the boy drank his Makoto's pussy cum. You've drank my cum. Makoto face turned cherry red, surprise he drank her cum. Naruto chuckled. You taste very good, nice taste of flavor. He admitted it. Makoto felt very embarrassed, but it's dirty, it's been used so many. Makoto, you're not dirty, you never were. Neither Kushina nor you are dirty. All of that is in the past now. The future is yours now. I want to share the future with you and Kushina. Makoto grinned. Naruto grinned right back. Of course. Naruto, how do you feel about marrying me? Well, of course, Kushina-chan as well. But how do you feel about it? Makoto waited for Naruto's answer. Naruto laughed for a moment before he stopped. I'm not sure how I would feel. But bringing happiness to the both of you I would love to see. I never did have the best luck when it came to women, let alone getting a girlfriend. But I guess here in this world, I was given that chance. If I would marry a woman, she or the women I would marry would have to be the women that helped change me. Sakura was my childhood crush, I still have feelings for her. Hinata, I always thought she was weird, but that day she gave her life to save me, she even told me she loved me. I still feel bad for not showing her my true feelings about that. Then there's Konan, she was Jiraiya's sensei like Pain. She believed in me and so did Nagato, these women I met in my life and helped make me a better person, a stronger person. And lastly there's Kushina, who gave me all of her love. It was because of her I never felt I was truly alone. Her love turned into hope, and with that very hope, I became the person who I am today. Naruto chuckled. I have 4 women who changed my life. I won't screw up again, I'll prove to them they are special to me as you are to Makoto. I'm not afraid to share my love and my light with others who believe in me. You would make a wonderful husband and father, Naruto. Makoto kissed Naruto, as the two went to finish the rest of their moment of love. As Naruto stroked his penis and thrust it inside Makoto's pussy slow with gentle thrusts. Makoto bite her bottom lip before she moaned, yes, just like that. Naruto trusted his penis inside the mother Uchiha pussy, giving her what she wants. Naruto felt Makoto getting tighter. Makoto leaned forward. She wrapped her legs around Naruto's hips. Naruto pulled Makoto upward as her breasts pushed against his chest. Naruto's hands held a tight grip around Makoto's big round ass. Naruto whispered to Makoto's right ear while telling her how beautiful and wonderful she was. Makoto gripped onto Naruto's shoulder. Makoto panted while feeling Naruto pumping it deeper inside her wet pussy. Naruto. Makoto hit her orgasm. Her pussy got super tight and Naruto unleashed his sperm inside Makoto, filling her up cream pie. Her pussy, she would have his children for sure. I love you, Naruto-kun. Makoto said while she felt Naruto's sperm leaking out from her pussy, and Naruto said to her, and this child will prove our love. Makoto slowly nodded while smiling. As the two kissed with passion as Makoto rested her head against Naruto's chest. Unknowing to the two, a certain young Uchiha quietly walked away down the hallway while smiling. Outside of the Uchiha household, Sasuke Uchiha was alone, staring at the moon as it light ray down upon all of Konoha. As Sasuke had a big smile on his face, long as she's happy. I'm happy. I am sure the new Uchiha clan will be much better, especially with the blood of the Uzumaki clan in the mix. You really think so? Sasuke looked back to see Kushina. The young Uchiha looked away as Kushina sat down beside him. Sasuke didn't make eye contact with Kushina. Kushina wore a beautiful red-colored robe as Kushina had her hair tied in a long ponytail. Thank you, were the words that came from Kushina's mouth. Sasuke looked at her with a confused look. You save me, you save my mind. I know we didn't see eye to eye so well because of him. Now since he's dead now, what name will you go under? The world thinks Sasuke Uchiha is dead. Kushina looked at Sasuke, who just closed his eyes. I am just an Uchiha. I don't need titles or names. I am free from the darkness because of Naruto. But this dark world isn't free. Only Konoha is. It will take some time, maybe few years, before this world is bathed in the light. But until that time comes, I will help Naruto and you in any way possible. Kushina, forgive me for what I've done. Sasuke bowed his head to Kushina. You want my forgiveness because of what Dark Sasuke has done to me and my family. I won't forgive Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke raised his head with a look of guilt, as Kushina glared at him, but she let out a heavy sigh. Kushina hugged Sasuke for a moment before she broke the hug. But I will forgive you, Uchiha Sasuke. I will never forgive my godson, but you are not my godson, you are a different Uchiha. You are much like Itachi now, it's not your eyes but your personally. Your desire to help Naruto is what I see within you, and that is the true friend and brother that Naruto sees within you. Kushina gave Sasuke one of her infamous motherly smiles. Thank you, Kushina-sama. Sasuke bowed his head once more. I wonder, can I continue my life? My Minato and my Naruto wants me to move on. But I really wanted to join them. Kushina frowned. Sasuke smiled a little as he spoke to Kushina, but this world still needs you. And so does Naruto. I may not know the relationship Naruto had with his mother, but I know he was an orphan since birth. I had a family and I lost them when I was 8 years old. But Naruto, he never had a family. For 12 years he was alone. But when he became a genin, that would everything started to change for him. I always thought Naruto was just an idiot, a knucklehead. Sasuke chuckled as he continued, but in the end he became my best friend and my greatest rival. He knew what I went through. He wanted to share his light with me. He really wanted to save me. As everyone else turned their backs on me, only Naruto stood there. He never gave up on me. He's a true friend anyone can ask for. Kushina, you should live on. Live with Naruto, the both of you deserve your happiest. Seeing my mother happy is all I need. Sasuke smiled at Kushina. Well, I'm going to bed. Good night, Kushina. Sasuke stood up and left, leaving Kushina alone. While Kushina was really surprised how much Naruto helped change Sasuke. Sasuke was a total different person. He carried on Itachi's dreams and hopes to protect his home and his loved ones. Later on that night, Naruto quietly left Makoto's bedroom as Makoto was asleep. Naruto still had energy to walk around. He wasn't tired, not just yet. Naruto suddenly heard the sound of music playing. The sound was coming outside of the house. Naruto followed the sound and discovered Kushina was in the garden area. Kushina was alone while Kushina playing the same guitar Naruto was using during the band stage. Naruto stood there as he listens to Kushina saying to herself as her voice was an angel's voice to Naruto's ears. These shackles they come with certain opportunities. They won't let me get away. But they show me we're the same. We're the same. We're the same. They show me that we are the same. I can't give in. I won't give in. It's not a state of mind. I'm wretched but I'm powerful and I don't feel like I am real, but I know it's all imaginary. Are they real? And do they feel? Is all the pain just inside my head? Kushina stopped her singing as she grew a smile. Everyone else is asleep. Why are you up? Kushina spoke. Naruto was a bit surprised Kushina knew he was there. Naruto sat down. I couldn't sleep. Kushina smirked. After sleeping with my best friend you're not tired. You surely do have the stamina of an Uzumaki. I got it from my mother. Both Naruto and Kushina chuckled together. Naruto walked behind Kushina. Kushina looked back facing Naruto face to face. Naruto held out his right hand. Come with me Kushina. The village is asleep but us. I want to show you something. Outside of the village, Naruto took Kushina outside of Konoha. The area wasn't far from Konoha, about 20 miles away. Kushina was given a blindfold so she couldn't see where Naruto was taking her. After few minutes, Naruto took the blindfold off and to Kushina's surprise she was amazed what she gazed upon. It was a hot springs but this hot springs was different from the one Konoha has. Kushina looked around to find herself and Naruto within a cavern. Where are we? Kushina asked. Naruto smiled. A place where you and I can have peace. I found this place after bringing the other Naruto's corpse back to Konoha. I kept it a secret from Deidara and Sasuke. I wanted to show you this Kushina. I know I'm not your son and you're not my mother. I nearly lost you Kushina. And I don't want to lose you ever again. Kushina, I love you, I really do. I want to give you the happiest that was taken from you. So let me show you. Naruto reached in his right pocket and took out a silver-colored wedding ring. Kushina Uzumaki, will you be my wife? Naruto waited for Kushina's answer. As Naruto watched the surprise look within Kushina's beautiful blue eyes, Kushina was speechless. Kushina looked at her old wedding ring Minato gave her. After all the things she went through as a slave she still wore that wedding ring. Kushina thought back to Minato's words, to sacrifice yourself for the people, your family, your friends so they can live in a future worth living. That's the future I want you to have Kushina. Live in happiest Kushina. Share your happiest with Naruto. Never let the darkness into your heart, never let your light of hope die. The future of the hidden leaves rests with you now. Kushina, tears ran down Kushina's face. No, were the words that came from her mouth. Naruto closed his eyes accepting Kushina's answer. Naruto looked to his right. I see that as your answer Kushina. Kushina shook her head. No Naruto, that wasn't my answer. The question is, will you marry me? Kushina cracked a large smile. Naruto looked to see Kushina was down on her knees. Kushina. Naruto was shocked to see Kushina was the one who wanted to be the one to ask the question. The ring Naruto held out to Kushina was within her right hand as she held it out to Naruto. Well, will you marry me, Naruto Uzumaki? You will marry me, my hand in marriage, will you become my husband? Naruto closed his eyes as he chuckled. Yes. He told her while taking the ring, placing upon his right ring finger. Kushina stood up as she kissed Naruto deeply on the lips. Naruto placed his hands around Kushina's hips while Kushina wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck. Kushina broke the kiss. I love you Naruto. Showing his true smile to the beautiful red head before him. I love you too Kushina. I promise I will always protect you and I will love you forever. You are my light to my darkness. And you my hope to my despair. Kushina grinned. The two undressed Naruto saw Kushina's beautiful body, her large D-cup breasts as her perfect flat stomach with curvy hips with a lovely round ass, while Naruto noticed on Kushina's stomach was a scar line. As Kushina turned around for a moment, Naruto saw scars, but unlike Makoto's, these scars looked deeper, beaten scars. Naruto didn't bother to ask Kushina, he knew where she got those scars from. Kushina noticed Naruto's scars, the deep scars mark on the left side of his shoulder and another down below where his heart is. As they enter the very warm hot springs, which was wonderful. Ah man, this is great. Naruto sighed in relief. You got that right. Kushina drive deep into the hot springs. Kushina rise to the surface as her long beautiful red hair was dripping wet. Naruto went over to Kushina's side. Kushina rested her head against Naruto's right shoulder. As the newly couple relaxed together, What do you boys do after you found my Naruto's corpse? Kushina's question was. We destroy what was left of the tower. Deidara used his C4 and it did the trick. Deidara took pride of blowing it to hell. Naruto chuckled. I don't blame him. Kushina giggled. Before we destroy the tower we found some video Dark Sasuke kept. He really enjoyed what he did to you girls a lot. So much he taped them, all of them. We found more than 700 videos. I feared he was going to sell them. Naruto bared his teeth for a moment. Kushina looked saddened as she grinned her teeth in anger. He was, but I begged him not. Konoha thought I was a whore. It didn't take long for the world to know. He kept the video just to screw with my head. I lost my pride, my home, the trust of the village. But he's gone now and we can rebuild. We can start anew. Kushina. Naruto smiled. Kushina closed her eyes for a moment, but even if that was true, no one outside of the new Konoha will trust me or even given me the respect you and good Sasuke will be given. Naruto grabbed Kushina's chin, having her face him face to face. No, that's not true. If it wasn't for you I would have been killed again. You saved me, Kushina. I nearly died twice. I came back for you. I wanted to save you, free you from it all. We're halfway through the darkness of this world. I don't care if they call you a whore or a traitor. They don't know the real you, the woman who sacrificed herself so her village could survive. Thank you, Naruto. I really mean it, thank you. Kushina kissed Naruto on the right cheek. No problem, Kushina. As I said, you are my light and I will protect you no matter what. Naruto grabbed Kushina, bringing her close to him. Kushina's breasts squeeze against his chest. Kushina slightly blushes. She hasn't felt like this a very long time, to be with a man who she trusts and loves. Kushina, I know, I can't replace your love for Minato. Your true love, but I want to be there in your heart. Kushina chuckled. Silly, you are. You're in the biggest part of my heart. I'm glad. Naruto grinned. Kushina turned around, resting against Naruto's chest. Naruto held Kushina dearly to him. Naruto smiled as he found himself to be one of the luckiest guys to ever have a woman like Kushina. Kushina felt something throbbing between her legs. Naruto, Kushina looked at the smiling Uzumaki. Naruto chuckled. Sorry about that. My body being too honest. You're beautiful, Kushina. You really are. Let me help you relax. Naruto grabbed Kushina's breasts, having a handful. Kushina blushed cherry red upon feeling Naruto grabbing them. Kushina let out a small moan while she felt Naruto kissing the right side of her neck. Kushina could feel Naruto's penis growing harder between her legs. Kushina started to pant while having a naughty look as she panted. Naruto kissed Kushina deeply, her tongue against his. Kushina reached down, gently stroking Naruto's penis between her legs. Naruto moaned softly upon jerking. Naruto broke the kiss as Kushina felt Naruto thrusting his hips. Kushina felt herself becoming wet upon feeling his thrusts. Get up, Naruto told Kushina. Kushina got off him as she got out of the hot springs, sitting on the edge with her legs wide open. Naruto faced front of his Kushina's vagina. He could smell her slight musky aroma. He tentatively tongued his Kushina's pussy. Oh, Naruto, Kushina whispered throatily and opened her thighs a bit wider for him. Naruto got right into Kushina's cunt then, licking it as he tongued it, and then went down to her open lips to soak up more of her sex. With his face buried in Kushina's cunt, he heard her moan and felt her move to open up even more for him. She was sopping wet from her own juices and his liquid tonguing. He went back to her clit and managed to get his teeth on it, which sent her squirming uncontrollably and letting go a small cry of ecstasy. God, yes, Naruto, just like that. Kushina moaned. Kushina grabbed her breasts, pitching her hard nipples, enjoying what pleasure Naruto was giving. Naruto felt Kushina grabbing Naruto by his hair. A tight grip on his hair. Oh Naruto, I'm going to. Before Kushina reached her orgasm, Naruto stopped. Kushina let go of her hold on Naruto's hair. Kushina looked down with a disappointed look on her face. I'm so close, Kushina told him. Wait a little long, Kushina. Kushina. Naruto paused for a moment. When Sasuke and his men use you, did they made you orgasm? Kushina felt the question would judge her once more, especially to Naruto's eyes. But Kushina spoke truthful to Naruto. I always faked it. I would never bring myself to orgasm with men I don't love. You, Naruto, are the man I love. Remember, Kushina, I won't be mad if you feel ashamed of it. You're free now and you have me and I have you. Naruto grinned. But I'm telling you the truth, I faked it. Kushina grabbed Naruto by his cheeks. The only person who gave me an orgasm always has been Minato. Dark Sasuke always came early and so did Tobi. They weren't Uzumaki or anyone like Minato. Powerful they were, but their stamina never equaled that to please an Uzumaki woman. Okay Kushina, I believe you. Now get on all four and turn around. Kushina nodded as she did what she was told. Kushina could feel Naruto's lips once more kissed Kushina's pussy lips. Kushina moaned softly, but suddenly Kushina's eyes widened as she felt something enter her asshole. Kushina looked over her right shoulder to see Naruto thrust 2 fingers into Kushina's asshole. Kushina felt strange but good at the same time. Naruto, it's so weird, but it feels so good. She moans. I just wanted to try something new. He told her. Naruto thrusts his fingers faster, pumping them in and out of Kushina's anal hole. But soon Naruto stopped. Kushina lay down on the ground panting hard. She was horny. Kushina's body was heat up. She could feel her lustful heat trap within her. Naruto, no teasing please. Kushina looked at the smiling Uzumaki. Naruto sighed as he gave in to Kushina's wish. Very well Kushina. Kushina lay sideways as Naruto grabbed her left leg, holding it upward. Naruto thrust his penis inside of Kushina's soaked pussy. Naruto moaned in pleasure as her pussy was like a warm, soft-fitting glove. Kushina moaned softly from her lips. Kushina couldn't believe the gentle but deep thrusts Naruto was pumping into her. Kushina's breasts jiggle with each thrust. Naruto was banging his other-world mother, who was now his wife. The taboo fantasy became a reality. Yes Naruto, keep going. Just like that, oh love you. Kushina smiled while getting pounded by Naruto. Naruto returned his smile while enjoying the pleasure between the loves. Kushina, I'm going to come. He gave out a warning. It's okay, you can come. Please come inside me Naruto. It's been so long since I had a real orgasm. Kushina moaned loudly. It's okay Kushina. You can let out. You're safe now, it's okay, you can come. Naruto's thrust started to groan faster. Kushina could feel it as Naruto hammered his way within her. Kushina grabbed Naruto's forearms for support as her mind stared to become foggy, her breath grew short. Oh yes Naruto. Kushina shouted as she reached her orgasm. Naruto bared his teeth as he unloads within Kushina's pussy, filling her womb with his sperm. Kushina panted heavy as Naruto rolled to side. The two stare at the ceiling of the cavern. Kushina let out a lustful purr. That felt so good. It's been years since I had a real orgasm. She sighed with a big smile. Kushina turned to her left side. Suddenly grasped when she felt Naruto's penis entering her pussy once more. Ah Naruto. Kushina looked back to see Naruto was pumping his penis deeply inside Kushina's pussy. She was already filled with his sperm. Kushina wasn't sure what was going on with Naruto. Sorry Kushina, just I'm still horny. It's hard to get rid of the stamina I have. After all, I am an Uzumaki after all. He laughed. You gave out a warning next. Kushina looked back only to be silenced by a kiss from Naruto. Kushina could feel the lust and love Naruto had for her. His thrusts were faster than before. He smashed much deeper. Naruto grabbed Kushina's breasts as he pitches them to turn her on even more. Kushina once again felt she started to lose her mind. Her mind started to blank out. Kushina was much older than Naruto after all. She was only 40 years old. She didn't have the wild young stamina Naruto had. I'm coming. I'm going to come. I can't breathe. I can't think. Suddenly Kushina felt Naruto switching positions. Kushina was on her stomach. Naruto placed his hands over Kushina's. Kushina started moving her hips back and forward, bouncing her wonderful ass. Kushina grind her hips, meeting with Naruto's deep thrusts. Naruto moaned loudly, feeling his wife's pussy gripping his penis tightly. Naruto reached his left hand out as he grabbed Kushina by her hair as he thrusts his hips faster. Kushina smashed her ass back against Naruto to meet her thrusts. Kushina, you're so beautiful. Look at your hips move, oh god. Naruto moaned. No, don't say that. Kushina blushed, feeling embarrasses. It's okay Kushina, let it out. Feel my love. Kushina feels my love. Naruto cried in pleasure. Kushina let out a loud cry of moans. Kushina felt Naruto emptying his load of sperm deeply within Kushina's womb. Oh Naruto. Kushina kissed her new husband, accepting his love for her. Kushina felt it within her, the seed of their love child within her. After a moment, the two were back on their backs staring at the ceiling. Naruto and Kushina looked at one another. Kushina's hair was a completed mess, as if she got the fuck knocked out of her. Both she and Naruto were sweating from their love-making moment. Naruto loved Kushina very much and Kushina loved him as well. Kushina cuddled with her new husband as they were naked alone in the special place, in a place where no one could tear them apart from one another. Kushina closed her eyes as cuddled closely to Naruto. Burying her face into his chest, Naruto kissed her forehead as Kushina fell asleep. I'll protect the village, and everyone within it. I'll be your light in your darkest hour. We may have been too late to stop the darkness, but I'll make sure we'll free this world from the darkness. Naruto smiled at the sleeping Kushina. Elsewhere, down in the ruined remains of the womb. On the upper floors of the womb there a tank with the words SK1 on it. Within the tank was a long black-haired woman. She was naked. The woman opened her eyes, showing what appears to be the eyes of the Kyuubi, but there's something else beside her demonic eyes. As she widened her eyes more, they shone to be Sharingan eyes. The water tank burst out by an unknown force. The woman stepped out from the water tank as she slowly walked through the ruined underground base. The unknown woman spoke the words from her lips, Ka-san, where is Ka-san? As the woman walked through the underground ruin, a powerful black aura surrounds her, taking on the form of a fox. Back at the Uchiha household, Sasuke heard nothing but silence as he slowly opened his eyes, active his Sharingan eyes. This world won't be easy, will it, Naruto? Sasuke grew a friendly smile. Sasuke heard Naruto chuckle, you're right, but it is our job to make things right in this world. As Naruto opened the slide door to Sasuke's room. But then if we do find a way back home, we can't leave this world in the darkness anymore. Sasuke nodded his head, agreeing with his best friend. Sasuke, will you help me through this journey to free this world from the darkness? Naruto asked Sasuke. Naruto, you save me from the darkness. It is time I put my powers to a greater cause. Naruto, let's make this dark world know we are here to stay. Naruto had a cocky grin on his face as Sasuke smirked right back. As the two spoke together, after all, we are two lights in a dark world.